Yo, and whoa, man, y'all better share this shit. I need 100 people viewing me today because I got some shit that I want to get off my chest about that.
By the power of Grayskull.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
And don't forget, all right, how y'all doing, my niggas and my niggerettes? Okay, how y'all doing? You know, we toe stepping and serve sipping and and the chicks love it when you're deep dicking. Oh man, that I listened to like about 2.5 hours of that. Amiri has a bad habit of challenging people way beyond his scope of information, knowledge, training, and ability. There's a reason why the PhDs have their PhDs. They're not just men of theory, they're men of practice, okay? Oh, yeah, we love Bria Miles here. Y'all like Bria Miles? Shit. Share that Bria Miles, man. Share that Bria Miles. Oh, shit. Share that Bria Miles, nigga. See, let me tell you something real good, man. I'm tired of people coming to the Black Manosphere thinking that we're some idiots, okay? Okay? It gets laborious, as Gigi would say. And thank you, Dr. Gigi, because you have acclimatedly increased my vocabulary every time you speak. Um, number one, number one. How do you claim you're patriarchal, but you shit on black men who are trying to become patriarchal? Okay? Because a patriarchal man doesn't do things just for the sake of doing them. He doesn't, a patriarchal man doesn't go to work every day because he wants to enslave his wife or his girlfriend or his children. No, he has something called provision. He wants to provide for his family. Okay? So when we have patriarchal issues, I want you to figure this out. It's not because he's trying to be an a hole, it's not because he wants to be abusive. It's because, guess what? Men have to get shit done. They really do. And it's not fun for us. It really isn't. Most men don't go to work with a smile on their face. Let's get that shit straight. Most of us are in pain. Most of us are trying to make stuff happen. Most of us are just trying to get the job done. Shout out to the man of the hour with the superpower, with the intellectual tower. So our accolades we shower. Green Gorilla, ladies and gentlemen. See, I'm tired of people yelling up patriarchy, but then when black men stand on their square, and if they can't find what they like, they leave and go to elsewhere to find what they want and what pleases them. Don't shit on them for it. Don't shit on them for it. What's up, electrician? Shano, what's up? Snowman, greetings. Leon, I'm listening. Dream lit. See, when you look at Amiri, this is what I gotta have for Amiri right here. I want y'all to read this. Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. And that is Amiri in a nutshell. It's not what I think, it's not what I want, but it's what it is. I mean, off with his head with the Highlander. There's some things where you as an individual ought to say, hey, we need to circumvent the intellectual prowess. We need to really stop challenging people who do this for a living. It's embarrassing. Not for Gigi, but for everybody else. I want to paint a picture. Imagining you're wrestling on a mat and a 5-year-old boy comes to challenge you and he says he's going to pin your ass in 30 seconds. That's the equivalent of what Mary Brown was trying to do. He's an ant trying to challenge God himself. Okay? And too many fellas are like that. They want to challenge these people who are above their weight class, who give them a nice waxing of the ass, tanning their hides, and then get upset. Why am I getting shitted upon? Why am I being embarrassed? Because you deserve to, you idiot. You deserve every minute of it. You deserve every minute of it. And it's kind of funny because men like yourself plague the black manosphere. And when Marcus was talking about the receipts, you forget that I'm friends with you on Facebook as well. I even have stuff in my community tab of which you said when you tried to equate some black guy killing his girlfriend and saying, see, this is what the black manosphere about. I challenge you to go and tell me one content creator of this space, whoever said you should do violence, uncouth violence to women. I challenge you on that. I challenge you on that. I want to see the receipts. I want to see all these receipts. It's put up or shut up, man. Put up or shut up. I'm tired of the phony tough and the crazy brave stating some bullshit. I'm tired of it. It's amazing that you go to Gigi's spot, but you won't come to Little Old Me's channel. Because I'm going to ask you the real question. Would you allow your son to marry or date any of the women who follow you in your comment section or your chats? You avoid that question like the goddamn plague. See, what you notice with Negroes like him is what good for the goose is not always good for the gander. See, Namer, it's one thing to stare at a pot, but if you don't have a damn spoon in the first place, what are you staring it with? Hell, a lot of these motherfuckers don't even have a pot to piss in. Intellectually, anyway. Oh, you got a business, you got to do this. Well, guess what? You're doing what average men do. There's nothing. What's up? Long time no see. Extended clips. There's nothing new under the sun. Men have been taking care of families since eons ago. All the time, all these detractors come out of their mouths and state some bullshit. But when it's obvious that you don't have a real good argument, and you come out of your mouth saying some really hypocritical shit, we have to really analyze, what are you doing? See, all the stuff that Marcus said to you, I said it first. I was on that panel when you brought over, when we embarrassed you on BGS Hangouts. As a matter of fact, the Coliseum, and that was on Google Hangouts. That's how long ago. And that's when you brought the cybernetic one over, and she got embarrassed by one question when yours truly asked her, what's the opposite of a beta male coon? Because if you're calling us beta male coons, you must obviously know what the opposite of that is, don't we? And oh yeah, assalamu alaikum for all my Muslim brothers, and shalom for the Hebrews, and greetings to all the Christians, and hello to all the atheists or non-believers. But here's my question for you, Amiri. What were you trying to prove? When did black men have the same level of patriarchal rule and structure that white men had? I'll even ask this one question. When could a black man keep a black woman from getting a job? Fundamentally, when could a black man, I'll ask anybody in the chat, anywhere, let me go get the Sword of Omens and, look for some sight beyond sight. When did black men have that patriarchal rule? Anybody? Anybody? See, last time I checked, black men were very content about taking care of their families. Black men are very content of going to work, coming home, maybe working out, playing a game, reading some comic books or whatever the hell they choose to do because they have the right to do it. Why is it that black men have to always excel to these hyper Eurocentristic standards that you don't put on white men? See, that's the one question I like to say about that. Why are we held to middle-class European standards, but none of you bras were raised in a middle-class European lifestyle? I know, I ain't shit. Go ahead, get it out. We got AB, Roguish, and my boy AL. We got a Longo Savage, the Macho Man. And my man AL up in this piece. See, I want to tell you something about this, especially that older lady, because there's something I have against a lot of older ladies when they try to use that young man bullshit. See, that doesn't work on me, because when he starts talking about warfare, don't talk warfare to a warrior, number one. Don't speak about warfare to a goddamn warrior. We got the master teacher, ladies and gentlemen. We got to do it. We got to do it. That's live footage of BGS back in the day. But I have to ask you this. If they claim black men don't build, then why, when you get the opportunities, the few that you get with other races of men, they can be straight up bums, and you don't put the criteria of him building? Last time I checked, the Black Manosphere is full of men who are very talented, extremely intelligent, studious, you know, educated if need be, professional. You don't really get that segment of bummism over here. Oh yeah, I appreciate you, Leon, for stopping to give a like, man. Nothing but loves. Hell, like doesn't hurt. I know everybody don't have money. Please do support your content creators, your black male ones who speak up for you. But hey, a like is free, man. I appreciate it. It's it's one of those things when I'm listening to this whole argument that he's trying to present, and you're painting a picture of the black manosphere like we're anti-marriage. You do know a good amount of people in the manosphere are married. You do know that, right? They're either married or long-term relationships. Like Mr. Z, for example, him and his girl's been together for a minute. One day he's thinking about, proposing. You have Black Uber who's been married for 30 years. You got an angry man who's married. You got Dr. Thunder who's married. I guess you finally got the number, BGS. You probably thought I was a telemarketer. But we, as much as people would say, really want to see what you're really about. How does a man, as Marcus would put it, who stands for patriarchy, condemns other men for being patriarchs? The math ain't mathing, as they say. Well, these black men out here, I'm still in the trenches stuck in the war. Well, guess what? Sometimes the best war is the one you don't have to fight because there's a such thing called resources, logistics. You don't want to fight when you're at the disadvantage in a war. Once again, don't talk about warfare if you're not a goddamn warrior. Why would I fight a losing battle? Anybody? Why would you try to go up against a man with your philosophy who's an intellectual in philosophy? And I mean, there's parts where he broke you down expeditiously, man. And you have to take that out. You have to take that out. And I've noticed this. You're trying to put your name out there. You had your cronies once again come over to Green Outlaw. That's what we're trying to figure out today, man. We're trying to figure out what is your angle, man. Because you can't be somebody who's this starch patriarch, but come on YouTube and say one thing and then another. You can't criticize the black manosphere if we're talking about men's rights and the absolute truth and knowledge. We're not trying to subvert women to getting back what they were. We want women to be the truest and the fullest of who they are and then hold them accountable to it. If you want to be a whore, cool. Men like whores, as BGS would say. We just won't marry them. That's fine by us. Fine by us. We are okay. We want the unabated truth, the unapologetic truth. We're not here to get women to like us. We're not here to do any of that. We just want y'all to tell the truth for once in a goddamn while. And we want you to be held accountable to those standards. Fair is fair, right? Fair is fair. And I'm going to go back to that so-called older lady for a minute. When she asked Green Gorilla, which gender causes the most violence in the black community, I wish upon a goddamn star was there, because I'd have hopped on and I said, well, ho, you're talking to the right man at the right time. Because even feminist literature that I've actually studied stated that men, 70% of the time, are actually the victims of domestic violence. It's just that what happens, men usually don't call the police nearly as much as women. Because one, social stigma. Two, because we overlook it and say, you know what, she's just being an ass. It's all right. But it was so tactically and gracefully how he put out how women are the greatest abusers of children than anybody. And then here comes Amiri. Well, they got the access to most of the children. So yeah, you're the motherfuckers who abused them. You do know postpartum. You do know that women get frustrated, and what do? Beat their children instead of speaking to them? Oh, let's not even talk about how many women go out of their way to hit men, even in public. How many women will throw a rock at a man, hide their hand, and then call the police and say she hit him? I mean, he hit her. You got Art New Style in the building. Woo! But you know, my man Green Gorilla came up in the point like this. As soon as he tried to do his stout, he was like, not impressed. See, the critical mistake that a guy like Amiri is thinking that he's smarter than what he really is, and everybody else is not as, you know, mentally astute. Even the good books that lean not to your own understanding. And Green Gorilla's probably a lot nicer, because if he really wanted to crush you, he would have just hit you with some stuff that you couldn't even pronounce. He would have gave you some philosophical differences already. But he gave you enough time to hang your goddamn self, you fucking idiot. There's a lesson my father told me very young. It's better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and to remove all doubt. And my boy, you've been removing all doubt. I mean, you've been sandblasting that motherfucker. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. You want to talk about violence, and it's funny. I'm gonna go back to that second. Y'all, especially that lady. She tried to pull that out like that was the big joker, like she had two draw fours, because you know black people do play Pollard when they play Uno. Like you had two draw fours, and you forgot. Oh, bitch, I gotta draw for myself. And no, you were violent. As a matter of fact, y'all the most vindictive and violent, and studies have shown it. Men don't go around busting up your cars when y'all fuck us over. We usually don't do that. We usually don't do that. That's a woman's thing. When y'all get custody of the kids, we don't try to kill them. That's women. Do I need to go any further? I mean, I don't even want to tell you how many crimes of fraud, proxy violence, and other shit that you women have a monopoly stake in. I don't even want to tell you that. And this ain't, oh, a woman hating channel. No, just stating the obvious. Stating the goddamn obvious, but nobody wants to hold you motherfuckers accountable. Child support fraud, welfare fraud, scholarship fraud, financial aid fraud. Oh, we could go back to the violence as well. As soon as you chicks go outside to a club or a lounge, you want to fight. If you're not twerking, you got to fight something. But then you want to backtrack and circumvent the conversation and saying, who's the most violent? You bitches are. You the only creatures that still want to fight when the police get to the scene. Ask me how I know. I'm not an expert, but I might have seen a thing or two. But it's the usual. Like, share, subscribe. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. We're gonna talk about this. What's up, the Hawk TV? Yeah, you're right. We don't hate women here. We hate the fuckery here. We're actually disappointed. We're actually disappointed in our women. Okay, these are women that we held in high esteem, man. God are the days of the Susie homemakers. If you even had one in the black community, gone are those days, man. Well, if you if you actually if you actually if you actually put jobs together and was building, we could rest in our femininity. Let's juxtapose that question real quick, right? So just because you don't cook, we're not supposed to work and protect you, right? So we can rest in our masculinity. See how that shit sounds stupid? See how that shit sounds stupid? See how the shit sounds stupid? And it's incredible how you know you got guys like him who says, "Well, I got this manifest destiny to be a patriarch and all that." See, women don't tell you the real shit about patriarchy. Is that how much they benefited from it? If we want to be fair, I'm a bigger feminist than most feminists. I know. I know. Somebody put it in time immemorial. Officer, well, next week, Sergeant Charles Faulkner Jr., he stated that he's a bigger feminist than the feminists, especially the intersectional feminists. You ready? Give me a woo in the chat if you're ready for me to explain why I'm a bigger feminist than the feminists. I'm going to explain to you. One, I see you in the back, Snowman. I got you. One, I believe in 50-50 in everything. You get 50% of the war, you go 50% of women in the military, 50% of women in the fire department, 50% of women in construction, bricklaying, 50% of barbers, 50% of airplane pilots, 50% of architects, cooks, sanitation engineers, 50% of engineers, 50% of doctors, 50% of people who put their asses on the line every fucking day. Equal lefts, equal rights. Equal rights, equal fights. I believe that you should not have the ability to call the police after he hits you because you're equal. He should be able to call the police and you get arrested. Right is right, wrong is wrong, right? And all things being equal, right? I believe that 50% of the people who get custody should be men. 50 people who pay child support should be women. 50% of the people incarcerated should be women. I mean, I'm a bigger feminist than the feminists. Everything should be equal. Right? 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 50-50. Like you like it. We got another PhD. Dr. Thunder. You know, I got to give Dr. Thunder his salute. Here we go. Let me see if I still got it. Yeah. Here we go. What's up, fellas?
Good evening, Dr. Faulkner.
How do you? Did you catch the green? Well, obviously AB was up there, but did you catch the Green Gorilla? I mean, Amiri Brown versus Green Gorilla / the Black Manosphere. That was a class.
Good grief. Amiri was expecting curveballs and got nothing but fastballs.
Mary was like this the whole time, man. He was like this the whole time. Him and that chick, that old chick, I guess. I don't know. They were like this.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to talk about, and then he got his nerve to make himself like Ultra Instinct Goku. You look like Yamcha when you went up there, man. Not some damn Goku. God damn. I mean, why do you want to come up there and challenge a guy who went to school longer than you've been on YouTube stating? And yes, you are a flip flopper, Mary, because when you were cast out from the bosom of Satan himself, Cynthia G, you wanted to be on some ultra masculine bullshit. That's what you wanted to be. And what's funny is that there's so many times I'll catch you on some bullshit on Facebook, and I will personally put what you say in my comment section. So what you actually bring is some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing factual. It's some hearsay. And even hearsay is not held up in a court of law. So you can go around trying to throw the fucking Manosphere, the Black Manosphere, under the bus because we did more help than hinder.
And they're going to continue to try to throw the Manosphere under the bus, man. They're trying to end the real Black Manosphere, but that ain't going to happen.
And it's funny because a lot of these guys want to include people like Fresh and Fit and other guys. And I'm like, oh, background name. Well, like, tell me what the hell? What's up, Stanford? What's wrong with black men? You know, becoming a better version of themselves and saying, you know what? If I'm not getting the results I want from my women, I go elsewhere. What's wrong with that?
You just stated it. You just stated the major piece of you just stated the biggest piece of the puzzle. We're not getting what we want from our women. So fuck this shit. I'm out.
Yep.
Go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's what the relationship of the last 60 years has been. Tolerating.
Very little tolerance.
Yeah, it's a
man
very
doesn't
low tolerance.
If the man doesn't do what you say, you call the cops on him.
Wait, has anybody checked out BGS's latest video, the whole female predator and the submissive male? Like, why do they?
I haven't checked it out yet. I gotta check that out.
Yeah, it's on his black. It's on his black Gnostic. His black Gnostic pill one.
I have to check that out too.
I could tell you, I haven't seen it yet, but I could tell you off the rip.
It was a rant.
I can tell you off the rip why a lot of these chicks go looking for these type of men. Because no man of any substance and any gumption would ever deal with those broads.
Yep.
Not just that. They go for such men because it's about the whole notion of control. What do you think the whole...
It's not just about control. It's about, if you think you lonely now, wait until tonight, girl. These women know that they're pathetic wives. No fucking secret. Wait a minute, we got 40 something watching and only what? How many likes? We had 50 people watching at one point. Come on, man.
I already put my like in, so I'm good.
Come on. Where are my likes, man? Where are my likes? And what's crazy is that you get a lot of these so-called women. I had an ex-girlfriend who said the reason why we broke up is because we got two strong personalities. And I said, well, what did I tell you day one we were together? You're not gonna outman me. You want to outman me? Go take that fucking go put that gun belt on and you do it for 8 hours. Sometimes. Go ahead. I had to tell.
Could you see a female cop who's 5'2" and barely 100 pounds in full police gear?
I've seen it.
I've seen it too.
How bad was it? How bad was it for them to walk around it with that shit on?
I mean, I'm gonna give you the example of what I had to tell a female cop when they were talking about. I said, I just do my job and I do so much, even behind the scenes that y'all don't even notice. So she was like, what do you do so much, Faulkner? I said, I keep people like you from getting your ass whooped. And she shut completely the fuck up about it.
Well. Shout out to Cole Sports.
Last time I checked, I'm pretty damn good at it because nobody's raised a hand against you while you on the street with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just control. It's the fact that being really pathetic. You're at your prettiest, you're at your most vibrant, your most beautiful, your most fertile, and you can't land a man. That's like a nigga who get a job.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a nigga who went to college. Lawrence on, what was it, Insecure?
Yeah.
He went to prestigious college like Georgetown with a STEM degree, and he couldn't get a job.
He was struggling. If you remember, he was going through, at one point, he got so discouraged, he was depressed.
Yeah.
In the first season. And you would think that Issa would do something to like try to cheer him up and try to support her man. But no, she would just look at him in utter disdain. Like, if you remember when he came to the party with the Indian chick, and then they had to have they had to sort shit out outside, and she looked at him and knew what the first thing she said to him was, "You're depressed ass. Depressed ass." That shows you how little she thought of him.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I'll make a reference. I'll bring up a reference. I keep mentioning this video. Ron Wilb's Denial of a Black Man's Humanity. He references that scenario in Insecure where Lawrence was on the couch just discouraged. He was trying to get some shit done, and then when things started looking around, he finds out that Issa did her thing. He bounced. And once he got rid of that dead weight, that's when we saw him change for the better. Now, unfortunately, he fucked around and caught an STD with those two white girls. But he met the white girl. But he met the Asian chick, and he started working.
Guess what?
What?
Sometimes when you're working with weapons, sometimes when you work with knives, you're going to be bound to get cut. As long as that cut can be sealed. So I don't.
No, there was that one scene where everybody was like, where his boys were clowning him because he had to go to the clinic because because it turned out he fucked around, caught chlamydia.
Chlamydia is just a rite of passage, man.
Not where I'm from. That's a mark of embarrassment. That's embarrassing. That's why we don't fuck around. Hey, dude. Let's not forget where I'm from. HIV/AIDS is still a death sentence. There is no ARVs, no that shit for us.
Oh yeah.
So strap your shit up.
Yeah, most black men do strap up. But guess what? I hate to say it, for some guys.
I've been where they've been. My mother said to me, and God bless my mother. Don't get it twisted. She actually said to me, on 2 key occasions, I have no time to be depressed.
Black men have a bad day, man.
What are those 2 key occasions? Lost my dad to death, lost my daughter twice.
Ooh. My condolences on both situations, no man.
Thank you.
That's fucked up.
Y'all wonder why I speak of Jody so much. She saved my life twice. Because had I not met Jody, and I never revealed this on air, had I not met Jody, everything would have ended. I was that far down.
I can imagine.
I was that in July 2018. I was that far down, and then I met Jody, and it's like I'll use a cartoon reference. It's like Popeye when he gets his can of spinach.
AB, you forgot the line. I stand all I can stand. I can't stand no more.
And thank you to Extended Clips.
What do you say?
For any man to walk in my shoes, one, it's a hell of a walk. Two, buckle your chin strap like the Baltimore Ravens or the New York Giants back in the day.
Yeah,
because you're gonna take some hits, whether it be blocking or defending.
Yep.
Get your bell rung.
It's like Charles said, black men are not allowed to have a bad day. And yet we have most of them.
You're not allowed to be a human being. I mean, I remember H. Rap Brown talking about why black people can never be afforded individuality. You're never allowed to be seen as an individual. You're just only seen to be viewed as an object or part of a group.
Yep.
Part of a collective.
I'm just going to say this because, one, when it comes to
what I say wrong now?
No.
Huh?
Charles?
Uh-oh.
Charles?
Oh, he muted himself. Charles, you muted yourself. Oh, something came up. Hold on. Just.
We'll wait. Let's just hang tight.
Can you play that tropical music that when you guys go offland from Snowman in the Morning? We are experiencing technical difficulties.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, the host cannot believe one of his co-hosts is saying something very bizarre, but then again he forgot. He's dealing with somebody who's completely way deep in left field.
Please stand by.
Shouts out to the Cold Sports, aka the Mad Scientist.
The brilliance of Cole Johnson.
Sorry about that. That was your old dad calling.
Okay.
Oh, how is the Colonel doing?
He's doing fine. Enjoying that nice big old house.
Good.
And loving the fact that the equity
is
increasing. Loving the fact that a nice house's equity is increasing.
Well, Lee Ollie just said it best. You better not express it publicly, else we get scared and call a committee on Fox News. Ain't that the truth?
You know, how you gonna shame a guy looking for a better life, but you're a double baby mama too, and your OnlyFans model.
I've seen that. I've seen that since age 20 with members of my family. And here's the messed up part about it. And I know some guys have gone through this. My sister welcomes a son in 1998. Everybody's all over him. Everybody's all over him. He nearly didn't make it because he had a hole in his throat. But he survived. He is now 24. That's my nephew Remington.
Great job.
And he's 6'3" now.
Okay.
Yeah. He got his uncle's tall genes.
Like, what the hell are you guys? The Nephilim?
We got a piece of that from my dad's side.
Let me guess, you're half black and half Nephilim.
Something like that.
Actually, it's more likely he's got some South Sudanese genes in him because they are some of the tallest people around. Like, dang. He's originally from South Sudan.
Yeah, and he grew up to be 6'9".
Manhood ball. Anybody?
Here's the thing. Like I said, my sister welcomed the child, welcomed the son. Everybody is like all over him, including myself, because I love Shorty. which is what I called him when he was growing up.
All right.
I welcome a daughter, and guess what happens?
How are you going to protect her? How are you going to provide for her?
No
And
love,
shit
no
like
reason.
that.
Nobody gives a fuck.
You know what my mother said to me? When the day after Donna was born, I finally got up the nerve to call mom and tell her what happened. And her next statement to me pissed me off. Or next question to me pissed me off. I didn't get a congratulations or nothing. I got, are you going to be there for her?
Wow.
That was close.
Not if you need any help or support, are you gonna be there? Like,
yep.
Motherfucker, where am I gonna go?
She's my daughter. I'm gonna be there for her.
And I have to ask you this question, AB. What was your reaction when you heard live and in color the rhetoric of one Amiri Dumbass Brown? That's his new nickname, Dumbass.
If there's a definition for a bullshitter, there's probably a picture of Amiri Brown right there.
Tagline: you're gonna get this work. No, more like I'm gonna get this migraine.
And like you said, he kept saying like I'm just super intellectual here, and I'm just sitting there, I'm just rolling my eyes. I'm like, okay, really, dude?
So we just gonna negate all the degrees Gigi has.
Yep.
And it's not that he has a degree; it's the fact that he can use it in very everyday, common knowledge and sense.
Unfortunately, an individual like this is like a male version of every black female you have to contend with, because, as Chris Rock once said, they're not here when you argue with a woman. They're in it for two things: distance and irritation. And Mr. Brown wanted to antagonize everyone. Like I said,
he was definitely using sign language, as BGS would say.
Yeah, I mean, hey, hell. I mean, like when we're discussing last night about the other night about Tyree Nichols and whatnot. Oh, what's his face on Fox? He was doing the same shit. Even though I remember Dennis Berlin had a show talking about, tell me where the lie is. I'll tell you where the lie is. What do you call some? Huh?
They just don't want to find out.
I'm more than happy to find out.
In the immortal words of my favorite slugger of all time, Frank Edward Thomas Jr., aka
Big Hurt. I'm sorry, you just had to fuck with my compulsions right there, Snowman. But continue.
You're fine. Like I said, in the immortal words of Frank Thomas,
Big Hurt.
My brain hurts. It ain't the fact that my head hurts. It's the fact that my brain hurts.
My brain definitely hurt after that panel.
I'm glad I didn't listen to that panel, because I knew it would have just triggered something in me.
If y'all want to know that Frank Thomas commercial, it was for Reebok in 1994. I want you to go look it up. He talks about everything he does in the preseason. And by the end, he's lifting weights and there's a building that crashes. Of course, that's a CGI. And he just goes, my brain hurts. That's what I use. And my wife,
did he have a baseball game?
Backs me
Frank
up.
Thomas?
Yeah, he had a pinball baseball game.
No, he had also a console game. I think it was on the Saturn.
Yeah, on the Saturn.
Big Hurt Baseball. Yeah. Man, those were the days when you could have like a variety of baseball games and sports games.
But after that panel, and I'm glad I only listened to it for a short time. My fucking brain hurt.
Look at this way, Snowman. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, AB. Sorry.
What drove me crazy is, he was making that big claim that, he has a solid relationship with his wife, yada, yada, yada. They had the perfect marriage. So we asked, Gigi started out, he asked him, what if you came home and
Oh yeah, that
While giving somebody head. And what'd you hear? Then
You heard Porky Pig.
yeah,
Wait,
yeah. Hold on,
oh,
wait a
credits.
minute. Wait a minute. I must be getting old because I went for the juggler. So that's your answer. So you come home, because this is what I said. You come home and you see a dude screwing your wife in behind, and your answer is going to be, it is what it is.
I would be
I'm
like,
just
you know
sitting there
what?
like,
So she could be like balls deep on dick, and he's
pretty much,
gonna,
yeah.
you know what? Let me know when you're done. I'll be downstairs watching football. But baby, he was telling the truth.
I'm
Do you think a
reminded
guy
of
like that has a
song-
side piece?
I'm reminded of a song from Slick Rick.
I think he allows his wife to have one.
Oh, man.
I hope it was. Okay, well, no, I'm not gonna go there. We don't speak of the dead. Excuse me. I don't speak of the dead. I should know better than speak of the dead.
I'm reminded of a song, a rap song from Slick Rick called "Treat Her Like a Prostitute."
Oh,
Ooh.
And the line that I'm thinking when Green Gorilla posed that question: "Cover your mouth, because you almost choke. You see the mailman's dick way up your wife's throat."
Yep. I mean,
oh man, I remember that song. Treat it like a prostitute.
when you said you're going to be okay with some behavior like that, yeah, I'm done. I'm kind of done.
No man, now I got to go back and listen to that song. It's been how long has it been since I last heard that joint?
that song just popped in my head, man.
Treat it like a prostitute.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, you're okay with this. I'm okay. It's one thing if you like, you cuss her out. That's a normal thing. I'm not saying you go hurt the guy, hurt her, or kill them, nothing like that. But I'll be okay. I'll just make my moves and, like, she's gorging. So basically, if a couple of coworkers came over there, and your wife was available, and she's being filled up like an application. So I mean, you okay with that? Okay. If you like it, I love it.
Hey, if he's into the cuckold thing, all I can say is, hey, more power to him.
He probably wears his favorite superhero shirt in the closet and jerk off to it.
So this dude would probably be like Bubba the Love Sponge or some shit like that. Maybe have some maybe have some videotapes that are incriminating a motherfucker. Like the Hulk Hogan shit, like that Hulk Hogan shit, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Like, let me tell you this, brother.
I guess that's the reason why he had that back surgery.
Mm-hmm.
You hate shit. He said filled out like an application.
You brought it up. Hey, you said it. He
I know.
Black man.
Let me step.
Yeah, he's okay with his wife being filled out like an application.
Let me step away. If I get time, I'll come back.
being bent over like a goddamn church pew. Like, I mean, shit.
Hey, we still got any more confessions tomorrow morning?
Oh, we're gonna have a couple. Trust me.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't press that button. I'm telling you, don't press that button, man. Don't press that button.
Hey, Green Gorilla, come on up.
Gorilla?
You're one of the men of the hour. God bless you.
Green Gorilla, you gotta come up. Hey, yo, Green Gorilla, come on up here, man.
Oh man,
there's some funny shit. I gotta say, there's some funny shit.
When he said that, all the masculine respect I have for that nigga was gone.
Wait, Charles. Now I gotta hit you with the old Robin Harris shit. That's your first mistake. What made you think there was anything masculine about this motherfucker?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say.
Got a point.
I'm not the guy who called your patriarch a motherfucker, but who called that motherfucker a patriarchy? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we got the man of the hour, That's a
The man with the
secret.
power, too sweet. No, the man of the hour. The man with the power, too sweet to be sour. Green gorilla.
Ring Gorilla, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Boom. Got the
What's
yeah.
cracking, man? What's
Oh
Boom.
man, right on the top of his head too. Look how he grabbed the top of his head. I'm sure because like what's it? Alex Wright talked about having concussions and shit.
Yeah,
yep.
that's Ring Gorilla was
Ouch.
this. He was like this. This your
Full
king.
southpaw.
This your king. What's up?
what's
What's up,
going
Doctor?
on,
What's up,
man?
GG?
What's happening with
Hey
y'all, man?
Gigi,
What's up, GG?
You know,
how you
John
been?
Paul II doesn't have the patience you have, man. Good God, I got to give you your flowers. I know that was light work.
You know,
Same.
the only point I even wanted to make with that whole conversation and that line of reasoning was,
Mhm.
you know, marriage is something that, you know, a woman can unilaterally just basically say, I don't want to be a part of anymore.
I think he didn't understand the word unilateral.
And so if that can, well, you know, but the point is, if a woman, he knows he has a decent command of language. So if it's the case that if a woman can, you know, decide or opt out of the marriage against the consent and the wishes of her partner, then I mean, you know, basically a woman can break a covenant, which is to break trust, which is to violate, you know, the commitment and the entire, you know, oath that you go into when you get into marriage in the first place. And
Yep.
if that's the case, I mean, you know, like that can leave a person, whether it's male or female, that can leave them devastated. Cheating on a partner, cheating on your partner. Women get jealous by men cheating on them. You know what I'm saying? As much as men get jealous by women cheating on them, or
Yeah.
you know, flirting with other men and stuff like that. Now, you know, my whole thing is when you get to the point where you're desensitized about whether or not your wife might be fucking somebody else, that means you're not really, you're in a marriage of convenience. It's not a marriage of friendship or love or
Yeah.
anything like that. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? That's just, you
I
know, it's
remember
just it's a
that
convenience.
line
You know
with
what I'm saying?
with that line, Mortal Kombat comes to mind. Friendship again.
Yeah.
Like at some point, you know, the masculinity is going to come out of you and say, you know what? It's okay to be territorial.
Mm-hmm.
But then, you know, that goes against the rhetoric of the new man, though. You know, the new man can't be possessive. The new man can't be jealous because that's toxicity. The new man can't have, you know, feelings of anger and aggression or envy for having his territory violated. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's the idea that you can't piss and mark your territory. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's toxic or whatever. So,
Yeah.
my whole viewpoint on it is, man, look here, man. Okay, then, do you got a side bitch then? Do you love her? Now, what if I was fucking her then? You know, because if you're in love with somebody and you're passionate about somebody you fucking with, you ain't gonna want somebody else to be tearing that pussy up unless
Exactly.
you're into some new dude, you know, new age weird shit.
Mhm.
You know, and personally, you know, I'm just too old school, man. I don't know. I mean, I know people got sex groups today and shit like that. And they got all kinds
Swing
of
clubs.
yeah. You know, if that's what y'all
Even they got standards.
Yeah.
You don't touch who don't want to be.
There's
man, I mean,
there's rules and there's a code of conduct when you go into some of these places where they have those like swing parties and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, but you got a guy sitting here berating people over the head about being patriarchs, but he claims to be one.
I have just one question about this cat. Has Tech Nine ain't got around to suing this motherfucker for stealing his likeness?
No.
Yeah, that's some rainbow shit, isn't it?
No. Yeah,
I'm sorry, but you know you're going around looking like another motherfucker that you gotta. I mean, Calico, what's his face? Would be looking at him and like,
Give you a clue
the
that your
fuck are you doing?
See, doesn't that give you a clue that your manhood is now gone?
But I have to ask this.
Doesn't it give you that? Doesn't that give you a clue that your manhood
Well,
is?
that's everybody's first mistake. Like I said, man, what made y'all think he was a man to begin with?
but at the end of the day, man, like my whole view on the shit was the whole line of reasoning for me is if women won't listen to what men are offended by or what they have a problem with, and women just continue to think that men are a problem, then it's just like, you know, on a macroscopic level, you got to do what you would do in a situation like that on a microscopic level. Like it's like, okay, if it's the case that we can't fucking get along, if it's the case that I can't hear you and you can't hear me, then it's best for me to go fucking experience some shit elsewhere. It's for me to try some different shit out. Like if we have it impasse, well then what the fuck is the use of me sitting here trying to fucking communicate with you and to fit a circle into a square slot and a triangle into a circular spot? Like it just makes no sense.
It's
You know what I'm
just
saying?
fun.
So,
Green Gorilla, this is the first time Old Snowman's had a chance to interact with you, but I bow to thee, kind sir, for that
man, ain't no need to bow,
comparison.
bro.
Yeah, it is, because you're a lot further along than I, even though I turned 50 this past summer and you've seen a lot more than I. And to hear that, I bow to thee, kind sir, and your knowledge. I am a fan. I think I'm subscribed to your channel now, and I'm ready to learn some more knowledge.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's the shit I'm on is just common sense, bro. Like we've
Understood.
already like BGS, Dr. Johnson, like it's been like even guys who aren't doctors and shit like that have figured out that there have been structural conditions which led to the breakdown of family life in America in general, and is if white people got a cold, black people got COVID or the flu or
Right.
whatever. So
Right.
if white people have a middle class that's shrinking, then the middle class amongst black folks is pretty
It's
much
gone.
like
It's
almost
gone.
is hanging like a turd, on the edge of the toilet bowl. So it's
He
like,
left the floater. He left the floater.
but I mean, but the picture is, like we already know that the family was decimated because of the disenfranchisement of black men. That and that's why I keep going through articles, and I keep trying to, read literature to people so that they can understand the structural, the economic, and the cultural forces that kind of, pushed us in this direction. Now, women, it just seems like they don't know what they want. I mean, they right now I feel like they're in a schizophrenic state. Just like
It's funny, GG. I've said this many of times. Women give men inspiration. Men give women purpose.
Mm.
And
Say that again.
a lot of times, women give. This is how it's supposed to be in a perfect everyday world. By the way, women give men inspiration. Women give men inspiration, and men give women purpose. You don't get kids without us. You don't. We give you purpose. We give you the kid. You're
See,
supposed
Charles,
to
it's actually
inspire us to
not.
want to go work in a hot ass mind or some, as Gigi would say, because every time I listen to him, he increases my vocabulary by 5 each time.
Oh, man, here we go again.
Men go through laborious work,
Yeah.
day in and day out, without complaint, not to subjugate their families, but to be a benefit and an asset to their families.
Agreed.
And when he kept saying this stuff, and this is what I wish I might have won a star, that when they try to break out crime and DV statistics, I wish I would have just popped up there like Superman, like somebody screaming for help, not saying you needed help, but you just wanted to be there faster than a speeding bullet.
Mm-hmm.
And I may not have 3 letters in front of my name, and 2 letters in front of my name and 3 in the back of it, but
All in due time.
As far as I'm concerned, you are, because I call you Dr. Faulkner all the time, sir.
I appreciate it. But because you're in law enforcement, you have to do some study. You have to look at the new laws. You have to look at the new trends of crime. Even feminist literature stated that 70% of your DV victims are actually men. 68% when it comes to, this is FBI statistics, when it comes to black men and women, almost 70% of the time, women are the aggressor.
Yep.
Women may use weapons more, men may cause more damage because we're bigger and stronger, but
they usually target you when they usually will target a man when he least expects it, or like when he's in a vulnerable state, like say when he's asleep, or if he's or Or a prime example I can give y'all was Al Green. If y'all remember when he had an ex-girlfriend's, put was it hot grits or hot water on his body?
Hot grits.
Hot grits.
But yet, here's the craziness about
While he
it.
was
Right?
asleep.
Here's the craziness about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got bitches who will actually applaud that.
Mm-hmm. I've seen it.
And not say this is a fucking crime.
I've seen it.
And what's crazy is that, and I got to give you your files once again, how effortlessly you asked her a question: who's more violent to children?
Yeah, I mean, but that's why when they began to ask questions about violence, see what they do is they just want to say, okay, because there's more male on male violence, then that automatically translates into men are more dangerous and more violent to women, and that they pose a threat to the family, or they pose a threat to women in general, more so than they do women, pose a threat to men. And
Shut up, that's the teacher on the board.
well, my answer to that question is like, man, stop loading the dice. Like my whole thing from the beginning has been both men and women can exhibit either virtue or vice. Okay. That's all I've ever said from the beginning. I've never said that women are only vicious and that men are like innocent and above reproach. I've never even made any claim like that. To me, that's an asinine claim.
It is.
Right?
I think GG that people are surprised of the brutal honesty that you, Dr. T, Dr. Neil, BGS, Art New Style. We have Kev from Black Men Being Brutally Honest, and the Roger Report of how brutally honest we are about black men as well.
Yep.
See, we could talk about our fuckery and shit. What about you? And
that's
what.
That's the missing part. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, but that's the missing part of the equation, right? Because black men have been excoriated for the past fucking 50 to 60 years, and basically shamed to death and finger pointed at. And I don't have a problem with black men being accountable and being held responsible for the fuckery that they engage in. Okay, fine. However, you're not going to sit there and say, well, you do this to me and you do this to me and you do this to me. Like, okay, well, what the fuck do you do? And I liken it to going to counseling and like you in couples counseling, right? And then this chick just unloading and snitching on you like a motherfucker, like you just sitting there and she's saying everything that you doing, but never telling the whole story, like leaving herself out of any negative input in the context of what she's arguing or complaining about her damn self.
Blameless.
And that's my issue with this. But then another thing that they do is they create this whole concept, and I don't have a problem with the whole understanding the systems analysis or institutional explanations or even talking about oppression or domination. Okay, I really don't have a problem with that at all. But what they do is they basically monopolize victimization. Like you're the only motherfuckers that can be subjected to systemic abuses, and then you take the power of a few people and you use it in order to make a blanket statement about a total population or like an entire fucking demographic predicated upon a superficial quality. Like all men are privileged. And what they do is they use analogs between race and sex. And I get it, I understand it. All I'm saying is the interpretation, the subtlety, and the nuance has been lost. And it's a lot of ways that the nuances and the subtleties can be lost, but these people aren't interested in clearing that out or clearing it up because they're basically interested in what their identity categories can get for them through current legislation and policy, dog. That's all this shit is. It's a money grab. It's a privilege grab. It's a status grab.
They're appealing to the Leviathan to get stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Let me give two shots before I step away. One is to Charles when he said, go where you're celebrated and not just tolerated. And that's Jody K all day long. And two, let me shout BGS because I'm getting some major sponsors now that threw me a knuckleball that didn't knuckle, and I knocked it out of the park.
Okay, cool.
So that's why BGS. That's why there's the delay, and I'm moving everything over to Restream so I can use StreamYard and OBS to air my show.
Okay.
So things should be ready by Super Bowl week. By mid Super Bowl week, I'm just gonna make one upgrade and run some tests. I'm gonna do that. I haven't forgotten about you. I've just been trying to make sure everything is on point, because when I hit the air on BGS's channel, I want to knock it out.
All right, no problem.
I want to knock it out like how'd you put it, BGS? A knuckleball that doesn't knuckle.
Well, they call it a floating softball.
A floating, a floating ephes.
Yeah.
There you go. I want to.
You mean like a Hector Cortez as a type of pitch?
Yep.
No, it's more like a park league softball.
More like a softball pitch.
Yeah.
Shout out.
I want to
shout
knock
out
like
to
that.
Player One for the $5 super chat. Woo! Your image for this live makes you look like Isaac Hayes in Escape from New York.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'll play it. I'll play the role as long as they paying.
Yeah.
as long as we don't have to accept, we're not subject to you singing Hot Butter Soul.
Yeah.
Better be singing Chocolate Chip. Leave the Hot Butter Soul, stick to Chocolate Chip.
The other thing I did, gentlemen, was I pulled the rest of my my play-by-play schedule because it was starting to wear on me, and I didn't realize how much it would wear on me. So I'm just
good move, because you're still recovering from surgery and everything.
Yeah, I'm just doing my shows now. I'm waiting until August to get back into doing play-by-play, and I can have a chance, during the summer to do some sales, get some local sponsors, because I'm already working on getting the national sponsors, making sure all that is straightened out. So that's what's going on right now.
We're still bringing the ads too. We're still bringing the ads no matter what.
And I love when y'all do. I absolutely love when y'all do. BGS, if you ever get a chance during the morning, I'd love to have you hop on the panel.
If I wake up.
It's a 3-hour time difference.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah,
that means I have to wake up at 5. So sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't.
Right, and I get that. I get that. I've been out west, although to Northern California, and I've seen and felt the time difference big time. So I completely get it. The time I was in California, I was in Sacramento. I was in Palo Alto.
Okay.
Up at Stanford, visiting some friends up at Stanford. And it was 1:00, and the 49ers were on playing the Rams at Candlestick Park. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, don't they play at 3? And then I traveled from Chicago, and then I had to realize there's a time difference. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forgot to reset your watch.
I forgot to reset everything.
Yep. Anyway, gotta get some sleep, don't you?
Yeah, let me get on out of here. About time for me to finish my projects and wrap it up for the night, because I promised myself I'd be in bed by 10:30. So I got about 45 minutes. So let me get done. Thank you, gentlemen, so very much. Thank you, Charles and BGS and Green Gorilla and Sick Diggy, AL Evans, and AB Media. I love you guys so very much. We'll chop it up next. Thank you.
Peace, man.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
So Gigi so you finished your 6-hour marriage counseling session, huh, Gigi?
Oh my God.
Man, but the weird thing about it was, I had no expectation that that Miss Pat, or whatever her name was, that the older woman. And I don't know how old she is. I don't think she's that much older.
She's
than
not
I
that
am.
much. No, I think you guys probably around the same age.
Thank you, Raymond. Go ahead,
man,
DJ.
I've had. Look, I'm not gonna even lie, man. I've had like 20-year-olds try to mommy me. You know what I'm saying? I've had my own daughter try to give me a mommy moment. I was like, excuse me, motherfucker.
You got a kid?
I got 2 kids, man. My kids are grown, dude. Like, I'm
no,
51.
I didn't know.
No, he's not a 20-year-old. No, he's Gen X.
No, I didn't. I had no idea what a Green Gorilla's age was to begin with. I didn't know. I don't know like that. My mistake.
So
51.
All I can say is, I expect for black women to try it, even with their own fathers, to pull off the sassiness or whatever the case may be. But I'm like, it's gonna take more than sass for you to, and neck rolling and finger pointing and it's gonna take more than that for you to break me down. with some shame or some shit like that. But look, here's the thing. It's the funniest shit in the world. So girls know that their mothers will whip their ass. But they don't even expect their fathers to whip their asses anymore. And
no, they don't.
I'm like, look, I never put my hands. Well, my youngest daughter, I whipped her twice. Okay, that's it. Okay, one time I whipped her. She couldn't have been no more than 5, 6 years old. She pushed some boy down the steps. The little boy had to take it to the damn emergency room.
Wow,
you know,
how bad?
The fuck, he had bandages and shit on his head. You know,
yeah.
I'm like, oh man,
bad.
I was screwing around with some chick, and she pushed his son down the fucking steps.
Oh, she was mad at you. Yeah.
No, she wasn't mad at me, but she was mad at the little boy because that little boy is an asshole. You know?
Okay.
But I'm like, okay, you know, you can't wait till the motherfucker is on level ground before you push him or something. Don't push him down a fucking flight of stairs. You can break his neck. You know what I'm saying? So you know, just out of fairness for the kid and for the woman, I had to whip her ass. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I couldn't let that go off. You know what I'm saying? And so, because if he would have pushed my daughter down the steps, I'd have sure whipped his little motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? So, but the whole point is, I was dating the woman at the time, you know, that had kids of her own. I'm like, I got kids of my own, so fuck it. But the whole point is, that's the only time another time I bought her a keyboard and I had her taking piano lessons because she wanted to do everything I do, right? So I'm like, okay, you want to learn how to play the piano? Cool. I think you got an aptitude for it because, you know, she was quick to pick up on it, kind of like I'm quick to pick up on it. So, you know, I bought her this damn piano keyboard and sent it home to her, you know, with her mama and all that kind of shit. I come back, I say, okay, well, let me see the keyboard. She kept trying to hide it from me. She had fucking like candy and shit all over the fucking keys and shit. I mean, I was so pissed off, man. I was like, oh no, we don't destroy shit like this. Not if we investing in it. Because I mean, you got to think, if you're not practicing, then you might come practice with me when I make you practice when you with me. Your mama might not make you practice, but you need consistency across the board if you're going to have children be successful in an extracurricular activity, whether it be music or athletics or whatever the case may be. It's got to be mutual reinforcement across households. So, but those are the only times, like, out of fucking, my daughter's like, what, 20 years old now? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, out of all them years, I only had like to discipline you twice. I don't even yell at them because they already know, like, I don't have to yell at them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just unnecessary. You know what I'm saying? So, but like, I just hate for, you know, women or like females to figure that they feel like there's a collective motherhood amongst them where they can actually, you know, kind of draw from and use it to chastise men. I'm like, man, my mother's dead. And look, I respect your connection to your mother, but your mother ain't my mother. Some of these dudes, man, like some of these kids' moms is like, what, 30, 40 years old or whatever the case may be. You know, that if you got 20-year-old dudes now whose moms I might be smashing or something. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't even let 50, 60, I don't even let 60, 70-year-old women mother me. I'll tell, like, because I was like, look, my mother did her job, damn it. And when I was 21, I was, you know, old enough to understand right from wrong. I don't need another mom. I don't need surrogate moms. I don't need extended moms. I don't need auntie moms or, you know, auntie moms and no shit like that. My mom dead. So, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, you can talk to me, you can counsel me and guide me, but you can't fucking shame me into doing some shit because, you know, think about your mother. Like you know, but she somebody on echo, man. Somebody on echo.
Something wrong with my laptop. It's freezing up on me.
Yeah, somebody got a little echo going. But the reason
I think it's me. Charles, can you help me echo? Charles, can you help me mute mine?
Good, mute it.
I'm having problems with my tablet right now.
Good, mute it.
Yeah,
Charles,
can you hear me now?
No, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you know, like, so what she tried to do was to play the I'm the old mother game. So you can't curse, you can't, you know, you can't speak frankly or in a like a harsh tone. Now you have to change the tone because mom's in the house or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So, and Marcus was like, fuck that. I don't give a fuck whose mama you are. You know what I'm saying? So I felt the same way. You know what I'm saying? But
that was kind of like the part that broke my camel's back, because I'm like, I had to tell certain older women, like, I'm like, even when I came back home and I went to Iraq around 20, 21, 23, I had to tell like a lady, I said, excuse me, I know you're 60 or 70 years old, older woman, I respect that. But with all due respect, I'd be damned if another fucking human being tells me anything to do while I came from this fucking godforsaken country being shot at for 18 months. Unless you man enough to whoop my ass, you're going to take every goddamn thing I can say. I could be respectful, or we could be on some down home nigga shit. Which one do you prefer, ma'am? And she said, well,
look, I'm not gonna come out and be disrespectful to anybody if they're not being disrespectful to me. And then I'll give people time to, let it be known that you're offending me. Like there was some woman he brought over there from his, crowd, and she was just talking shit. Like, don't come to my house talking shit. That means you're not there for an open and an honest exchange. You're there to shit on like what the fuck's going on my channel. So you're there to troll. You're there to create trouble. You're there to be a fucking, a Loki. You're there to cause mischief or some shit. No, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna use you in order to, for people to see that I'll go off on your ass. And all it does is make people excited and to like your shit. I'm sorry, or people to come to the channel. I'm going to use the opportunity and exploit it to my own benefit and to my own advantage. Now, I might sound like an asshole when I'm doing it, but I mean, come on, man. Like, if you're in my house, like if I'm on anybody else's channel, you will not. I might make a comment that somebody disagrees with, but if it's that offensive to whoever's channel I'm on, I will refrain from making any other comment. I will not make comments in all caps. Think about this, man. Go back to that video, bro, and look at all of the comments that woman left on my fucking channel in all caps, bro. Go look at that shit. That woman left over 10 to 15 comments, man, in my comment section, and they were all capitalized. I'm thinking to myself, why are you yelling in my fucking comment section? For what? I don't see the need. But that's that mammy energy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's that I'm mammy, and you gonna hear me. And I guess I don't know. Look, man. All I can say is she was respectful more so than I thought she was going to be to me.
Okay.
Now, she wasn't necessarily respectful to Marcus, but like when it comes to me being able to make points, to articulate myself, and to let it be known the angles that I'm coming from, I think that anybody, after you hear me for a while, and you're actually being open to what it is that I'm trying to say and communicate, you'll understand. Look, I don't really have any or malicious intent, but don't violate me and you will not be violated. You treat me with respect, I will treat you with respect. That's how I was raised and indoctrinated as a child and through the educational system, because I was, basically taught by Catholics and shit, which is, they're big on the golden rule. Treat motherfuckers how you want to be treated. Okay? If you want respect, you got to give it. And the only thing, my issue is, I'm seeing so many disrespectful people, man. And I'm not saying men can't be disrespectful. Yes, they can. But these women nowadays are they mad disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
And they feel like nobody should challenge them and call them out on their disrespect. And men are finally beginning to say, hey, look, that shit you on, like the standards that you have, the checklist that you need for a man in order to be sufficient for you, while you got 3 kids, while you got like a booty do, which means your stomach's hanging out bigger or larger or protruding further than your fucking ass do.
Or as we call them in Baltimore, butts and guts.
Right. You man, you ain't all that well put together. Or, you well past your prime. It ain't like you a young, succulent, vibrant thing like Q-Tip or no shit. And I got to make a song about it, how vibrant and young and youthful and how fucking juicy you are. These chicks are fucking like you are the old gray mare. She ain't what she used to be type shit. And they demanding the top-notch dudes. And it's like I would watch Kevin Samuels. I really didn't watch it that much, but when I saw what I saw after a certain period of time, I got the gamut. I understood the game. Here are women who've been told that they deserve the best,
Right.
that they deserve the finer things in life, right? I mean, this is what the culture basically teaches us, right?
Yeah.
But they've not been taught that they have to put in work other than the kind of work that you put in order to acquire a degree or a profession.
Right.
Like they don't think relationships are work at all.
Or not on their part, no. On your part, yes. On their part, no.
I had like women have told like you should be lucky you got somebody young and hot. I'm like, bitch, that's not enough. You young and hot, but you got an attitude as well. I mean, don't get it twisted. I like young and hot, but goddamn, you ain't gonna be young and hot forever. You know what I'm saying? So I start off cool with chicks, man. But like after a certain period of time, man, you could just sense the power dynamic and the shit that really tripped me out, man. I saw BGS made that video and he dropped it earlier, either yesterday or this morning. I can't recall when he dropped it, but he basically was saying how it doesn't matter like what kind of educational level you're at. It doesn't matter what kind of status you have. You're going to bump up against this attitude that you're not better than them.
Mm-hmm.
And
you mean the I owe you nigga one?
No, it's the latest one. Yeah.
It was basically about how, this gynocracy is for exploitation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that one.
And for really, look, okay, so look. He said something about a fucking high school teacher was basically trying to say that this guy who was a PhD was fucking less than she was.
Yeah.
So he teaching college classes, you're teaching motherfucking high school classes, but the college level professor is at a lower level. He's not as esteemed as she is because I don't know. I guess she,
yeah, the predatory one. That's the name of the title, right? Predatory female. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I saw that earlier.
Yeah. In other words, because she's a black woman, and he's not earning what she thinks earning what she thinks that he's worth. Then he's not better than her, even though he makes twice as much and he's got a much higher degree and he's teaching at a higher level. So, but still, he's beneath her. And he has to qualify for her.
How is it? See, this is what's happening, right? Mm-hmm. Women are taking their careers and using it to show that they better men than the men that they say they want.
Exactly.
And that to me is some bullshit. That's the double standard right there. So hold on. If you using the marketplace as an indicator of manhood, then bitch, you need to start acting like a man all the way through. You need to start supporting motherfuckers then.
Yeah.
Okay. But not doing so in a way that you exploitative, because they do support motherfucking dudes, right? But they don't do so. They really actually don't do so. They get compromised Negroes is what they do. They look for dudes. They look for dudes who don't have a way to fight back if they're being exploited or if they're being, like subjected to abuse or some shit like that. So niggas with records, right? So if the dude got a record, she can just, basically say he's got a record, call the police and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's just they look for dudes who are in vulnerable positions so they have no recourse as it pertains to the law. But niggas ain't got no recourse, no way. That's the funny thing about it. So, like brothers just got to be careful, man. It's perilous out here, man. But guys are opting. They're like, hey, it's a big market out here. The world is becoming like smaller. We're seeing more. We're exposed to more. We have technology that is enabling us to connect in ways we haven't before and to understand the potentialities that exist that we didn't even think that were open to us before. And you see a guy like Austin Holloman, man, that dude, man, like you see him pulling chicks in Brazil, like every damn video he got another one or something.
Mm-hmm. You know what, Gigi? I think it just reminded me of a video I need to do, right? Because remember back, I don't know if you remember this, you might not have been in it at the time, right? In the early 2000s, remember all the manufacturers coming to Congress because they couldn't compete with the low cost labor in China, and they called it the China price. Man, I might do a video called "Black Man Dating the China Price," where they get
Right.
90% off.
Right. But the thing is, so look, he's not the only type of individual who's made these kind of videos. So it's another dude that just recently came out. He got less than 10,000 subscribers, but he's got like videos of chicks in Brazil too. It's mostly shorts. I had to go look at this shit again. But these guys are just, it's once you see one person paving the way and you see that there's opportunity there, other guys are seeing it and saying, hey, I don't look too much different than this guy. Or I think I got swag too. Let me try let me see what's going on.
Let's see what's good, yeah.
And it's like dudes get like seeing one person jump in the pool. It's a phenomenon. What do they call it? Agglomeration, or it's like birds do the shit. Like you see like one bird will start doing or behaving or engaging in a pattern, and then
is that why we call certain women birds?
It is, yeah. Well, you call them birds because guess what birds do? They nest. Guess what women do?
They nest.
They nest too. Yeah.
Or they flock.
It's not agglomeration.
Nest and flock. Yeah.
It's like a flocking is what you mean.
It's the principle of convergence is what it is. It's convergence. So like you see patterns of convergence in nature. Like in a buffalo, or you might see birds, going in a circular motion, or like it's just a natural response to save, I guess, mammalian species or bird species or even insect species, because you don't have to, like, put it this way, if you see 100 motherfuckers running in one direction, you're going to probably start running in that direction too. You ain't going to ask questions. You're going to be like, well, let me run, because it must be, if all these motherfuckers running, it must be something coming. You get what I'm saying? So, but the thing is, once you see one person do something and more people are doing it, now it's a trend. But the women don't like the shit because they don't want to be shamed in the process, because motherfuckers telling the truth about why they going out. Like, they're like, man, look, dating in America's whack. These chicks, they got all these fucking standards. They don't want to cook. They don't want to clean. They don't even want, like, remember that one video that them Beyonce and Kelly Rowland and the other chick, they made Cater to You. Right. That song right there. Yeah. They said they was gonna cater to their man. You got women like, I'm not doing that shit. Like, how the fuck you gonna keep a dude? Huh? Like, you want me to get you flowers? You want motherfuckers to wash your cars? You want motherfuckers to, buy you flowers to get your hair done? But you ain't gonna even rub this nigga's shoulders and give him a sandwich or nothing?
That's not what they taught. You basically does a master ask the slave what he's gonna do for him?
Yeah, I mean,
that doesn't work
from now on, I want to grow up to be like Gigi, where you can say the word motherfucker, then you can say something like axiomatically.
But I mean, bro, like, look, man.
That's a doctoral. You can axionomically fuck yourself.
I'm gonna tell you how to up your vocabulary right now, dog. The easiest way to do that shit, like when I was younger, I used to make flashcards and shit, right? And I just walk around, because I was trying to take like the GRE, the graduate record examination, and like, I'm always thinking ahead of the game. I'm like, okay, well, how can I get my vocabulary up to par such that these words will become a normal part of my just writing skills, because you usually don't talk with graduated terms, but you do write with them. So I'm like, okay, but they got like shit. The Merriam-Webster's app, nigga, they got fucking like quizzes and shit to up your vocabulary.
My man said axiomatically, and I was like, my nigga.
Oh man, they got like, the word of the man. Like, but go if you got an iPhone or a Google phone, man, go to the App Store and download Merriam-Webster's app, man, and then they got all the dictionary, and they got like quizzes and shit, like ways to games and shit that you can use to become like a wordsmith. You know what I'm saying? Just shit. Half the time niggas playing with their phone, they just They going through TikTok, they going through Facebook or YouTube.
Yeah. And I'm gonna
So
tell you,
every now and then, I mean, but niggas is playing games on their phones too.
yeah,
So
that's true.
just don't play Candy Crush or some shit like that. Play motherfucking an intellectual game or something like that.
Yeah,
You know,
you know, for that one, in the spirit of GG, I shall call them avian dogs.
Yeah, I like playing puzzle games on my phone.
Yeah,
Be
man.
like,
I play chess. The shit that gets most time on my phone is chess. And you know, what's the other game I play, man? I'll do ear training exercises and shit so I can, you know, understand intervals of music better or something like that. That's the sort of shit I do on my phone.
Yeah, I
You know
found a
what I'm
Texas-like game where we actually have to use real math, and I'm enjoying it.
so like I've actually made flashcards for my son, and sometimes, you know, it reminds me of certain words that, you know, going to and through some miscellaneous shit, and it's like my friends be like, "What the hell did you just say?" It's like, "Go look it up, nigga." God damn. Like they'd be like, and people be like surprised to like an intelligent nigga. Like I was like, when I went to private and Catholic school, I'm like, you had to be competitive to be called intelligent. You know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of like advanced classes I was in, believe it or not. You know, I'm not an expert, but you know, I do have a little bit of smarts. But I think a lot of people need to, like you said, you know, up their game when it comes to vocabulary and other things. Like, for example, like when Homegirl was trying to mommy everybody, I'm like, you're just looking for a fucking smoking gun instead of actually looking up the stats to see who's violent in which category. To say that men are violent will be okay. For example, there's a difference between murder or unjustified homicide versus justified homicide. Guess what? It's not a murder. Well, you know, you shouldn't kill a person. Yes, you should if necessary. Sometimes, you know, that's one of the most democratic things you could do. You got to confront evil when it's evil. And when she's talking about crime and all that, last time I checked, women don't even get half the amount of time that men get for the same crimes. But you know, we're not going to talk about that. All right. But back to you, GG.
Yeah, bro. You know, the only thing I can say is guys are starting to understand at this point that the deck is stacked against them. Well, black men have already known that the deck is stacked against them in America. But I talked to BGS early today, you know, and I gave him an anecdote about what I was told, you know, like maybe about 10 years ago by a professor. And this is pre my contact with the Black Manosphere or, you know, Passport Bros or SYSBM, any understanding of that. And he basically said, look, man, if you want to understand what it's like to actually be a man in the world without all of the negative stigmatization related to the United States, you got to go somewhere. You got to go elsewhere. You won't even be able to understand the difference in the acknowledgement of your humanity until you get the fuck out of here. And it's unfortunate. Look, here's the issue, right? The entire society in which you live sends demeaning and contemptible pictures about your humanity to you all day, every day. And I'm pretty sure that's the same for black women. You know what I'm saying? So to escape it and to go elsewhere and to see something different and to be, you know, acknowledged and perceived as something different than what is the normal characterization in your homeland, it's liberating. And so Negroes, black men are beginning to see that they can experience that and perhaps maybe even potentially find somebody who they can, you know, engage in intimate relationships with without all of the extra added pressure of the superficiality and the materialism of these women in the West. And it ain't just black women, man, that's materialistic and have all these so you know, high expectations and, you know, all of these demands. It's white women, they just as fucking superficial as black women are.
It's
You know?
I think it's funny because when we tell, I hate the term "my truth" because there's only one truth. You
Yeah,
have a
right.
side but there's only one truth. And I think that they hate being told that their shit stinks too. You know, we went through all these decades, if not centuries, of black men ain't this, ain't shit, ain't that. But yet, when when true studies come out about black women and parenting, black women in relationships, black women in education, black women in economics, black women in, the labor market, it's very telling that something's amiss, because they could run around telling blatant lies like being the most educated. But when it came to telling the truth, nobody wants to talk and speak up and say, my bad, we weren't really that. It's kind of like, it's like if you arrest somebody and you see them commit the crime and they still say they're innocent, they didn't do anything wrong. Like, yo, we saw you rob the bank, yo. Nah, that wasn't me. That wasn't me.
But
Who
I'm,
else
I'm
was
gonna tell you, I'll tell you this. There's a video out, and it's an exchange between Jordan Peterson, who's a psychologist, and another psychologist. His name is Jonathan Haidt, Hidt, and
it?
he wrote a book, Jonathan Haidt, called I think The Religious Mind, and it's like trying to evaluate the disposition of people from the right and the left and why they have the different kind of value systems they have, what kind of personality characteristics make up people who generally tend to be more conservative versus people who are more liberal, and what the origins of it are related to psychological theory, right? And
Correct.
one of the things they're talking about, even in the academy now, like people are beginning to push back against people who make claims without being able to substantiate them, or people who are making like these hyperbolic claims that, like, if you don't agree with me, then there's something dangerous about you. Like to me, like for a person like Amiri to equate the Black Manosphere and the content that we create with putting something out in the ether that leads to like a mood or a vibration to where like it's a justification for killing other black men, like the police attacking Tyree Nichols. It's like, okay, so it's almost as if it's like we're justifying institutional abuse of power directed
Hmm.
towards other black men. Like, to me, man, that's like, dude, you stretching, man. You
That's
like,
despicable. And he does that a lot on Facebook. I'm surprised I'm still friends with him on there, but he's the gift that keeps on giving. And I called him out on it. I said, if you're going to criticize black men for wanting to be patriarchs, that means black men want to take accountability and responsibility of their communities and families, which you say that we want to have control. I said, give me one time in history we wanted to have control of our women. You can't even name it. I said, and don't give me that. Well, we had a few guys who were Mister and beating their wives.
Oh, oh Lord, here we
Yeah,
go.
I'm like, look, nigga. First and foremost, I don't know any too many dainty black women. I just don't. Down to my grandmother. My grandmother 10 years ago gave up chewing tobacco, and she was from North Carolina. That
Oh,
shit.
yours too. Well, my
snuff. That's what they call that shit, snuff.
it's
Go
snuff.
Snuff.
get
Yeah,
my
yeah,
snuff.
Well,
yeah.
snuff. Go
Our
give me some
grandmother had
snuff or
snuff.
some
My
tobacco.
grandmother and great grandmother.
Or give me
Go
some
get my
tobacco.
snuff.
Go with my
Last time
snuff.
I
Yeah.
checked, dainty women do not chew tobacco.
No,
Okay.
they don't.
I'm like, yo, you can't equate what white men's patriarchal standards are to black men. Black men are actually egalitarian. We believe in listening to our women and getting in their vote counts type shit. So when I'm calling about what he tried to say was this guy that he listened to Manosphere stuff about when he killed his girlfriend. And yes, YouTube, I'm a professional, so I get to say it.
Mhm.
And I'm like, nobody in their right fucking mind would ever condone this shit. Stop it, Amiri. I said, give me, as a matter of fact, there have been times we held panels just to talk a man out of doing something stupid or dangerous.
Mhm.
And I'm like, you don't get it. Sometimes somebody might tune into BGS, somebody might tune into the Green Gorilla or whomever, And that may be the only thing that's keeping them from harming themselves.
Yeah. Charles, let me ask you a question because you're an older millennial like I am.
You're not claiming it though.
Yeah, I know. I know.
And thank you, Troy Smith, for that generous donation. I gotta get you something special, man. Gotta talk to him. Talk to him real quick.
Anyway, you know how they always try to compare us to men.
Sorry about that, ABS. Something special. And God bless Bleer Miles too. Good God Almighty. For those of you who said y'all don't even like dark skinned women, shit, look like Bleer Miles. I love you all night and day. But go ahead.
Love you a long time, huh?
Love you a long time.
I'm the styling, profiling, limousine riding, jet flying, kiss stealing, wheeling, dealing, son of a gun.
And I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down. Whoa! Go ahead, AP. We have too much fun.
But, you know, whenever I hear somebody compare anybody in my generation to Mister, I always think to myself, what black woman could I slap the shit out of and then ask her to shave me that I grew up with?
Like I really want you to.
I mean, that's a serious question.
You know, AB, when I first looked upon and gazed upon the color purple, and the only color purple I respect are the Ravens, by the way.
Yeah.
I looked at that shit, and even as a young boy, very young boy, something just didn't sit right with me logically when I'm like, I don't think that I could get away with slapping somebody or mistreating somebody and they could shave me. And I'm going to put myself in such a vulnerable position where they can shave my face and slit my throat very easily. That one scene. And then nobody ever criticizes Oprah's role in the movie, which is pretty much a lot of black women I see. You know, nowadays, it's like a chick be like, why men trying to go overseas and get women? Because y'all like to fight, y'all like to drink, y'all like to raise hell. Y'all not even women anymore. Y'all Stone Cold Steve Austin. Like, yeah, basically. And she was like, well, we dainty too. Where?
You know what people missed out, man? Like, okay, so yesterday, initially, all I wanted to do was create a concept called short bus. You know, like it really should have been Sunday or Saturday, really, like short bus Sunday.
You had the right title when that nigga came up there too, by the way.
True. That is true.
But it was picked out before, okay? Because what I wanted to do was just sit back with like somebody like Keep It 100 because he's an asshole and he can be animated and have a discussion about like some contemporary shorts, right? Like just floating and circulating around on either TikTok or Instagram or, you know, YouTube just to see and react to it. You know what I'm saying? Because people love reaction videos and you don't have to do research in order to do one, right? So one of the things that, you know, I'm beginning to notice is a hypothesization that a lot of like black female culture is patterned after black gay male culture, man.
Yeah.
And it could be partially.
Can you say that again, dear doctor? Because I don't think those niggas in the back heard you.
I noticed that back in the early aughts where that was happening. Where you know, because of social media and really because of people, things like Facebook and stuff like that, because gotta, you know, the best makeup artists are gay males, okay, or transgender
That's
gay
a
males.
goddamn shame.
Well, they have to be. They have to be because they have to hide those manly features, right? So they became very good at doing makeup, and especially glam makeup. And,
you know,
and so the
I'll
women,
be damned how much makeup a man wears. They got these niggas out here looking built like Derrick Henry trying to pass off of women. I'll be goddamn.
Yeah, what it's saying, if you could take a masculine face, an obviously masculine face, and make it look feminine, what can you do with a feminine face? And that's how come they start taking up. In fact, the lady that helped help what's his name actually write his script for Boys in the Hood and market it, right? She was telling me, she was telling me most of the people in their circuit go to gay makeup artists. All of them, Oprah's hairstylists, stuff like that, they're all what? Gay. Wendy Williams, same thing.
You know
They're
what?
not they're females, they're all gay males.
Oprah goes to Doctor Strange and Doctor Fate for makeup.
She does. But the thing is, they have to be masters of the craft. Well, that's been that way.
But
Somebody look like a man.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Well, I don't want to interrupt AB. I know he's trying to. I often interrupt him. So
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Gigi. Go ahead, Gigi.
You're the guest of mine, Gigi.
So the overarching point is this: the fashion industry, in and of itself, we know is primarily gay. Okay, it just is what it is. Okay, the makeup artist, the hairstylist, the people who make the clothes, the people who create the artistry surrounding the promotion of the clothing, fragrances, and the aesthetics that surround glamour in and of itself is a gay male domain. And in it, they are creating what they consider to be attractive femininely. Like they are creating the boundaries of the feminine.
Mm-hmm.
And it's strange though. I mean, because the strange shit is women accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Like take for example, just go look at previous episodes of America's Next Top Model. Okay.
Right.
Women, they don't know how to be sophisticated women until they're taught how to be sophisticated women by gay ass men.
Mm-hmm.
That is funny, but true.
Femininity. Like they don't know how to walk, they don't know how to be elegant, they don't know how to pose, they don't know how to,
Told you they Stone Cold Steve Austin. They like to fight, they like to drink, they like to fuck, they like to do everything with an F.
Mm-hmm.
Except feminine. Go ahead, Doc.
But the thing is, I mean, I'm not trying to take anything away from women. I'm not trying to, prop up gay folks. All I'm saying is that a great portion of what we consider to be glamorous and beautiful in this culture is predicated upon the aesthetics of homoeroticism, bro.
Right.
And women, and today, it's becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish between the Brazilian butt lift girl and the Brazilian butt lift boy.
Technology doesn't get worse; it gets better.
Oh Lord!
I'm just keeping it a buck. Like, look at Cardi B now, bro. Just go look at her body. That's not the same Cardi B that was on Love and Hip Hop or whatever the TV show she was on 6 to 7 years ago. That's a different lady, man. She got a different face, different exterior, different body, the whole nine. She don't even look the same.
Yeah,
she doesn't have the same vernacular.
The Kim Kardashian way to succeed. That's what it really is.
And so, I just say go, if you want to see the difference between the way women looked when I was a kid versus how they look now, go look at Soul Train.
Oh yeah. I went to high school with those kids. Funny enough, but yeah.
I mean, it's different. The aesthetic is different. The hairstyles are different. The body, the size of the women are different. I mean, of course, they're selected for Hollywood, and the cameras and stuff like that. So, there's going to be staging and production and presentation according to a certain, aesthetic anyway. But I just remember like how, like the women that I grew up with, the kids, some of them were pudgy, but most kids were not obese, man, when I was a kid, man.
That's true. I just said that just to somebody. Like I used to see all these fat bastards. And by the way, when you were talking about Cardi B, this what popped up in my mind.
Steve Austin, astronaut, a man barely alive.
$6 million man, yeah, baby. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, but the whole thing is, I was a kid when they had Burger Chef, McDonald's, and the food wasn't healthy or whatever, but that supersized shit wasn't even invented then, man. Like wasn't no goddamn supersized shit when I was a kid, man. They didn't have
I'm
drinks where you can get all you can drink and shit. We didn't have that, man.
gonna tell you what's funny, right? And we did a study, right? Because all the coaches had to look this up. Men really didn't grow that much heavier through World War II compared to now, on average, for their weight and height. Women gained about 70 fucking pounds.
Ooh.
And it's funny because when you're in the military and in the police department, at least in the academy, now I don't know about the street, you had to get taped and measured. I was always overweight for my height because, I carried a lot of muscle. So that was my blessing. Like, nah, you good. There were times I was even when I wasn't in competition shape, I was carrying around when I'm at the height of when I was good, 8% body fat. So, but you had chicks who were like, damn near 30% body fat. I'm like, how the fuck do you do your job? And I look at pictures of my mom when she was in her 20s and 30s. She didn't gain weight till her late 50s. And she lost some of it. So, and she's like, what? She'll be what, 64 this year? And she looks younger than some of the 30-year-olds who I see on the street. So you have a lot of validity with that. Please finish, doctor.
Well, yeah. So at the end of the day, all I'm saying is, the reason women are as big as they are is because like there is no compulsion for them to exercise. Like the professions that they engage in are all office jobs. It's basically service work at a computer desk. It's they're not moving. Like these women are going back and forth to work in cars, and they're going to their respective places of work on elevators, or right now people are beginning to work it from home. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm not saying all women are like this, because in certain cities, fitness is more of a trend than in other places. Like in California, you're not going to see obesity like you're going to see it in, say, for example, Houston, Texas, or something like that. It's different for different places. Okay. Like, because women from LA they want to go hit the beach and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit different, but
it's cultural.
Competition is fierce in LA.
But like even the chicks in Atlanta, I've seen, they got like workout videos where the girls are doing, hip hop cardio and shit like that. But man, like I was talking to Keep It 100 earlier today too, man. Shout out to him. But like,
speaking of Keep It 100, joined the panel.
Yeah, one of the things we do, like as civilians, like, because I don't shit. Well, let me put it this way: America's diets in general are just fucking horrible, man. It's shit. All we do is drink empty calories, man. We consume empty calories day in, day out. Like sugary drinks and sodas and shit, teas and Arizonas, like that has no nutritional value. It's just empty ass calories. They're not macronutrients. You know what I'm saying? So,
oh yeah, it's sad because I was talking to this one young girl on Instagram. She's 5'2", 198 pounds.
Ooh.
I told her, and she said, "Well, I'm not fat,
okay,
and I'm not black." I said, "No, you're not fat, but you're basically almost the perfect size of the quintessential running back in the NFL." Well, you trying to say that I'm fat? I'm about to cuss you out. What you need to do is cuss your doctor, your mama, and the scale out, not me.
Man, these doctors tell man, look, I swear to God, bro, the doctors tell these motherfucking women that you're obese, baby. Mm-hmm. Like, I was dating this chick, you know what I'm saying? We went to the doctor together, you know what I'm saying? And she weighed like 170 pounds, man. You know what I'm saying? She was like 5'4", 5'5". Now she carried the weight in her hips and her thighs and shit like that, which, black men have an aesthetic that, allows and permits for women to be thick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so we think that shit is attractive to see a woman with a fully developed ass and thighs and shit like that. But like the doctor was like, this is obesity. Like you don't fit in with your body weight. You know what I'm saying? Your height and your body weight don't match.
I'm not fat. I'm just big boned. What are your bone made of concrete?
There's
Man,
overweight and then there's morbidly obese. There's a difference. There's overweight. What you're talking about is like, you know, the body mass index or whatever, the BMI or whatever. So there's overweight and then there's obese. Obesity is pretty much a health disorder.
It's like,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, over 30 to 35% over your BMI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But one of the things people have to have to acknowledge also is, you know, a lot of Americans have visceral fat. You know what I'm saying? Like fat around their internal organs and shit like that, which
right.
That shit right there is absolutely unhealthy, and it can be remedied with doesn't even take a large amount of fucking effort to get rid of that shit, bro. You walk. You don't even got to walk a mile a day, but at least walk fucking like 400 yards or some shit, like for crying out loud. Like we're too sedentary, and our diets are just horrible, man. Stop frying food all the goddamn time. No chicken.
You know what's funny? Resistance bands and just walking in place will do a fucking wonder for most people, man.
Mm-hmm. What I say to you earlier, G, resistance bands. Resistance bands are the heaviest light shit you can carry.
Yeah,
you understand what I'm saying?
And it's funny when I was lifting really, really heavy. Shut up, BGS. But when I was lifting heavy, you're sore, but you still want to work out. Use the bands. You're getting the resistance of 60 pounds. You're not carrying 60 pounds.
Right.
It benefits you. Plus, you could go as fast or as slow. You can speed it up. And guess what? That's cardio right there. But go ahead, Marcus, and introduce yourself to the people. This is the first time I have Marcus on. I feel special, nigga.
Woo! What's going on, everybody?
What's up, Mark?
So I'm gonna let BGS greet me.
Marcus, you ain't shit, but it's okay.
And then we're gonna go from there. What's going on, people? So I see the title of the video. I don't know how deep y'all been in here so far. Well, okay, 2 hours. Okay, I'm late.
Yes,
all right. So I missed a good
on
point.
time and color people. And color
right. Time, yeah.
So I don't know what I missed. All I can say is yesterday was, you know, something else. You know, you got a lot of people. You got a lot of people talking about this, man. Hey, you know, Bernard had it on this morning.
Really?
Yeah, Bernard had it on this morning. He put that you know, he put the Locario-esque question in you know, he put that in the video, you know, where he asks you know, what would you do if you caught your wife, you know, with a dick in her mouth. That's gonna make its rounds, bro.
But that's clickbait though, bro. I put it out there now, of course. I put it out there for short, and it can't be monetized because I'm cursing or whatever. But come on, man, like think about it, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, we just got to be honest, man. Like, either you're in a marriage of convenience, or y'all already have decided that y'all got an open marriage, which to me is not really any. It's not a marriage to me.
Be ashamed of.
I mean, it's nothing to be ashamed of, but like, just keep it real. Like, you don't have an ideal life, bro. Like, if you're in a marriage of convenience, to me, that's just like, okay, you're in marriage in name only. You're not really married in spirit. You just married because y'all don't want to fuck up each other's, you know, finances or y'all drifted apart. I'm not saying like that doesn't happen to people or, you know, it never can be remedied or anything like that. I'm just saying in an ideal world, that's not how it's supposed to work.
Modern day feminist marriage, because what Blue here said the same thing. You know, Destiny, he said the same thing. That's the kind of marriage he's in.
So, but like, I personally, I can't take that. I can't consent to that kind of marriage. You know what I'm saying? Because what's the point? You know what I'm saying? I'd rather take my losses and not have any ties whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to like, now I still have to answer to you and still have to some degree or another, play a charade. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to play no charades with somebody, man. And then
I don't know why Amiri just doesn't call himself a feminist, an intersectional feminist, and keep it stepping.
So
trying to say he's a patriarch and all that kind of stuff.
But you got to remember, the motherfucker got an issue with vocabulary words, so you know.
So check this out, right? I've been around a lot of that sort of thing, like, you know, swingers, open marriages, things of that nature.
Well, go ahead.
No.
Sorry.
You know,
No,
not me. The thing is, all right, if that's what you represent, cool. Nobody's mad. It's like AB said, you know, some people got understanding, some people got open marriages, you know. Nobody's mad at that. But with Amiri in particular, it kind of conflicts with his whole image and brand, how he's branded himself on the internet. It conflicts with that. I mean, in a way, because on one end, it's like, you know, again, you're pretending to be this patriarch. You're this, you know, community minded. You know, for some reason, Amiri sees himself as building a community by being a, you know, a supporter in his house. Like, understand, you can be a patriarch or pretend to be a patriarch in your home. That shit ain't got nothing to do with the community. Like, what are you doing for the community? Just because you have a crib and you got 6 kids and your wife in the house, and you know you're dealing with whatever to uphold this ability to tell everybody else, you need to be like me because I've been married for X amount of years, bro. We don't know what you putting up with in that household. We kind of have an idea because you keep leaving breadcrumbs. You're dropping crumbs all over the place. You're letting us know that your wife is community pussy. That's the way I see it. I know men like that, and they talk like him. He talks that language. He danced around that question. The only thing he could not say, he could say everything else, but if I catch her cheating on me, it's a wrap. Oh, okay, Goku. Okay, right.
I did that. That's how he was dodging. That's how he was dodging the question.
Right. And when that was his avatar too. But you know, you can't the last, you know, you ask a woman that, right?
Mm-hmm.
She gonna be like, if I catch him cheating on me, it's a wrap. It's over. Right? This is a guy who has created all these rules for his idea of masculinity for himself, and he doesn't enforce any rules for his wife. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like, I don't know what the name of that couple is that they do the podcast together, right? And she did the interview. They did the interview where he was like, you know, well, I work and I pay all the bills and this and that and the other. She could pretty much do what she wants with her money. And, you know, if I caught her being, unfaithful or whatever, I'd get past it. I'd get over it, this and that and the other. But then she said, you know, without any hesitation, that if he were to cheat on her, it'd be over.
Mm-hmm.
So right. So I don't know the name of the couple, but you know, again, the rules are only for him. Like and then he's trying to use that as some sort of standard that we need to follow. Nah, bro, you all that's all you. That's all you right there. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he's trying to sell cuckoldery, just like Lucario and the rest. All these guys that are, you know, pushing this image of, you know, this long marriage and this and that. They pretty much selling simping.
Yeah.
That's what they're selling. That's what they're advising you to simp.
That is that if you listen to the feminists, white feminists, that is a polygynous, the modern polygynous feminist marriage. That's what they want. Now black women want serial monogamy, okay, which is why they differ. They clash, right? White women want the same man, same husband, right? And same children, but be able to stray out and have other experiences with other men, right? While inside their steady marriage. But black women want a serial. They don't want all that. What they want is I think Diane Stewart said it, right? Africana marriage, right? Marry a man, have kids, not happy with him, divorce him, take the kids, go to the next man with your kids, marry another man, have kids, and until you find one that you like, which is a village wife model. Okay, what I call a village wife model. That's what they want. They don't want a whole bunch of men and all at one time inside their marriage. What they want is they have a right to have a series of men till they find one that they like.
BGS, I couldn't believe I asked that man directly. What would you do if you came home and you saw somebody effing your wife in the behind, and his answer was still blah, blah, blah. I was like, I was kind of in shock. I was like, he really doesn't have an answer for that.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd be scared to ask another grown man that in person, because that
that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that is a feminist marriage. But the thing is, he doesn't, because most of the rhetoric he actually spouts is feminism, right?
Yeah,
He's
pretty
just
much.
trying to couch his patriarchy. No, that's a matriarchal or gynocracy, gynocratic mindset where the women gets to dictate the terms. Okay, why is that patriarchy? That's what I understand about his definitions.
Well, he because he's out there working his triple shifts in the truck, and he's debating us from the truck cab. You know what I'm saying? And this dude, it wouldn't be hard to believe that he's dealt with that already, because he's never home. He's absent. He's absent. He's perpetually gone from the household. He has this, like, for his own sanity and sense of manhood, that's all he has is, I provide for these people, therefore I am masculine, I am a man, I am, and that's what he has to sell. It's all he has. Okay. That's all he has is that, I provide. Okay. You understand? And he needs that for his ego. He needs that to feel manly, even though everything else is missing. It doesn't matter, but then again, he'll jump online with us. Like, to be honest, in a very sad way, we're his only friends.
Ooh, that might be an understatement.
Think about that. Like, with all the vitriol and shit, the this and that, and you this, you that, and your wife this, and rap songs and all this stuff. Like, we're when he comes outside to play, he gets on the internet.
Okay.
Like the black manosphere, in a way, we're his friends.
Wow.
Marcus, I actually do believe that, because I remember about 4 years ago when he was over there on Nyla, and it was the same story. They were clowning him.
Right.
It was still the same story. He gets clowned in the feminist section.
Right. Women don't respect simps. They don't. The funny thing is the pygmies.
He's getting clowned by Taz.
Marcus, he's not a simp, he's a cuck. Okay. You allow that. I mean, it is what it is, right? Even simps will not put up with that. Simps will put up with that.
But those simps fall under the umbrella. I mean, cucks fall under the umbrella of simp. No, you don't think so?
No,
because some simps will at least fight.
No, simps don't want you in their cookies, right?
You think so?
No, they don't. Simps will fight over their cookie jar.
Yes, they will.
Yeah. In my mind, I don't know how you define a simp, but that's not a simp. Okay.
No, I understand that. I understand what you're saying. I figure that a cuck is a type of simp, right?
No,
like it falls under the umbrella.
No.
But I mean, I understand your point, though. It's something to to think about. Yeah, I don't flat out disagree with you, but yeah, man, it's just it's kind of like that guy who
and simps cheat too. So don't get it twisted. They cheat. They beg for pussy all over.
Yeah, ain't no way in the world, man. I'm paying, and I ain't saying. You know what I'm saying? But that's what a lot of men are subjected to, and that's what we find unfair. But I mean, if you're comfortable with an arrangement and you think you building community by being in a loveless marriage, no sex, no compassion, no spiritual connection. I'm not saying that that's the case for him. I don't know. I'm not about to speculate about this guy's actual, filial arrangement. Or nuptial arrangement. I have no knowledge of that, so I can't really speak to that. But
there's smoke, there's fire.
But I do know that people who are in love with their wives don't want other niggas banging all up in the pussy hole, man. I'm just saying, like, if I'm in love with my girl, I don't want nobody all up in that pussy, man.
It depends on your preference. understand this, man.
But I
Think
mean,
about
you know,
it.
We're going kind of deep here, Marcus. I know where you're headed, but we're going kind of deep here.
Yeah. Understand. This is
that's
go
what
ahead.
my wife said too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it depends on your preference, man. This is a guy who, think about this, man. Who other than women, right? Other than women, who else got this much, like, you know, vitriol for straight men? You know what I'm saying? Like, he spends a lot of time, you know, and it's funny that they went at Kevin like, oh, you must be, you know, of a different preference, right? But people with that preference defend women. They ride with women.
They ride with women. They do.
Right. So that's why, I mean, like I said, when I wrote that song, there was a lot in there that people probably bobbed their heads, but I said a lot of things. You know what I mean? And I alluded to that.
I thought I was about to hear that shit in that song. I said,
man. It's like if you,
G, you ain't shit, you know. Real.
now you stuck with me, G.
Yeah, well, you
in the gulag.
with birds of the feather, right?
In the ancient gulag, but you know, it's one thing because I know he's not attracted to the women that he's, you know, surrounded by, like his backup dancers. I mean, you know, it's you got to hear some of these women, you know, they like the drive vagina monologue.
Hysterical.
Marcus, you had to be there when I was on his panel. And the nigga tried to ignore me, so you know I did the most gentlemanly and niggerish thing that I could do, get louder. When I asked him this one simple question, would you want your sons to marry or date any of these broads in your chat? He kept trying to ignore it, and I was like, yeah. Oh, you didn't hear me, nigga? Let me go louder. Would you want your sons to marry or date any of these broads in this chat? And then he tried to, I asked him again on Facebook. I asked him on Facebook. I don't know why I'm still friends with him, but he's the gift that keeps on giving once again.
Right. You guys like to dig into the trash, man.
I feel like BGS over here taking shots. What you saying, BGS?
The lefty whisperers up. Okay.
You know, he's
hey, Mr. Z, you should listen. You like him. You love him.
He's. I finally figured out he's the lefty social worker, right? Trying to explain he goes into great detail trying to explain the Manosphere to the lefties. Okay?
He's like the hobosexual without having sex.
See, all of y'all, as long as I've been going back and forth with Amiri on Facebook, all of y'all have had a chance to like be on a panel and get at him. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think I have though.
We got him like 4 or 5 years ago with under.
That was a classic BGS. I wish you could find that shit. I need that clip.
Yeah, y'all had him question himself about 4 or 5 years ago.
He even brought. This is how fucked up Amiri was. It still kind of is. When we embarrassed him on the Coliseum, this was when Google Hangout was fresh. He brought Cynthia G to the fucking Coliseum. First and foremost, if you got Cynthia G to the Coliseum, weapons free. And I just asked that broad just one question. How you doing? My name's Austin Faulkner. How you doing, love? I'm doing okay. No, I'm doing good, sweetie. But can I ask you this one question? What is the opposite of a beta male coon? You never heard her shut up so fucking quick.
She didn't tell you your mom should have aborted you, Charles?
This is pre-black pill Cynthia G. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember,
she hadn't had the baby yet.
She hadn't had the baby.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And you got to remember, if she would have said what is the opposite, she would have opened her up to another form of questioning. When she didn't say anything, that means, oh, either you don't know or you know when you can't obtain what you so greatly criticize.
So Elwood Johnson, I want to read this comment. He probably already caught her cheating several times already, but refused to leave. I think that Amiri is a lot like Will Smith, right? Where he wants to maintain the image of an intact family, no matter what. No matter what, he wants to maintain that image so that he can come and boast that to us, like, my shit is working, so y'all can't talk to. Yeah, but how is your shit working, bro? Because it's apparent. Like, again, the breadcrumbs keep dropping. Your slip is showing. We understand how you
hysterical.
Right. We understand how you make this work. You put the toilet seat down and you do what you're told, bro.
But Marcus, you know what, Marcus? I'm not against people doing that. Real quick, Charles, because I'm not against.
All right, Mr. Z, don't come in there trying to tax.
I'm not gonna bogart too much, but I'm not against what Marcus is saying. I just don't try to sell that to everybody else.
This is what I'm saying. That's my point.
I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Charles.
You basically saying that he's made the peace sitting down.
Yeah.
Well,
he's Genie in what is it? What was it? Was it
Major Haley?
No. What is it? No. Remember he's Genie in that prison movie with Penitentiary back in the 80s? Yeah, he's Genie. He's the dude that can't get caught pissing standing up, otherwise he's gonna get his ass beat.
That's
well, you guys are probably too young to remember Penitentiary.
I remember. I never saw it, but I know what you're talking about. There's a few of them, wasn't it? Penitentiary.
Hey, Charles, man. Hey, Officer Faulkner, man. Hit that share. Let me share that shit right quick.
Go ahead. Let me see. Share. Okay. Let me get that. I got you.
Okay. Here we go. We live and direct, baby.
All right. Ooh. Okay.
All
right.
Let's say, for example, somebody got down with your wife and you didn't know, and you find out. Would that be gut-wrenching to your fucking heart? Or would you be like, oh, well, let's just let bygones be bygones? People just drift apart.
It wouldn't be gut-wrenching to me at all. I would just take it in stride and make my moves accordingly, but it wouldn't be gut-wrenching.
So this is how I read that. Now you heard that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So either that means he's already going through that gamut of emotions and reconciled himself with it,
right?
Or he's speculating about what he would do, predicated upon the current state of the relationship that he's in. But that's all speculation. Now,
well, go ahead.
But I mean, but think about it. Who would answer a question like that if they have a strong and a robust sexual life with their partner?
Right, bro. Again, listen to that record.
So now, as we continue, as we proceed, it wouldn't hurt you that your wife. It wouldn't hurt you to see another man's dick down your wife's throat when you come home from work.
Sound like
what? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Why the fuck you lying?
All right. We're gonna need some super chats because this is good.
Officially
demonetized. Okay.
Right.
I only played like a very small portion of that, but and I know I say a lot of things, man, but like we cursing on here anyway, so it ain't like the curse words are going to demonetize.
Hey, Gigi, I want you to go look at that upper right hand corner.
Don't mess up the funding, Gigi.
I want you to go look at that upper right hand corner and read it out loud.
The upper right hand corner.
Yeah.
Parental advisory. Explicit.
Right. Hey.
Anytime he's up there, it's always in the corner. But we're gonna need a BGS tax because this is officially demonetized. So
this is officially demonetized. That you were entertained. I'm taking over your Wednesday night.
I mean, y'all 2 hours in though. It don't matter what y'all say now. It matters what y'all. Is it that the rule?
The bot is always awake, sir.
I'm always like.
I thought the rule was. Go ahead. The profanity can't be at the beginning of the video, right?
Oh no, and the body's always awake.
Sometimes that's the reason. Well, BGS probably didn't get it because that's why sometimes I play a song in the middle, so it keeps me from cursing. Because some subjects make me fucking cussing bad, like the 5 idiots in Memphis. And if you didn't check out my cops, I'm not an expert, but I did a little bit of law enforcement. My take on the 3 entities that have blood on their hands when it comes to that entity. So,
but I mean, you got to think, man. Like the only thing I can read from that is, do you know what he said that he would be upset about from his wife?
What did he say?
He said he would be upset if she didn't have food cooked.
But what happened when the salmon plate didn't arrive?
Jesus Christ! Jesus.
I posted what happened to the salmon. I did a GoFundMe for this nigga for a salmon.
Oh Lord!
I did a GoFundMe for whoever don't follow me on Facebook. I did a GoFundMe to get this dude some salmon, a salmon dinner. He posted that his wife refused to give him salmon.
A salmon dinner.
A salmon dinner. So I did a GoFundMe for the brother. You know what I'm saying? I care about my black brothers.
You know what's funny, Marcus? A couple of years ago, when I was really bad off with COVID, BGS and AB and Mr. Z remember definitely, and I was real bad. And
this Negro's in his hospital bed on the street.
it gives me strength and substance.
Wait,
I
where are
would be
you?
too, man. Especially with this phone, I would go live on the hospital bed. I don't care.
This Negro has tubes in his arms. He's on the street with us, man, all night.
It was bored. I mean, the only thing entertaining was the Ravens game, man. Lamar came back to the game like Superman, but it was funny.
Nigga took that Black Superman thing a little too far. Go ahead.
You goddamn right. You shit. Up and away, motherfuckers. But it was funny because I had a female friend from work. Never had sex with her, never tried to talk her like that. Really, really good friend, like a sister.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny that I got more out of her than most niggas get out of their long-term girlfriends and wives. Her cousin's a chef, and she made sure that I had food to eat when I was sick in the home for 2 weeks for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's a hell of a friend.
Non-sexual attention is a wonderful thing.
It'll get you
some shit.
Outlaw. I mean, and that's the funniest part about it. I do believe in reciprocity, and we help each other out. So I'm looking at when niggas tell me my wife won't give me certain shit. I've been over girls' houses one time, and she said, "You hungry? I cooked." I was like, you know what? You just got brownie points. You know what? You might piss me off or something, but there's big ass plate with chicken, turkey, all kinds of fixings and helpings, and you know what? I'm gonna let you slide a little bit. I'm not gonna let you disrespect me, but when you do something I don't like, I'm gonna take
this
that.
Nigga fixins like he's BGS age. Keep going.
Yeah, I say fixings, nigga.
What's his name? Seth Son 7 says, Amiri said, keep it 100 is not an intellectual. Check this out. This dude trying to intellectualize from the cab of a truck all day. I'm not impressed. You understand what I'm saying? He doesn't want to roast. He does not want to roast. You know what I'm saying? He can't keep them little niggas out his daughter.
Oh shit!
Now, for all, let's say that for all,
a little bit, just
for
a little
all,
bit.
Nah, we gonna go.
We gotta respect the stream. So back up just a wee bit. Okay? Just a wee bit,
Okay,
right?
I just gotta ask one thing. Can you say the not impressed part again?
Yes.
Not impressed.
Yeah.
So we're not playing the whose white paste does this belong to game? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Here we go.
I mean, my man said it best. He's not impressed.
He's not. Yeah.
All right, man.
Oh, man. Jesus Christ.
Oh, there you go. He in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Come on up.
Come on, brother.
This about to get interesting. This would be a roasting session.
All right, everybody got the rumble shoes on.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Amiri Joseph.
Oh man,
No. The thing is, you know what? you know, I understand because I have a daughter, right, and I understand going at
people's
the content
families.
creator, right, the individual, right. I don't like
individual.
I don't like including
That's
people's
the only
family.
thing I ask.
Yeah.
Hey, BGS, he already violated that rule already. That's why the gloves is off.
I'm gonna just say this.
I understand.
He violated that rule with me.
But we don't
Marcus,
do this in this sphere, right? We don't do this in this sphere.
I'm gonna just ask you.
He did that.
I understand, Marcus, but we don't do this in this sphere. Okay, it's not about what he did.
Hey, Marcus.
Of course it is.
Hey, Marcus, I want you to do me a favor. Just go at the individual. I'm gonna leave family out of it. Now, if he comes at your family, fair game.
Yeah, fair. If he comes up and goes at your family, then it's game on. But the thing is, we try not to.
I'm gonna just be fair. I'm gonna just be fair on that part. Y'all could call each other all kinds of dick sucking motherfuckers for all I care. But family, unless he comes for yours, that's the only rule I have.
He's a habitual line stepper, so I'll rely on the fact that there he goes. What's up, Goku?
What's up?
What's going on, brother?
Y'all do know y'all words don't mean nothing to me. Action is the only thing that matters.
Why you here?
Action is to have a discussion, but like these old saying stuff about my daughter, y'all think that get under my skin? Let's have the discussion.
Hey, we just squashed that.
Wait a minute.
Let's have the discussion.
Wait a minute, Amiri. Wait a minute.
See, because I like the fact that I can trigger y'all whenever I get ready. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I ask you one question?
Go ahead.
What did I just ask Marcus to do?
I heard what you asked me to do, but I can handle my own though. So I ain't even gonna do that.
We don't want to just on you. Okay?
Handle, goddamn it! I asked you, what did I ask them to do?
I saw what you asked him to do. Let's get what y'all want to discuss. I mean, I don't want to rehash that.
Verbalize what I asked them to do.
We don't need to do that. That's wasting time.
We do.
No, we don't. That's a waste of time.
You're not on.
That's the problem because you know it's a real big shit now, and I'm respecting you as a man, as a father. So stop that bullshit. Damn.
Go ahead.
What are you doing in the background, man?
I'm working doing what men do.
It sounds like you're washing dishes, like a dishwasher.
Yeah, I'm so dynamic that I can handle multiple things at one time. So go ahead. What y'all want to talk about? What y'all want to talk about?
The thing is, you're making noise, then you're online. That's the problem. Okay.
All right, I ain't making noise right now. So what y'all want to talk about?
We don't want to talk about nothing. You came up here. Okay, we're already talking.
I'm the topic of conversation. So y'all have obviously I'm the man of the hour. So what's the problem?
Why don't you just wade in and blend in the conversation?
That sounds like some woman shit. Go ahead.
What's the problem? I tune into the stream and I'm hearing my name being mentioned and things being said about me.
Your name's in the title.
Nigga said he want to be prom queen.
So what's the problem?
What's the black
What's the problem, fellas?
We're going by the 3-hour conversation that you and Dr. Gigi and Marcus had, and whatever that old lady, whatever her name was. I'm just like, look, like number one. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. That statement about you being okay about your wife and no reaction, you just gonna move. That kind of weirded people out a little bit. Not gonna lie to you. It's like I'm not expecting you to take a gun and go at him, but most men are not gonna do that. Most men are gonna be like,
we are expecting him to take a gun and go.
I'm not.
Yeah, but here we
go. I'm not most men. So I mean, if you're expecting that to be some, you ask me a question. Y'all want to discuss my relationship. So if y'all are expecting that to be some type of scenario that could break Amiri, nothing can break Amiri. See, things that break other men make other men unbreakable. So that what you want me to say?
Trying to break you.
Say that.
What you want me to say? Y'all think I'm gonna have an emotional breakdown?
Why do you think we're trying to break you, bro?
And let me ask y'all a question. Right? Maybe some of y'all might know that problem from experience. So how did y'all handle it when you came in and saw your wife or your girl getting the rings knocked out that coochie? Because I ain't had them problems. I don't have them problems because I do what I do very well.
Bullshit.
I do what I do very well.
Bullshit.
I do what I do very well. So I mean, yeah, you know what I mean. I mean,
your answers
wait
tell
a
you
minute.
that you
Wait
know.
a minute.
I'm just telling. I do what I do very well.
Yeah. Bullshit.
Well, whatever. I mean, y'all the one who want to bring it up.
Yeah, bullshit.
Now it's maybe I'm blowing smoke. Maybe I'm blowing smoke.
You are.
Maybe not. It's hard to tell, right?
You are.
He does very well.
It's hard to tell, right? So I mean, yeah, I put it down, and I'm about everything I say I'm about. My wife loves me, so.
Bullshit. Yes,
What's up, fellas?
Yeah, among other people.
You know what I'm saying? What's up, fellas? Like, from you guys arguments, it would seem like you all know about this from experience. So let's do this. Let's do this, fellas. Let's have a woosah moment. Go around and tell Amiri about y'all trauma, about y'all experiences of trauma that y'all got from y'all wife getting digged down by another dude. Yeah, let's do that. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I don't know. I don't have them problems. I don't have them problems, fellas. You know what I'm saying? I just don't have those problems.
Dude, Mary, you got to turn it down because whatever your phone is or whatever you have, it's like muting everybody else out.
God damn, dude.
God damn, it's like wrestling big bitches for a living. God damn. Like, God damn, what you wrestling big bitches for a living?
I'm hanging sheetrock right now. I'm hanging sheetrock by myself, getting this work done.
That's online.
Making it good.
Hey, Negro, I'm ask you online. Okay, mute yourself when you make noise.
I was muted. I was muted. That's now. Stop deflecting. And let's get back to how. Let's get back to y'all experiences. Let's get back to y'all experiences with y'all girls getting dicked down by outside men. Let's talk about it. How did y'all handle it? How did y'all handle y'all coming home and seeing y'all girl get her back blown out by another dude? How did y'all handle that?
It's not gonna work.
Since y'all been through it, y'all been through it.
Obviously, it's not gonna work, bro. It's not gonna work.
Hey, y'all remember
it's not gonna
about
work,
15 years ago?
Talk
Anyone?
about how you said that you were okay with your wife being engorged with penis and filled out like an application.
I didn't say I was. I never said I was okay with it. Stop putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
We know that
I didn't say that. See, I'm a very calm. I'm a very calm and methodical person, which is why just like Mr. Aurelius likes to dox. I got your information too, buddy. I got your information too, Mr. Aurelius. That's not your real name, player.
Hey, GG, play the
You just didn't know I had it, because I don't dox. But I got your information too. I know. So you know who I am, but I know who you are too now.
Play the tape,
See how that works?
I'm Mary. Obviously, we all
see how that works, brother.
Play the tape,
Mary. It's obvious as the sunrise. And what's the word again, GG? When it's like so obvious that it doesn't need to be defended.
Yeah.
What's the?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck the status of this man's marriage is. I said that shit. I can't speculate on what the fuck his relationship is like. I don't know. All I can do, I don't really even give a shit, to be quite honest. But the line of reasoning that I was trying to utilize initially in even asking the question was predicated upon the idea that basically, man, marriages in the United States are on the decline, and women can unilaterally, for no reason at all, because no fault divorce is a fucking principle operative in the United States at this moment. A woman can at any time leave a man for any reason. Doesn't have to be because of some abuse by her husband, neglect by her husband. It could be that she don't want to fucking deal with the guy no more for a frivolous reason, right? So if that's the case, and women are the ones primarily who initiate divorces for whatever reasons they do, right? Which primarily the excuse is abuse, neglect, or I just fell out of love, like he doesn't excite me anymore.
He left the toilet up too many times.
I mean,
now the reason why I don't accept, I can understand.
I'm not fucking done, bro. I ain't
okay,
done.
Make it quick.
Don't
I'm
tell
on
me
the
to make
clock.
it snappy either, bro, because I'm trying to make a point.
All right, go ahead.
You done said, you done went on, you done got mad, and you done said what the fuck your character is and all this shit. I'm trying to make a fucking point. All right. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, if marriage is an institution now that can be dissolved without any fault from the man, because a woman can just unilaterally decide that she don't want to be there no more, and men stick around through abuse in marriages. They stick around in sexless marriages. They stick around in loveless marriages because they're arrangements of convenience for many guys. And then they have kids and assets and all kind of other shit tied into it. But women often will leave marriages because they don't feel the thrill anymore, or they don't feel satisfied or complete or whole, basically predicated upon some romantic notion that has no bearing on reality. It's just a fucking product from fucking 20th century films or some bullshit like that. So or romance in dime novels or something like that. Like they need to be fulfilled according to some cosmopolitan idea of what happiness is for the bitch having sex in the city or whatever the case may be. So at the end of the day, if that's the case, why should a man even sign up for the shit? What's the point? Because a woman can unilaterally divorce your ass, take in the vast majority of cases, she's going to get possession of the kids, the house, and half of your assets, depending upon the state in which you live. So if it is the case that marriage and togetherness and solidarity and unity is what's necessary in order for the Black community to flourish and to thrive and to burgeon, in the bloom or whatever the case may be, what is it there that is going to keep Black people together? What is it? Why should men invest in something so precarious for himself? For what?
Okay, can I respond now?
Go ahead.
Okay, number one, I hear what you're saying, and I would be more sympathetic to that line of reasoning if we had higher Black marriage rates in the Black community. We don't. That's number one. Number two, I think, with the AEI Black Men Making It in America report, what we find is the reason why brothers are making it to the middle class, they cited 3 reasons: church attendance, military service, in marriage. You mentioned about, a woman taking half the assets. Look, the bottom line is that that's not the reality for the majority of Black people, of Black men and Black women. Is it true that if a woman was so inclined, she could do what you just cited? Sure. But the fact of the matter is a man can do the same thing. So for me, the question is all about how do men and women effectively do relationships and do what's in the best interest of children, and how do we maintain strong families and communities. That's what my channel was about, and that's what I've always preached. I ran across a piece of information today. There was an online survey, an online poll that was done, and the question that was posed is, are you in favor of reparations? Every single ethnic and racial group in this country, except Black people, voted against reparations for Black people. And that's the boat that we're in. Listen, hold on, I'm about to be finished. Well, it is what it is. I'm making a point. I'm connecting the dots. I'm connecting the dots. And so at the end of the day, all of this stuff that everybody talking about, all this relationship shit, this shit don't mean a hill of beans if your money ain't right. That's the bottom line. That's where the rubber. That's where I'm talking, BJS. That's where the rubber meets the road. We already know that a majority of divorces are cited for economic reasons and things like that. I do not believe that women are just saying, like, you know what, let me just get up and divorce this man. Fuck all of that. You see what I'm saying? And so when I give my analysis and my breakdown, that's the perspective I come from. And not only do I talk about it, I do it.
Can I point out something? Hold on. Basically, marriage has nothing to do with finance, man, because the poorest people in the world actually have higher marriage rates. Make that make sense?
And what type of countries, BJS?
Any
in what type of countries?
Any country, any third world country, the marriage rate is actually
high. Wait, hold on. What did you just mean? You said third world, right?
You're not Amiri, okay?
You said third world. We are in a first world country, so you can't make that comparison. That's a false comparison, brother.
Amiri, listen to me, right? Listen for a second. Right?
That's a false comparison.
Well, here's the thing that people don't think about, right? We're always being told that the lack of money is why people, get divorced or whatnot. And I don't really think it's the quote unquote poverty. It's the fact that it's these unrealistic expectations. You got to remember, Amiri, the average wedding costs about $20,000. And then during the marriage, people also accumulate a lot of student loan and consumer debt by both parties if they're educated. So if you're talking about a marriage falling apart, it's probably because of the household debt and the stress of that that's causing it, not so much the poverty itself.
It's not. Okay, Kev, it's not, right? Because me and Nameless and actually did the work, right? Okay. What causes marriages and birth rates and fertility rates to go down? What is the major factor, right? What is it? What is it, Amiri?
I don't know what.
Women working outside of the household as the
that's an economic issue, BGS.
Shut the fuck up for a second, right? Unless you can prove me wrong. Shut up.
That's an economic issue.
No, it's not an economic issue. It's a cultural issue, right? Same thing happened in the 19th century. The exact same thing. What happened with divorce and the patriarchal marriage is actually breaking up? Women working outside of the house, okay? As the labor participation rate goes up, marriage goes down, divorce goes up, and the fertility rate goes down. And every single country, go look at South Korea, okay? Go look at South Korea from 1960 to 2020, right? The fertility rate and the marriage rate was 99%. The fertility rate was 6%, okay, in 1960. As women went into the workforce, guess what happened? The marriage rate is below 50, and the fertility rate is 0.7. And every country it's a structural issue that everybody knows about. Everybody
it's wealth inequality and income distribution. It's wealth inequality. I let you put your point out there. Now let me respond. I let you put your point out there. Now let me respond. Just let me respond. And if you disagree, say why you disagree. Okay, that's how you're supposed to have a conversation.
So you told me how to have a goddamn
conversation. So at the end of the day, that's an economic issue. The fact of the matter, you mentioned third world countries. And I can understand that. But if you're in a first world country, in a first world society, in a decadent society, then this is just what it is. Like, and see, even if you look at right now in America, what you're looking at is majority of households are going to have to be dual income. A majority of households, in order to sustain with all of this stuff that's coming, all this automation and innovation and technology that's coming, families are going to have to be multi-generational. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. You didn't name any proof. You just named a couple of stuff. I don't know if that's true. We can't listen. We're having a conversation. I can't check the veracity of that right now. We're having a conversation. So you throwing me off my point. Let me make my point, then just respond.
Land your plane, man.
Let me make my point, then respond. And so, which is why I don't push the nuclear family model, because I already understand that. And then you're sitting here talking about where's the proof? Why we in the time? Okay, I'm about to show you the proof right now. How much are eggs right now in the grocery store?
Land the plane, man. That has
how much are eggs right now in the grocery store? It has everything to do with it, because the cost of living is going up. The cost of living is going up, and this is part of the reason why.
Why are eggs high, man? Why are eggs high right now?
Because of inflation, and you have larger market. Because of inflation, and you have larger market. I'm talking. You have larger market forces that are taking place, and you have emerging markets like those third world countries. I'm talking. Let me finish my point. I'm not gonna stop talking. Let me finish my point, man. You keep cutting me off. You have in these third world countries. These third world countries are developing. This is globalization, and so as these third world countries develop, and these third world countries are going through their gilded age of capitalism, innovation, and these different things, the cost of living is going to go up. This is all about globalization, automation. Martin Luther King talked about this in the 1960s. It is what it is.
Amiri, hold on a second. Remember the bird flu last year and earlier this year? Remember that?
Yeah.
How many chickens did they kill? How many chickens did they kill?
I don't know.
Hundreds of millions of chickens. Okay, who lays eggs?
Chickens lay the eggs.
Okay, if you kill hundreds of millions of chickens and they lay the eggs, what's going to happen to the supply of eggs?
It's gonna make the supply of eggs go down. We don't have to do this rudimentary bullshit. Let's get to the fucking point. We don't have to do this rudimentary bullshit, BJ. Just get to the fucking point.
By the power of Grayskull.
You asked me what the price of eggs were and why the price of eggs are high, and I said you were wrong.
But how are you gonna tell me I'm wrong when I just said market forces? What you just mentioned was a market force, so I'm correct.
All right, man.
You just mentioned supply and demand. So how am I incorrect? And the point of why I asked that question is because the cost of goods and services are going up in America because of what's happening globally. It just is what it is. I don't know why we're sitting there have to have this conversation.
Okay, so let me make a point, man. Here's my point about all of this shit, right? It seems like right now, for whatever reason, men and women in general in America don't have the capacity to get along because their idea about the roles that each person, whatever gender, is supposed to play, are all fucking confused and in flux. Mm-hmm. Now, women have stated what the fuck they want, and apparently black men aren't able to supply what fucking black women are demanding. Am I wrong or am I right about that?
Pretty accurate.
Okay, so if it's the case that women have a demand, black men aren't able to supply it, then what the fuck is the black man supposed to do in a microscopic case if a woman tells me, hey, you know what it is that you're offering, I'm not really willing to actually buy it. What you're selling, I really am not interested in indulging in it. Okay, fine. So if that's the case, guess what the fuck I'm gonna do? I'm going to pack my bags up and see if I can find somebody else more amenable to my nature and what it is that I have to offer. Right or wrong? Okay?
Right.
Now, it just so seems that everybody wants this solidaristic, unitarian fucking black community, but we can't seem to get to the motherfucking reconciliation of whatever the problems are and whatever the desiderata is for each party involved. But if you don't like what the fuck I'm selling, then guess what? I got to go and sell elsewhere. So that's what niggas are doing. Niggas is like, okay, you don't like what I'm doing. I'm dusty. I'm crusty. I'm a naked. I didn't do nothing. I need to be hung from trees. You need to kill black babies. And guess what the fuck I'm doing? I'm going elsewhere. I'm a man. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do, however I want to do it, whenever I want to do it. Now, if I want to take care of my children and give them and instill within them whatever kind of values I can, I'll do that to the best of my ability, but I'm not about to break my motherfucking self trying to save a group of motherfuckers that feel like they done already saved their goddamn selves all fucking ready. If they feel like they got a better deal elsewhere or they can do it by their goddamn self, well, bitch, you go fucking do it by your goddamn self. And guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to work on myself and I'm going to save my motherfucking self. Fuck all this goddamn romanticism about what the fuck we need to do for the community because goddamn it, it takes two to play. If two motherfuckers ain't willing to play or the community writ large macroscopically ain't willing to play nice to each other, then guess what? I'd rather not fucking play at all. I'm going to do something all the goddamn together different. That's just the way I see it. That's the only alternative. I'm not about to kiss no motherfucker's ass to get along. That's the first thing I said when I started my stream. I'm not going along to fucking get along. I don't believe in no happy house just because I'm making the other person happy while I'm sitting there fucking miserable. I refuse to be miserable in a situation where the shit is not mutually beneficially to me as it is for the other person. So if she feels like she need to go somewhere else to satisfy her needs or her desiderata or whatever the fucking case may be, go ahead and do what you got to do. I'm going to do the same thing for my motherfucking self. It is what it is. This is where men are right now. Now, you want to save the community by creating stable family relationships? Hey, man, God bless you, man. Whatever the fuck. Hope your family survives. Hope your shit, your children thrive, and you can recreate the production of the conditions that created the shit for you and yours. But nigga, it ain't like that for most guys out here. Niggas is saying that women in the Western world, they got a fucking laundry list of demands, and most of it's predicated and based on some superficial bullshit that no man, not even white men, Asian men, or any regular type of motherfuckers can produce. So if you want a 6 foot tall motherfucker, if you want a nigga making 6 figures, you want a nigga with a 10-inch dick, you want a nigga who got all the fucking swag in the universe, then go find that motherfucker on the internet somewhere on Tinder and let him pipe your ass out for a couple of days before he move on to the next bitch.
Shout out to the Arabs.
So at the end of the day, big roles no longer give a fuck about what the fuck women are wanting and what they're desiring and what they're demanding. Because their demands are too fucking goddamn out of the stratosphere. It used to be regular men could get married and have a fucking regular life and we can keep moving on and do what we gotta do. But the conditions of the game have changed and motherfuckers are reorganizing their strategies, looking at their own playbooks and evaluating whatever the fucking course of action is gonna be best for them. And if it just so happens that the fucking community is gonna decay and fucking fade to the ether, it's just gonna fucking fade to the ether, dog. It is what it is. Niggas don't give a fuck no more. Niggas do not give a fuck about the black community been dead since the 70s, bro. Motherfuckers decided to go into it's about me, mine, I'm gonna shine in my own way. After the Black National Convention failed and everybody decided to go break off into their own respective identity groups, it was a wrap. So now motherfuckers got to put it all back together again. I'll be goddamn if I'm going to take all the king horses and all the king's men and unilaterally try to put this shit together by fucking being sacrificial and bending over and having swords plucked up my fucking liver every goddamn day. Fuck all that shit, man. Niggas don't want to live. Niggas do not want to live in loveless, fucking spiritless of marriages where you got narcissistic bitches who got a laundry list of demands that divorcing their husbands at the rates of 80 to 90 goddamn % for no fucking reason other than they can't buy their fucking hair and their nails and get Brazilian butt lifts and go have lives of leisure.
Don't forget that Benz.
At the end of the day, America is a first world country. Ain't too many motherfuckers in this bitch for real when it comes to absolute poverty. Ain't nobody starving in this motherfucker for real. Fat motherfuckers poor motherfuckers are fat in America, dog. So it's enough food and everybody eating in this bitch. But the problem is can't nobody get along while they eating. I done seen firsthand rich motherfuckers get taken through the ringer through divorce over some bullshit. I know niggas with $100,000 jobs right now whose wives is unhappy over some superficial bullshit. I'm talking about 100,000 from their job, plus they got other income coming in. Nigga, if it can happen to Luther Campbell, if it can happen to Michael Jordan, if it can happen to Emmitt Smith, if it can happen to Jeff Bezos, the money in and of itself is not the fucking issue. Okay? It's a fucking cultural problem. Motherfuckers ain't satisfied. Motherfuckers can easily pull out when the shit gets rough or tough because everybody wants some microwave shit now. Everybody want to be happy right now. And basically, your happiness really ain't factored into the fucking equation because as a man, fuck your happiness. You're supposed to sacrifice. Go out there, go get it. Man, fuck all that shit. Niggas is not John Henry and for nobody out here no more, dog.
No,
they ain't doing it. So, hey, if you got a successful relationship, hey, man, God bless you. God damn it, good for you. But it ain't good for everybody else out here, man. We telling you what the fucking problem is, but see, niggas ain't listening. And I know women ain't fucking listening because all they doing is saying, well, you blaming us, you blaming us. And all we saying is, well, we blaming you, we blah, 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 blah. And all it is an impasse. And if there's an impasse, a couple of people, they need to do what? Fucking separate. If they can't get along, they can't find a way to fucking reconcile their differences, guess what they gotta do? They gotta fucking separate. If it ain't nothing but a point, blame game, guess what it gotta do? You gotta take a fucking break, gotta go elsewhere, clear the air. Maybe we can come back at some other point in time. But for right now, the shit, like the Cool in the Game song, it done got too hot. I gotta run for shelter. Niggas gotta run for shade. It just is what it is. So if motherfuckers feel like the saving grace is a whole bunch of niggas getting together, marrying women who already got 2 or 3 kids that weigh 225 pounds, but fucking got the height of 5'4", and they think that all they need in order to get a man is a motherfucking goddamn college degree and what? women in gender studies or fucking goddamn sociology or psychology or education. It ain't fucking doing it, dog. We not working as a team. Now it ain't. We can point fingers at who did what first and who did what, when, where, and why, and all that shit. At the end of the day, we're not getting along. If motherfuckers don't get along today in relationships, guess what they do? The police come in and say, you go your spot, you go to your spot. Y'all don't fucking contact each other again. Leave each other the fuck alone. That's how the game go, right? So what the fuck we arguing about this shit for? It's a wrap.
But they
Niggas
still
is
want the resources though, Gigi. They still you could go, but nigga, your resources though.
Niggas are saying if you don't want us, you don't like us, you don't fuck with us, you don't want us around, then fuck the shit. That's what niggas are saying. If you don't like us, we're gonna go see what the fucking shit is going on elsewhere.
Yep, my philosophy is leave them to themselves.
Where that nigga at? Where he at now, man?
Wow. I was about to say, wow, Gigi, man, like you pretty much summed up what everybody's pretty much been saying for the last few years. I mean, that was just like that's the reason why nobody said anything.
You can't get along. If motherfucker, if you got a different fucking, if you got a different direction than I got a different direction than you got, then guess what? It's time for us to fuck. You know, hey, what you call it? You remind me of a girl that I once knew, but I just can't fuck with you. Mm-hmm. What they say? Yep. Oh well, you know it was cool. You know it's over. It's time to call it a day. Yep. I'm so sorry. We have to.
I just have to say this: hit that motherfucking Cash App. Hit that motherfucking super chat. You motherfuckers are getting the classic tonight.
That's now, Charles. Did I behave?
You did.
You did. You did.
That was a rant from a philosopher.
Please, somebody clip what Gigi said. Please clip that. Somebody, please clip that.
Please clip it.
I'll clip it. I'll clip it.
Please clip it. And I'm gonna say this, right? Because fundamentally, every time I ask Amiri a question, he always seems to, do his famous, Wonder Woman shit.
The Daffy dance. Are you doing the Daffy dance?
And see, here's the problem. Motherfuckers who are human beings, in the words of the esteemed professor we have up here, and I say motherfucker respectfully, motherfuckers, men tend to look at other men and see what they have and then look at their situation and they ponder while sitting down, why don't I have that? I want you to think about it since we talk about first world countries, motherfucker. I've been to a third world country. Hell, I've been to a fucking country we fucking invaded. Guess what those women did not do to their men? Disrespect them. So we could make up the excuses about women working. Women always worked in some capacity. It's just you got a bunch of lazy bitches, and this tells you how great men are. Men are literally your modern gods. We literally took all the hardest things that a woman could possibly do in a household and made it very menial. Literally at the push of a button. And you're telling me that you can still manage to get a guy who makes above $50,000, who I've said for years, if you got a man that makes $50,000 and above, kiss his ass because you got a goddamn superhero, because he's literally doing the work of two men. But because women have been so sheltered, and I do mean sheltered, hidden away from the real world, the ugliness of it, that you disrespect the same motherfuckers who gave you the life of luxury and comfort in the first place.
But did he give me the bins though, Charles? Did he give me the bins?
Guess what? The last time I seen a bitch get a bins is when she came out the fucking swimming pool too damn fast.
Hey, Charles, let me just put it like this, and let's just keep this shit real, man. Here's the deal, man. You let a chick get a modicum of power, the bitch starts feeling brand new, dog. That's all this is.
Brand new.
It ain't about, in America especially, motherfuckers are patting themselves on the back for some superficial shit. Nobody, the value and worth of a college degree in today's age, I guess it's worth something, but it's a fucking certificate of what? Motherfuckers are devaluing PhDs at the current moment. So why should I give a fuck about your goddamn baccalaureate or Bachelor of Science or Arts degree in basket weaving or whatever the fuck goddamn degree you got, and you ain't an expert in shit.
You know what, Dr. G.
Hold on, but I know this your show, but I gotta get this out, man.
No, Cook, man. Don't worry about it. Cook,
please.
You're the chef
Here's
today.
the deal, man. It's unfortunate, but like these motherfuckers are feeling brand new. I understand that you got a new experience or whatever the case. I guess women have never had before. I don't know what the fuck it is, but whatever it is, you gotta fucking humble yourself because you can't be in a relationship with nobody if you have no humility at all. And men need to get humility as well. I'm not saying it's just a female problem, but whatever the goddamn problem is, if we want to resolve it, you resolve it by talking about what the fucking problems are, each person observing what the other is saying, and then you try to meet each other's demands if there can be some sort of fucking modus vivendi, some sort of reconciliation or some sort of compromise. But if it's the case that all it is give me what the fuck I want, and if I don't get what I want, I'm gonna hold out until I can find it. Well, bitch, wait till you can never find it. Because you got decent, it ain't that motherfucking dudes in America is not propositioning women, man. Niggas are propositioning women, pumping babies in them and doing all kind of shit and trying to be there in the best way that they can, but it ain't good enough for a lot of these ladies out here. It is what it is. For whatever fucking reason. The nigga might smoke too much, drink too much. The nigga might have a gambling problem. Who knows what it is? Okay? The nigga might fucking not put his shoes in the closet or some shit, or put them back in his goddamn shoe boxes. Who knows what individual problems men have? But to say only men have problems and women have none, it's only men's lack of ability and structure and order that is creating the dissolution of all of this shit. Man, fuck all that, man. It takes two to tango. And if the two people, the two parties, whether it's micro or macro, if they can't find a way to get along, then fuck it. We're going to give you what you want. We're going to go see what else is out there and find out if other chicks and elsewhere in the world will actually take us on and treat us like human beings worthy of fucking respect and understand that we got emotions as well. We not automatons working to fucking satisfy you and your desires about what nesting is supposed to look like. Your terraforming conception of how the world is supposed to be. You ain't the only motherfuckers that have desires and dreams and hopes and ideas. We got the same shit as well. So fuck all that, man. Niggas is just not trying to just do whatever the fuck women want to make them happy and to satisfy their fucking imagination related to
happy wife, happy life.
Western culture, man. Fuck this culture, man. We gotta go elsewhere. We gotta see the world. Because I know from experience, man, from dealing with women in all walks of life, this is the way I perceive it. If you ain't happy with me, I gotta go elsewhere to see what the fuck else I can find. If you ain't cool with it, I gotta bounce. I'm not gonna try to work and stick it out if you ain't trying to work and stick it out. Because I know I can easily get some ass. I can easily get pussy. I just did a show with a woman, very, my partner, very cool motherfucker. I was dating one of her friend, light-skinned, nice-looking lady, man. And I didn't even, you know how many bitches have been trying to pursue me, and I've been like, nah, chick, I'm cool. Many. It ain't just about the pussy. It's about being able to get along with these women, man. Being able to form companionships and relationships that are substantive with these chicks. And a lot of them, man, they don't give a fuck about nobody but their goddamn selves. Why would I sign up for that, man? Why would I sign up for a motherfucker just want something for themselves? Just like, look at the Kevin Samuels phenomenon. You got all these women calling in, they got babies and shit with niggas. They already done led, you done gave up the pussy. You already a used car coming off the lot. You got all you demanding that the buyer of the product that you selling buys you as is, and you demanding that nigga do something to you while he taking you on. But then you don't just want anybody to take you on. You want the higher echelon motherfuckers, the highest price in the world to take your ass on.
Yeah.
This is
the highest price for used goods.
It's superficial bullshit. Most of these, like Kevin Samuels said, most of y'all should have been with your fucking baby daddies and stuck it out from the beginning. It's the same shit, even though Michelle Obama is a snarky woman to Obama because she has a woman gene in her. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But the fact is, she at least stood in the trenches with the nigga when it got hard.
Yeah.
Most of these chicks They not doing it. Like most women couldn't take the back seat because there's no way a woman could be married to the president of the United States and say that nigga shucking and jiving.
Right.
It ain't possible. But it was still hard for her to take a back seat and to put the brakes on her own fucking career. It was difficult for her to do that. It's difficult. But either if it's the man or the woman, niggas and women are not looking at this shit logically. If the shit was logical and it was predicated upon how can we win as opposed to who gonna be in control, if it was based upon how can we come up instead of how can I get over on you, then we would already be using whatever advantages we had to look after the fucking unit instead of looking out for our own goddamn interests unilaterally. That would be the goal. If there was some cultural value that was attached to togetherness and working through problems collectively. But what there is a breakdown. This country has taught people to be individuals looking out for their own goddamn egos. That's what this country teaches and it preaches, man. So don't say it's only men stuck up in this bullshit. It ain't just men stuck up in this shit. Don't just blame us for this shit, but I know one thing, I'm not gonna chop my bits and spin my wheels like I'm yabba dabba doing it and shit, staying in the same place, fucking around with somebody that don't want to cooperate.
Exactly.
Now, if you found you a girl that want to cooperate, hey man, it's good.
Wait a minute.
All
I'm not
good.
gonna let this
Style
nigga
blessing,
stop by
nigga.
saying
Yabba dabba do it.
Wow. Listen, round of applause for GG, man. I mean, that's why everybody was real silent, because everybody's like, hey, listen, you pretty much summed up what everybody's been saying. I mean, wow.
When the Iron Chef is out there cooking, man, everybody step back and watch.
Oh yeah.
Say you watching the master at work.
I get tired of hearing, like, yeah, I curse a lot. Yeah, I'm profane, but like I'm passionate about what I'm talking about. And it is not that men don't have issues and problems or that they sometimes don't meet up or to the expectations of women or whatever the case may be. But that's not just it, man. Right now, we've created the conditions for the dissolution of the family. That's what America has done.
Facts.
You know.
You want strong family? If this country wanted strong families, it could have made sure they had many moments in which they could have ensured that would be the prototype and the pattern from what the 50s and the 60s to 70s. They could. Everybody was saying, "Look, we got some problems coming. We need to make some adjustments here. We need to start, doing some macro adjustments." So I mean, not to say that they were going to be like big adjustments, but like adjustments to economics and culture so that we can ensure that we can keep our families going. But we opted for the fucking negative liberty, the whole rights.
Yep.
That's what we went for. Everybody can be their own self and do their own thing and carve out their own life according to
individuality.
Ideas of freedom and shit like this. Okay, well, it is what it is. Motherfucking guys, man, are like, damn, I just want a wife, man, who will love me, dude. Not give me a whole bunch of mouth about how insufficient I am because she ain't got a Benz and a Lexus and shit.
Yeah.
I want a chick who will love me and rub my back, man. Be like, damn, it's okay. We can get through this.
The brother said it back in 1970. See that chick? That's what he said.
Like, why can't you make us? Why the fuck do I need to make you do anything? Like, it's no different.
Somebody to handle you.
Handle you. Look, motherfucker, I handle a rifle. I handle a service pistol. Sometimes I gotta handle a goddamn dog. I'm not gonna handle anybody who's supposed to be my quote unquote peace. Okay? Like, look, most of the times I look at this shit and I had to realize this in my life for 40 years. Most women are projecting shit anyway. They have their inadequacies that they don't like, so they're gonna project it in a year. All these men cheat. Bitch, that's because you cheated on your fucking man. All these men are. That's because you a fucking lousy ass parent. That's why you don't take care of your damn kids. Every time I see a bitch where she puts up a picture and she be like, 4 kids where? And I be like, at their grandmother's. That's where. Like,
hysterical.
Bitch, you fucking kids. Like, here's the craziest part. Most men don't travel because guess what? We want a little spot in the house where we could put up our trophies, our video games, and all our shit and be left the fuck alone.
We literally give them the whole house and ask just for a room and call it the man cave while you pay the goddamn mortgage. Insane.
Think about it. It's funny because I had to ask this one question to a female. And she said, well, women, we do so much. We do. I said, okay, let me ask you this one question since you're a college graduate, right? She's like, yeah. What the fuck do men get to the cost of their life? What do we get for it? And she paused. And she paused because she didn't even know what the fuck I meant. I said, look at this. When do women protect men? If anything, you serve us up to the fucking altar to your fucking pagan god, Beyonce, Oprah, and whoever else the fuck fits the bill. I mean, really, you just heard this man talk about, well, it's economic. Bullshit. Bullshit. I've seen women who were faithful to their man and faithful to their marriage with just as much as they would be in a cardboard box, as much as they would be in a mini mansion.
Yeah.
Bullshit. If that was the only thing we required was money, then guess what? You have a lot of brothers making it. Why can't these bitches stay in a marriage longer than 5 years? Why don't you just answer? These bitches are insufferable. They're delusional. They can't keep a man because guess what? Sometimes people have this thing about comic book Thanos with them. Comic book Thanos, even when he's winning, something about him psychologically would always give up the bag. Meaning, they would sabotage their own good shit. There's nothing that's ever going to make them truly happy. These are walking fucking mental cases and studies. And this ain't hatred. This is the truth. You act like niggas ain't been in the fucking black community for 30, 40, 50, 60 fucking years. And it's funny. I could talk to BGS, who's 20 plus years my senior, Green Gorilla 10 plus my senior, and pretty much have the same exact fucking raising and growing up as they do. And the only thing that changed might be the technology. But the attitude of the women remained the fucking same. You get the men that you deserve because the rest of them, we gone.
Right.
I think when we're dealing with, go ahead, Mark. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but pretty much you guys have pretty much just been driving the point home. It's like, again, it's not the money, it's not the fact that women are working, it's the culture of being antisocial towards the men. You know, like what Dr. T. Hassan Johnson was talking about, again, it's this anti-black misandry. Okay, and as you know, him and you and BGS and other people and guys like our Hardcore Tito pointed out, again, it's not the money, it's the fact that it's stopping these brothers from living life on their own terms. You know, when you look at things like redlining and the race riots and welfare and Jim Crow segregation, all these things basically stopping these brothers from living life on their own terms is what turned our community into a regressive and dysfunctional hellhole. You know, stopping these men from expressing financial, spiritual, sexual freedom, etc. That's what turned our communities into a wreckage. It's not the men expressing it; it's trying to stop them from doing it. You know, and what I would ask somebody like Amiri is this: is if so-called quote unquote Black men being quote unquote patriarchal in their families is what destroyed the community. Again, it's like, well, what's the evidence to back that up? Like, where's the empirical and historical evidence that's backing that up? That as a direct result of Black men being the final decision makers and primary breadwinners in their own family households, the communities around them basically completely regressed. Because all the empirical evidence says the exact opposite. You know, the small pockets of the community in which the men are the clear breadwinners and the final decision makers, those are the ones that actually have produced a lot of the high achievers and produce a lot of the functional people that make a lot of these, you know, great inventions and great athletic achievements and whatnot. I mean, you can look at somebody like Calvin Johnson, you know, he's a Hall of Famer, you know, or look at somebody like Jerry Rice, you know, the greatest wide receiver of all time. Look at the Ball
brothers.
Exactly. Exactly. You know what I mean?
3 back to back.
Yeah. And then what's funny is that for a lot of people that use this whole prototypical feminist language about how, oh, you know, well-behaved women seldom make history. I'm like, you do know that most of the Black female inventors that actually made like significant inventions, like, you know, like the sanitary napkin and stuff like that, most of those women were married to Black men. These were quote unquote well-behaved women that made groundbreaking inventions. You know, so again, if what we're doing is so, you know, evil and wrong, how come the historical narrative? How come the historical records don't show it?
They want us to drop leadership. They want us to drop patriarchy. They want us to drop all of that, and a lot of women to live fast and loose. What FD called it, self-determination, but on your dollar. That Amiri was just a hood version of FD. All I heard was FD all over again, pretty much saying, let these women do their thing, which I'm okay with. I think all of us are saying, okay, that's cool, but not on my dime.
Yeah.
Right? And that's it. She can have that, just not on my dime.
That's why I went on the rant, bro. If you telling us you divesting, if you saying we ain't good enough for you, if you say no, I don't want no scrubs, if you say I'm fuck nigga free, if you saying I'm on some boss girl bullshit,
I'm saying,
bitch, boss up.
Oh, by the way, speaking of I don't want no scrubs. Did you know that those heifers were only making
$50,000 a year? Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah.
But I mean,
that's,
look,
that's 360 deal. Yeah.
Well, they didn't write it.
Like, let's face it, man. Them chicks wasn't even writing the music. Okay, they were
they
just they were performers. Okay, like I'm not here to really actually get at them women as much as I'm just trying to say that, you know, like, black people don't get along. Men don't get along with men. Women don't get along with men. Apparently, women don't fucking even get along with each other. Okay.
No,
So I mean, there is a cultural problem with black folks in the United States, and niggas are in fucking racial fatigue. They're in racial fatigue, man. And we thinking we can get solace in a piece of pussy and a commitment, but the commitment is only as good as the one of the other parties who's willing to actually put the effort into making sure that the commitment stays where it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
right. Gigi, can I give you something to look at? And my apologies, because I think that TLC, no scrubs, and them only getting $50,000 a year or something, I think that's perfectly emblematic. That singing singing about this weird female empowerment and how horrible men are, and you don't want no scrubs, and you're only making this. You're only doing the bidding for the people that wrote the song, for the record execs. And this is mainly white people, right? Maybe not who wrote the song, but mainly white elites. That's perfectly emblematic. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Cut you off, but I'm gonna say this before the good doctors start going back to the grill.
Go ahead.
It goes back to what I said earlier. Women project like a motherfucker. They project so much, the bitches in IMAX.
Right?
Okay.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
I mean, they project so fucking much. You might as well get your.
I'm feeling that shit. That's good.
Because number one, they're talking about they don't want no scrubs. That means they don't want to. They don't want to be a bit. They tired of being the fucking scrubs. Literally, you telling me, look, I laid up in a fucking cast, foot cut open, ankle cut open. Ooh. I literally made 3 fucking stacks laying in a fucking bed. And I made more than double what them bitches made. And they're world famous. So who's the fucking scrub?
My question is, if people are laying out all the so-called realities of 2023 with the technology and this and that, right? If all of this is being said by homie and you know who he brought on the panel and all this other stuff, then why do we revisit, you know, the past, the 19th century and all of this and all of that stuff, when today's reality is different? Then she's quoting scriptures and shit like that. Why do we go all the way back there?
Because she was quoting the time of her youth. That's why.
What up?
That was funny, man.
Bro, you wrong for that, Charles.
What I'm saying is,
that's BC days. Go ahead.
If you're gonna accept that shit ain't what it was, you can't still command that, you know, or carry the hypergamous nature that you once did. If you're going to accept salaries and this, that, and the third, if you're going to say, technology is interfering with men's abilities to lead from a
Mark, give me a second. Somebody's background. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, if you're gonna speak and say that you know, and this is, you know, not really about black men, just men, period, right? If you're going to make the point that, you know, technology and automation and all of these other things is, you know, because I say it all the time. I say the provider male is dead. People have heard me say that a million times. If you're going to accept that, then why are you still demanding providers in the same sense of the time before now? You can't hold men, you know, in like suspended animation on some. You still got to be the old school dude to gain, you know, a leadership position when, you know, shit ain't really based on that no more. If you're gonna say that, that's changed. It's like Blue Hair would say, you know, men have to adapt.
Hysterical.
No, what it is that women have to change their idea of what leadership is. If either we're gonna have no leader, right, and then you got it, we you know, we're gonna be partners and it's gonna be 50-50 and all of that shit and fuck gender roles, or you're going to say, well, black men need to lead. But if you're going to say lead, then you have to remove this idea of, you know, this income gap, you know, requirement for the leadership position, because that's no longer possible according to your own admission. That's all I'm saying. It's a contradiction.
That's the conflict right there, though, Mark. And Gigi covered it in his the end of the family, I think, was the name of the video. That's the issue that we having right now, is the contradiction, right? The I want to enter the workforce, I want to earn as much as I possibly can, but I can only, air quotes, submit or be with or marry or take. We're not talking about who they having bedroom fun with. I can only take seriously someone who is that much above me in finances, right? Or unless he's that great looking, but even that has a clock on it that's going to tick out anyway. And well, the man with the money is going to tick out anyway either. I mean, also, so I think that's what we're dealing with, and having that conversations, it's tiring, right? Speaking to women about but you fought to be part of the workforce. You have the position. As a matter of fact, the system sees you as more pliable, so it wants to employ you more than me. They don't feel threatened by you, so you're even more likely to get the position. And if you add intersectionality, you're even, especially as a black woman, you're even more likely to get the position, right? So you're more likely to get the position. Then they're going to pay you a certain amount, but yet you want the men who you just beat out like twice over to earn even more than you. And that sounds good on a micro individual basis, but we live in a country with 340 million people. On a macro level, the math don't math. And that's what these women are running into.
Well, Mr. Z, you gotta remember, a lot of those women, a woman wants the title, the man wants the money. We don't give a fuck if you call us SpongeBob SquarePants. Pay me $150,000. Women want the supervisor. I'm the general, direct, you know, supreme commander.
Translation: middle management. Go ahead.
Middle management, and she's getting paid $50,000 if she's lucky. I remember my ex. She was the director of a learning center, right? Over $5 million she was responsible for, property, you know, kids and everything else. Do you know they only paid her $50,000? But I'm responsible for $5 million, maybe even $10 million worth of fucking shit, and a whole bunch of kids and teachers.
Middle.
Motherfucking goddamn.
Yep. Title.
Motherfucking goddamn. Who else next? Come get some heat.
Jesus Christ. I mean, like I said,
but she's probably doing so much better than other women, right? She's making 50K, these other women making 30 or 40K, so she has a superiority complex when she's getting shafted. You know what I mean? She fucking with dusty niggas that ain't even making 12K a year. So her 50K gives her a superiority complex that she can't have with no other racial group. So, you know, that's a huge factor too.
To talk about.
It's funny because when I was with her, I doubled her salary before overtime.
Yeah, that's something to talk about. I think I don't think the Black Manosphere falls into this, but in other spaces, putting women in this kind of beyond reproach pedestal, right? Like they don't have pride also, they don't have ego also, right? They're not stubborn also, they don't seek power also, right? And I think all of those attributes we put on to men without actually examining women and with writ large, but particularly, excuse me, black women in this society, right? So especially black women in this society, particularly in the black community, they kind of that matriarchal position, that you know, mama position that they occupy, where you can't say nothing, and mama been acting crazy for 2 generations. Ain't nobody say anything to her. Everybody's afraid because mama stayed around and granddad didn't. That type of going uncritiqued so long creates what we have now. This is where this comes from, right? And I think they look at Kevin, they look at spaces like this as just insulting them, right? They don't even look at it as critique. They look at it as insulting. So they never actually have to wrestle with what we're saying, which ends up hurting them and those of us that stay in the black community. It ends up hurting everyone in the long run.
Yeah. At the end of the day, man, I always say this. When Gigi knows I'm a structural realist, man. I deal with structure, right? End of the day, it doesn't really matter, okay? Because the structure, the environment, the structure the wave is going to carry you where it's going to carry you. So all this, you know, like Gigi saying, all this hoo-ha doesn't really make any difference, right? Because the wave is already going out. Black guys are not coming back to the plantation. They're not. You know, you know, basically, just like emancipation, right? Lincoln is already coming over the hill. Okay, it's over. So trying to hold your slaves, it's over. It's not going to happen. So that black community that we had for 200 years is done already. Okay,
well,
it's gone. Why are you trying to hold on to it? You try to make something new, and black men are trying to find another road, another avenue, right? Passport bros, like I said, it's not a cause, it's an effect. It's part of the wave. Okay, you're just noticing it. Gen Z dating out, SYSBM, they're part of a whole wave that's already going out. I've been trying to tell the people that for the last 5-6 years. You're trying to save something that can't be saved.
Well, if black men of stability and of means are going, and the poor ones too, I guess the Pookies, the white Pookies and the Latino Pookies gonna have their fun with them. All these black women, and I guess the same sex loving, more butch women are also going to be at, because that's going to be the spillover, right? That's where the women are going to go. Black women, you know, are going to go as brothers leave.
They may or may not. They may or may not. They're going to have to find other kind of groupings, right?
Black women have.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Ahead,
I'm sorry.
No. Gigi,
go ahead. Yeah, Gigi. Go.
You're sorry, man. You have the right to break in because you're the esteemed professor. Go ahead. You're the cook of the day.
Man, look, I'm just
don't do that, Gigi.
Okay. So look, here's my thing, man. Black men have been told that they are insufficient and inadequate in a variety of different ways. Okay, so look, if a chick telling me, no, I don't want you no more, guess what? I got to fucking try an alternate plan. If I want to fucking live a life according to the own idea about myself, then I got to go elsewhere. I ain't gonna sit there and try to fucking court the same chick that told me no. Like I've been, like I told y'all before, man. I done been at a party, man, where one girl wouldn't dance with me. I guess I wasn't her type. So okay, just because I ain't her type, don't mean I ain't nobody type. Then I gotta go holler at somebody else. So I turn around. If the girl tell me no, I'm gonna look at the girl right next to who she's standing to and ask her if she's gonna get down. I ain't embarrassed.
Shout out to white women.
Fuck this shit. Like I'm not gonna sit there and feel bad and worry about one rejection from one nobody. I don't even know you. I don't even give a fuck. So why should I care? So at the end of the day, if it's the case, like the only problem with all of this is that it's having an impact on children. That's the only problem. Because we still fucking these women and they still having babies. Okay? So that's the issue, right? So the problem is we don't have stable relationships. Families are breaking apart. Now, feminists say they got the fucking answer. They want to have extended networks and villages of working women who got like gay, they eating each other's pussies and all that shit.
Good
Go
for them.
ahead and have at it. Go ahead. See if it works for you. I beg that I think it's not going to work. First of all, you can't reproduce with that arrangement. The sperm banks are running low on sperm, and more niggas are going elsewhere.
Yeah.
So eventually, you know, like BGS said, this shit is a shame to women. It's a shame to them. First of all, these other women in these foreign countries are responding to the shit these black women are saying, that they from third world countries. First of all, that's insulting. What the fuck does it mean to say I'm a third world citizen? Like, because you live in an empire that's exploitative, you are a third world country in a first world country. Look at the conditions that black people live in this motherfucker.
I was literally about to say.
We don't live in a fucking, it's like everybody in this bitch is in Beverly Hills or something, or live in the suburbs, man. Niggas is hemorrhaging in this motherfucker, to be quite honest. And so my whole viewpoint on it is the audacity of the most impoverished group of motherfuckers in the country calling other women elsewhere in the world illiterate, uneducated, destitute, incapable of being adults and thinking for what's in their best interest, exploitative by nature. Bitch, everything you saying about them motherfuckers is the same shit we can say about you motherfuckers.
Yeah. Like I said, Gigi, buy American, right?
What happened, Gigi?
Hey.
What did I say? They project so much, you might as well get about our backs.
But it's not
Gigi,
just. It's not. Go ahead, AB. I'll go after you because you haven't spoken. Go ahead.
Gigi, the quote, since they want to, live there in carpet munch, to quote the late Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, so basically they want to live in a dying culture because they don't reproduce. Legitimate couples don't reproduce. Shout out to Art and Stahl for that terminology.
But it's. I mean, I covered this also. It's not just the way they see those women in those other nations, but even women in this country who profess their love for black men or their like for black men or them willing to fight for black men. These particular women have like this adverse reaction to that because it's no, you're not supposed to do anything for the express pleasure of men. That includes saying anything positive about them that's not a one-to-one, like a direct, transaction type thing. So I think they have an issue with any woman speaking positively, excuse me, about black men. No, these particular black women are supposed to denigrate black men in public, and no one's supposed to come to black men's defense. And everybody's supposed to be like, well, I guess, that's their sisters and their mothers. I guess they're right. Beginning, end, So they have an issue with any woman, whether they're American or not, saying anything positive. And this is when you get into the preference talk. Well, of course he treats you like this. You're his preference, or da-da-da-da-da-da, right? So like that's when you get into some of that stuff. But any positivity directed towards black men is an issue, So I'll pause right there.
Yeah, and it also goes back to the point of them having a inferiority complex. So they're always looking for an edge to be superior. So whether they PhD and consider themselves high value women, they still messing around with dusties so they can feel superior, calling other women third world country women so they believe that they're superior. But that's just the illusion that they put up. They really have an inferiority complex, but they project a superiority complex. That's why they get all the weave, the BBLs, the nails, all these insecure things, because they're not happy with themselves. You know what I mean? Doing all these duck lips, so it's a pretty kind of diabolical psychology when you break it down, So a lot of things that they do is just to one up and get an edge on the man, and the matriarchy shit is just bullshit, because you need men to enforce the matriarchy. So it's it's something that don't got legs. It's just like a pie in the sky, discussion that's pretty much dead on arrival, bro.
I just want to say this, right? and I want to keep back to what Gigi said. They have the fucking audacity to talk about third world country, but I could roll through Baltimore or any black enclave today. And I'm gonna say this just like I said in my live stream the other day about the reasons why people got blood on their hands, that young man's blood. The black community was the cause for the Scorpion unit. You got nothing but crime, miseducated, undereducated children. You got a bunch of bitches who get jobs but don't maintain their kids. I was at an apartment complex with nothing but black people, maybe one or two white people or families. The kids will be out 8, 9, 10 o'clock. I mean, little kids, 5, 6, 8 years old, no parents around. This is what single motherism in the black community is. It's destructive. You had a chick who had 3 of her sons die because she refused to move from a fucked up neighborhood. Back to back. One got killed because he was in a gang. Another got killed at his brother's funeral. And then when the one brother left, she still refused. Boom, they got him. But guess who's outliving their boys? Guess who's outliving their men? But you guess what? Here's the crazy part. I've told you over and over, the greatest reversal is to never get in a hold or situation in the first place. Now the younger generations are saying, fuck this shit, I'm out. And they're looking for greener pastures while they're lying down. What can you compete with? I've said this to one of my exes. I said, instead of asking why your son is dating a white woman, ask yourself this. Why didn't black girls and black women produce a better product when they had first dibs on him?
They can't see it.
They can't see it. And I said, here's the fallacy. Even my friend who's a teacher in PG, she was like, oh, you saying some sexist stuff about black women. I said, black women don't smile. Even though she smiles all the time. She says, God damn, you right. Black women don't smile. I said, yeah. Imagine being a man trying to approach a bitch that got a bigger mug than the Incredible Hulk.
Ooh. Yeah. Charles, something you said, and you know what's sad and sick about that mother outliving 3 of her sons? Then sisters will go to college, come out of college, and say, where are the good men at? Where are the men? Where are black men? Why aren't they here? I don't know. Go talk to that lady who put her sons in the position, to lose 3 of them. You see what I'm saying? Like that's sick.
A whole generation wiped out. And think about it. Here's another untold secret in the black.
Math ain't mathing.
Here's another untold secret. How many of these mothers talk their boys out of going to college, going to the military?
Yeah, we've heard them on air. Like somebody, the lady just died, right? She's saying that don't go to college, get a trade.
Yeah, go get a trade. Don't go to the military. Don't get.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? Shout out to the enforcer, Bruce Almighty. Shout out to Mr. Elwood for the Cash App. Don't forget to hit the Cash App. We got Arson NC in the building, and let me see who else. Detroit 313. What's up? Thank you. And you fundamentally have to take some lessons and sit back and say, wait a minute. Y'all complaining, but you're doing nothing to fix the complaints. Mm-hmm. You are actually the bane of my existence. Every time I come near you, I'm put out, arrested, or whatever. Or when you don't like me, you're going to either get the police or some simp nigga to try to, be a reckoning to my fucking life.
Let me say something and I'm going to be quiet, man. I know, you got people here who, have...
No, we don't want you to be quiet. Go ahead.
Hell no. You talk as long as you want, nigga.
Yes, sir.
Well, let me just say this shit. I talked to my partner. Okay, so I had a woman come on. Her name was Stacey Static. She did a show with me and shit. You know what I'm saying? A homegirl from the loop.
Shout out to her.
She know all the celebrities and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because she worked in the industry. And, but she's still cool. She always thought I was a cool motherfucker. I always thought she was cool. So we cool people. You know what I'm saying? But she was like, women want to hear what niggas got to say so that they can, try to find out how they can, correct themselves so they can be better mates for niggas. And I'm saying to myself, I can't believe it because you have an entire space where niggas is like, this what y'all fucking up. This is what we want you to change. This is what our issues with you are. Instead of listening to the shit they call in the space that's bashing women. And yeah, we sometimes use raw and ignorant language because we pissed off and we feel like we don't have people that's being cooperative with us, not just as our fucking wives or our, soulmates or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But we talking about our mothers, our sisters, our aunties, and our daughters too, man. You know what I'm saying? We talking about our cousins, our nieces and shit. We talking about a whole bunch of shit, okay? About what we got issues with and how the dynamics have been fucking crazy amongst us. And instead of saying that there's anything valid with what we have to say, it's a whole bunch of chicks out there that's like, fuck what you got to say. Fuck you, dusty, naked niggas. I hope y'all die. We killing black babies. And then I ain't never heard no nigga in the Manosphere say, kill black girls. Murder them motherfuckers in the stomach. I ain't never heard no nigga say no crazy shit like that, bro.
But yet, you could go on Facebook right now and Amiri would try to say the Manosphere is condoning crime against women. No,
bro.
Nigga.
Y'all are the He-Man woman haters.
And I jumped in his ass.
Bro.
Nigga.
My thing is this. All niggas in this space are saying is, save yourself. Leave these hoes alone. Don't impregnate them. Don't live with them. Don't fuck with them. Go about your own way and see if you can find some nice chicks elsewhere. That's all I hear niggas here saying.
There you go. That's your crime against women. How dare you tell these niggas to get off Mass's plantation and go, you get your legs broken doing that shit. What's up, everybody?
What's up with it, bro?
What category coming in, Edward?
You never know. I just got up, so I'm good. I'm out here. I'm drying dishes.
Energizer.
I'm doing that, so maybe it'll rev up. I need to start being more like Denzel Washington from The Equalizer. Quiet but deadly.
At any time, you could just turn into category F5.
But what's up, everybody? This is a great panel. I'm definitely gonna start. I had to clip that shit from what Charles was saying. I had to take a screenshot of the timestamps. I'm gonna put that in my Jason Whitlock upload I'm gonna do. But the thing, it's interesting. As far as what Gigi was just talking about, we talk about what's happened in dudes' families. So when we were young, what happened? Then the argument is you need to heal, you got issues. Even though that's completely out of a sexual context. Then if you talk about what's going on with these chicks, and I always say it like this: if you Thanos snap every black man that ain't got no pussy, not got no pussy, but ain't got kids. So that's how you can tangibly verify they have had sex with a woman. Because ain't no nigga paying child support if they ain't never had sex. And then, a chick show up with a baby. What does the black community look like? Do these complaints or these issues that black men are bringing up, do they all of a sudden disappear? And what I find funny is a lot of the stuff Gigi was talking about really are things when you're very in close proximity to a woman. A lot of the issues that Gigi was talking about requires you to actually be in a sexual relationship. Doesn't require, but most likely you're in a sexual relationship with a black woman in order to have these problems. Because my thing is, y'all have been covering what the females do, and I think early on y'all covered what some of the dudes are doing. Like Amiri is on some whole other shit because he actually got ideology behind his bullshit. Most of these niggas are just running the fuck off at their mouth and they don't even know who, what, where they're talking about. They're just repeating shit. That's what makes Amiri really unique in like his level of bullshit. But dudes always bring it back to the genital talk. That's all. Like dudes that want to critique what we're saying, it's always you don't get no pussy. And what I find is a lot of these niggas, if you can show like you got kids or something, they don't really have nothing else to really say. They don't. And so the thing that really pisses me off, the women are going to do what the women are doing because they're gone. But when you got dudes that get up in behind the women, like the mommy shit y'all was talking about, you got dudes that will actually reinforce that shit. They will actually never travel, never have a passport. Some of these niggas think traveling is going to Florida from Chicago. And then they'll turn around but for real, you got dudes that actually think that like going from North Cal from South Cal is like you really doing something. And these niggas will have so much to say, like the level of conviction that you hear in some of these niggas. And then when you actually listen to what they're saying, yeah, man, you just upset because you can't get no pussy. Okay, let's look at the niggas that are getting pussy. Are they having problems? Like, where is this magical black man that you're talking about that gets cooperation from black women? You know what's funny? I was at, the buffet today. It's like one of the main, kind of the KW cafeteria going cry. I was getting something. I was in and out. Nigga, I was in like them shoes that Ty City called himself trying to play me in. Them shoes you can get from Walmart because I don't give a fuck. I'm out doing what I'm doing, and I'm not. I am completely anti. I need to look good in case I talk to a bitch. Because truth be told, I can talk to a bitch looking like a bum. Let's talk about you niggas with game that you can do that. I literally walk in this thing, and it's a Hispanic, a Mexican. She was cute, but it ain't like I'm thirsty for attractive women, and I'm not bragging, and I'm just saying. And then I go in there and I'm getting my shit about to get it. She tells me it's cold outside. And I can tell English is not like her first language, strong language. So she's probably from Mexico. And I said, yeah, it is. Getting my shit. I'm just going. I get my shit. I come back to check it out because it's only like one or two of them. And she says it like two more times. And I'm like, wow, this chick is really trying to, she's really trying to get me to ask for her number or something.
Yeah, she's showing.
Now, what do? I basically say, yes, pay my shit and leave. Because I didn't give a fuck. Because that ain't what I was in there for. Why do I even bring that? Why do I even bring that shit up? I bring that shit up because it's not supposed to, again, it's not supposed to be that hard. When niggas keep talking about game and all that bullshit, like, it's not that. It's just like what BGS was talking about the taco truck. And then they wonder, why do you wind up with other races of women? Because other races of women are doing doing shit like that. And then you sit here and you got to go over the river and through the woods to talk to a chick that's really a fucking 5. Maybe she a 5 with a fat ass. Bitch can't cook, can't clean. I promise you that chick can cook and clean. She got a job. So clearly she would appreciate somebody who's making the kind of money I'm making if she ain't got to work that job. You see what I'm saying? This is in North Carolina now, where black people are 55% of the population in the South, and black people are a very strong part of the population. So again, you got dudes that are quite frankly brainwashed and actually believing shit is supposed to be more difficult than what it is. And I'm going to say this. A lot of that shit is a form of what I call soft shoe misandry. The reason why black men have to work so hard to deal with black women in particular is because when you're dealing with a black woman, you're automatically, based on all of the baggage that she has with black men, you're automatically like 3 points down.
I call it the black tax.
Exactly.
I call it the black tax on men. Yeah.
So the reality is they don't like your black ass anyway. So unless you override that via charisma, sexuality, or whatever, this is why with non-blacks, take white men off the table because we understand, white ice is colder. White ice is colder ain't got nothing to do with Arabs, and white ice is colder ain't got nothing to do with Hispanics. So the reality is Hispanics have almost the same kind of access to black women as white men. If for more anything else, they're maybe more likely to fuck them than white men might would. So the reality is it's not about just the white ice is colder and white man is dominated because Hispanics and Arabs haven't done that globally. So you can't say that's what it is as to why they deal with these guys. What it really is black women look at every man as normal. And then black men are abnormal. So it's a form of misandry. Why is this important? Because you have black men that actually have built it into their culture, into their psyches. Misandry is already accounted for, meaning they will actually come up here and tell you, you can't find one good woman. You can't do this. You can't do this. All black women are not bad. They literally justify the misandry. When the Manosphere is, even though it's not articulate, you ain't got everybody ain't GG, everybody ain't BGS, everybody ain't me, everybody ain't Charles, everybody ain't Z. Everybody can't articulate it. Everybody ain't keeping 100. Everybody can't articulate it as well. They know something's wrong, but really what they're essentially saying is this culture is fucking trash. And it's not that I'm trying to get away from the black woman. I'm trying to get away from the culture. It's kind of like saying I'm trying to get away from COVID, and them Asian motherfuckers are like ground zero. You're not going to go to China to get away from COVID. That's ground zero. And the black women, I'm saying this, I'm done. Women are the carriers of the culture. They are the more true manifestations of the culture. They absorb the culture and reflect it back out. So unfortunately, and that's why SBM talked about this too, it's not against black women as a race. It's an indictment on the culture. And it just so happens that black people like to conveniently say the culture is the race. Hip hop is not. Hip hop, yes, came from black people, but black people are more than hip hop. But you talk to a lot of niggas, you wouldn't know that. Because if you ask, this is why black people don't never want to talk about culture, because their idea of what culture is extremely rudimentary. And when you see a lot of these people, whether it's black men and black women, really talk the shit that they talk about what black men are doing, black men are bashing, black men are talking reckless about women, which, by the way, they never say we're lying. Notice that? They never say we're lying, ever say we're lying. But they say all this, that is them. But that's the culture. That's like, what is it? What was that fucking in the last Matrix? You had all them little bug robots that made the face. That's literally the manifestation of the collective culture, basically attacking you through that one individual. This is why when you actually question and ask them, what do you mean with that? They can't fucking explain it. And that's true for black men and black women. They can't really explain it. It's just a feeling. It's a collective feeling. And so amongst the men, that's the shit that really pisses me off, because a lot of these niggas are just repeating shit and not even knowing why the fuck they're doing it. They're just saying shit. Like, nigga, you're talking to, yeah, man, you buy pussy, or you're buying pussy. Nigga, 90% of the pussy that's bought by black men is in the United States and out of the strip clubs. But I don't see you niggas make songs about that goofy shit. Anyway, I'll leave it there for right now. Appreciate it. Oh, another thing, remember that movie, All Dogs Go to Heaven?
Mm-hmm.
I got a new movie. It's called All Hoes Go to Hell.
Oh wow, man, this nigga right here crazy, man. And you know what? Hey, look, all I can say is, Ed, man, you right, man. Niggas there's something foul going on with black culture. Black women know it's something fucked up for them. However they see it, black men know it's something fucked up for them. The only thing to do when you reach an impasse between people who say that we're not sufficient enough, we're not good enough, okay, the only thing you can do is take your talents elsewhere. Like if I'm an athlete and I'm playing for a team and they cut me, guess what I got to do? Either I'm going to play basketball somewhere else. If it's overseas, I got to go there. Or if it's somewhere else in the NBA, I got to go there. Because the team I'm playing with no longer finds me able to do what's necessary or a role to play with them. So I got to go elsewhere.
AOGZ, this is the black community real quick. The black community, what was the guy that played for the Boston Celtics, the shorter dude that was really good, but they replaced him for Kyrie Irving? He played in a game.
Kemba Walker?
No, not Kemba Walker. It's the other one. He played in a game.
Isaiah Thomas?
Yeah, Isaiah Thomas. He played in a game like the day after his sister died. And then they traded him abruptly, right? For
and he scored damn near 50 that game too.
Do you know them white boys, because they didn't know at the time that the team traded him, they thought they burned his jersey? This is the black community. Like Gigi was talking about going, basically taking your talents to South Beach if you get cut. But hell, if you say, F it, I'm better than this, we can't win here, so I'm gonna win somewhere else. These motherfuckers are burning your jersey. That's the equivalent of what that is. Anyway, my bad. Go ahead.
I get the point. But here's the thing though. If you reject the stone and the stone decides to fucking be the cornerstone somewhere else, how can you be mad? You rejected the stone. You rejected it. You said fuck this stone. So the stone went elsewhere. That's like the ugly duckling. Motherfucker, like you said, we ain't good enough for you, bitch. Okay, then guess what? We gotta go elsewhere. We gotta see what else is out there. You done already told us we're not good enough for you. We too dusty. We too didn't do nothings. We too nakerish. Okay, then. Guess what? Maybe some other motherfuckers elsewhere. Maybe they might be a different woman in America. Maybe it's like you got, if the motherfuckers, if you're bumping up against something that's not fucking comfortable for you, you got to try alternatives.
Okay? That's what we was talking about this morning. I tell guys this all the time. I'm like, yo, if you're not that guy, you have to move on. This is what I tell men. If you ain't that guy, because a lot of these guys, they still struggling to try to be the thing that these women want. And again, these people already admit that
they want to not be black. Sorry, we don't have that in our store.
You can never be what they want.
Yeah,
Right.
The world is not enough.
They want you to be a
but
special kind of black. That's what they want you to be.
But what I'm saying is, if they're gonna make the argument, and I said it earlier before Ed got on, if they're gonna make the argument that the new environment does not allow, like, how much money in the economy for 6 or 7 figure earners, like on a high percentage in the black community, black men 6% of the population. If 5% of them became 6 figure earners, like, where's that coming from?
You already have that. 5% of black men, 6% of black men earn 6 figures.
You said 6%.
6%, yeah. 6% of black men earn 6 figures.
Oh, you gonna have to link me to that.
If we're talking about eligible single black men, right? Okay, it's only like 4%. If you're a millennial, which ages between 25 and
okay,
40.
you know what? I'm messing up. Okay, 6% of the 6% of the population. I got what you're saying, but that's
6% of black men. Period. Okay?
So I should say it a different way. I said
somebody's got.
No, I hear you, because black men are 6% of the American population.
Yeah, so if we 6% of the American population, I'm saying it wrong.
But BGS is saying that 6% of black men make 6 figures.
Right, I get what he's saying. So let me say it correctly.
Within that population,
if 80% of the 6% of the black male population, like, that in order to affect
everybody didn't like math, dog.
Hold on.
Right. So if you want to affect this mental masturbation dream that these women are having, and you wanted 80% of black men to earn this money.
Okay. It's impossible.
Right. Just us, like, forget everybody else, because even though there ain't no money for everybody else, because the economy and this and that and technology and automation.
Okay.
You're holding black men to this standard alone, right?
Okay.
80% of the 6% of the population of the US, if 80% of that 6% were to get 6 or 7 figures, like, where is that money coming from? Like, where does that income come from? Like, if that's what we are to do for.
What's wrong with you, Marcus? You got to manifest that, man.
Well, at the end of the day, this is where the trick bag is.
Question, Marty, not a speech.
But this is where the trick bag is. Number one, when you hear women talking that bullshit, they don't. That's them articulating, unless they're hypersexually attracted to you, they don't want the concept of black men as a group. When you look at, no matter BGS putting videos up in the 70s where they're a little bit slicker with their shit because they know how bad that shit can look, or women, no matter, they're always making an excuse for, I don't really want this nigga because X, Y, and Z. And black men be like, well, if you just chauffeur prove and jump through the hoops, they gonna want you. We're not talking about black men on an individual level. We're talking about as a group. And so the reality is, what I hear when I hear that shit, and this is why they don't want black men traveling or interacting with other groups. They really don't want black boys interacting with other groups, because that story I just told you, if a black man deals with that, like a black boy deals with a situation like that, all they know is the compare and contrast. All they know is the Cleon bullshit versus the smiling bullshit. And I'm sorry, biology is going to kick in, and biology is going to say, deal with this other bullshit, even if you've been socialized, even if you're younger and you're dealing with this other shit right here. And so my thing is, what black women are essentially saying is, I don't want these black ass, I don't want these niggas. I don't want them for whatever reason. And dudes don't want to really accept that. And so what we do is we create this culture of gang. This is why when you hear niggas talk, they always talk about, I got chose. You're not supposed to get chose. Like, niggas are not supposed to be out here bragging about getting chose. That's the shit that women are supposed to do. Men are not supposed to brag to other men saying, I got chose. I've literally heard niggas, even today, talking about, well, man, it ain't my fault. These hoes chose me, or these hoes chose a certain demographic. I'm like, who the fuck you think? Okay, cool. Who the fuck you think they talking about? When they say you don't build, you don't do this, you don't do that, they talk about the niggas they fucking. They're not talking about the fucking quote unquote lames that are invisible to them anyway. But see, that never gets said. And so it becomes this fucked up logic loop that black men have. Because think about it. So here's the thing. Take Keep It 100, for example. Because Keep It 100 is red pill.
Yeah,
right?
Charles, pull up the chart.
Let's say Keep It 100. Let's say he talks about red pill shit. Well, the argument with Keep It 100 is, why are you talking red pill shit? Because you get bitches. So don't you prove that if you that nigga, you can win. You can win in the United States. You already disprove your own shit by the fact that you get bitches. Yeah. Or then the argument is, this is a Chinese finger trap. If you a nigga and you ain't basically out there with the bitches you get, you say, well, you just having that issue because you don't get bitches. When in reality, what both groups are talking about, categories are talking about the culture and the environment. We talk more in a macro level, and you have black men, they try to bring micro level bullshit into the conversation. Again, that's what makes Amiri unique, is Amiri is one of the few ones that will try to attack it from a macro perspective. That's why this shit sounds a little, his bullshit is of a unique variety that you got to go to a specialty store to get. Anyway.
Let me ask you a question, Marcus. Okay, this is from Black demographics, right? Okay,
right.
And these are eligible. Maloney's actually the eligible group, right? Coming into their wealth. We're between
Marcus, 25. The charts are the lightsaber.
Okay. In other words, this is between ages 25 and 40. Basically, these are the baby making and family creating ages, right? Okay, these are singles, right? Which is like like 75% of black men, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's single, right? Above 100K, what does that say? 2%. 2%.
No, I understand everything. What the question that I'm asking, and I'm being, hypothetical and facetious. I'm not asking seriously. My thing is, okay, if we pretend, like, let's say we pretend.
Yeah, we're indulging in their bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah, like let's say let's say we pretend.
Oh, okay, I got you. Appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's say if we pretend that these women would be cooperative if we, made this money.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Or if the majority of black men made this money, I should say. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
If we had this money, if we had, these 6 and 7 figure incomes.
Okay.
As a collective of men, right?
Okay.
I mean, we see examples where, men make this money, and because I always pull myself out of the conversation, because it's my issue is never that I don't have access to women. I'm not a relationship guy. I feel bad for the guys that are seeking relationships.
Mm-hmm.
I don't seek relationships. So I would be in the same boat as a lot of guys here if I was seeking relationships. You understand what I'm saying? In that, in that respect. So what I'm saying is, under the hypothetical idea that, these women would be cooperative if, all these men had all this money.
Mm-hmm. If
you put all that part of it aside, in reality, where would this money come from? Like, because, my argument was, the economy is finite, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So where would all this money come from?
Well, I mean, they don't think about that. And the thing is, dude, you would graduate from being dusty to being controlling. I would argue with you, they would actually be worse. You would be worse, because then they would think of how much black women through intersectionality, and this is where Gigi is like, Gigi is not TSI, BJ is the experts, through intersectionality, talk about a patriarchy that don't exist. Like, even that video you posted in the 1970s, BGS, on one of the videos you recently uploaded. That chick was real quick to try to shut that shit down and act like that shit. She knew good and damn well she was lying through her motherfucking teeth when she was saying it. She knew good and well that the patriarchy is non-existent, and it's the myth of the matriarchal woman. We had to do because we're put in that position. Like I said, women are destined to be single mothers.
She was admitting that the black community was a matriarchy. She was admitting it.
Right. Yeah, she was trying. Yo, somebody.
Man, something's fucked up. I
You
don't know
sound
who
like
it
them
is.
dark troopers from Star Wars. Well, when you hear them say, when you hear them say that they had to do it because, you know, they were put in a position, you notice how they never explain how they were put in a position, or their argument is, oh, well, he just the man left. So the man just walked up and just bounced out of a regular like they at that point they're lying and they're admitting what that is. And that's really one of the things that 1.0 really delved deeply into. But ultimately, like I said, you would be controlling. This is, and by the way, SWP has said this, BGS has said this. I know everybody on this panel has articulated this in different ways. They purposely pick dudes, as SWP would say, not in the position, as BGS would say, predatory. It's like predatory loans, where you purposely target Black people. You target people that you know can't pay it back because that's a part of the business strategy. That's how Black women are. And that way they will have the narrative. They'll have the,
No, I said understood.
Yeah. So I mean, if you have all this money, what black women are just gonna they're just gonna have this rebellion bullshit about trying to negotiate with you how you do it. This is why that argument is like when the thing is they like the ability to say that you're not in the position collectively. Because if you're in the position individually, they'll just say you're not in it collectively. And it's like, yo, so that gives you an excuse to deal with a non-Black man that ain't in the position, because you then claim the group is in a position. Because truthfully, Black people make more money than Hispanics. It's just it's more of them. So if you want to talk about that position, y'all give Hispanics more cooperation than us.
But exactly, I said the exact thing yesterday. So check this out. Listen, I understand everything you're saying in the current reality.
Nothing you're saying. I'm just answering it.
Right. If in the current but listen, in the current reality, if we made that money, it wouldn't buy us cooperation or submission. No. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is a separate thing. Like, because we covered a lot of shit yesterday. My question is, and again, it's a hypothetical one. It's it's an if, like, if that were to happen, because to me, it's a Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi. Like there's not enough in the economy to support this idea of all these Black men making 6 and 7 figures. Like we have to be a collective of affluent men as a group, right? But and we have to out earn everyone else. Like,
this is
with,
bullshit,
I mean, but the thing is, you're entertaining a lot.
One at a time.
So I'm saying, like, under the premise of, let's say, the examples that we had of these men, they gained submission in this manner, right? My facetious question is, where is this money coming from in the economy to support that Wakanda, that, you know what I'm saying?
There ain't enough money in the economy, bro. I mean, but there is something that could have been done, that should have been done a long time ago, which essentially is basically, man, enhance the lives of Black males in the United States. You won't remedy the entire problem, because the entire problem is cultural. Okay. However, you can actually begin to remedy some of the issues, because I mean, in 1948. 75% of Black families, man, were fucking married. It just is what it is. You get to the 60s, the numbers begin to drop precipitously. Those are the facts, okay? Now, the reason it is so much so for the Black community is because of Black male disenfranchisement. Now, you would think that they would want to enhance Black male enfranchisement to get what they say they want. What the fuck they want? Black niggas making money, right? But every chance they get, they continue to fucking argue for programs for themselves, as opposed to their sons, their brothers, and their fathers, and their husbands, because that would take away shit from girls, because they're trying to wring as much as they can out of the 1964 Civil Rights Act as they fucking can, like everybody else is, okay? But at the end of the day, what we have is a female-headed family system that motherfuckers are acting like doesn't exist, but we know good and goddamn well it does, okay? Now, one can say, okay, it's a coping mechanism. It helps, that it exists to deal with the hardships or whatever the case may be that was imposed without any control over the population and demographic. Okay, God damn it, we understand it, but it ain't working. It's not a solution. We know that it was a fucking modus vivendi, it's a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. It is a tourniquet on a fucking goddamn leaking artery, okay? Now we need to fix the shit. Now, if you want to fix it, you got to enfranchise black boys. This is what the fuck you have to do and stop hyper-focusing on black girls. Not to say that you don't focus on them at all, but you've got to begin to focus on your fucking boys. Now, if you don't want to do that shit, you're just basically saying fuck the black community altogether. You're saying fuck black wealth because the wealth is going to come from your fucking men being equivalent to that of white boys or Hispanic boys or Asian boys. That's what you need to do. You need to make your boys competitive with the other men. You can't fucking create competitive.
And Gigi, that's another argument is never talked about from the black boy perspective. If you notice how they have absolutely zero to say about black boys. And when they do try to talk, what they'll try to do, this comes back to that always trying to make it sexual. When they do try to talk, or what you'll generally see how that'll manifest is black men like Umar and others trying to tell it's black men's. Literally, they're saying that it's black men's responsibility, who, by the way, who don't have custody as a group, tender years doctrine, to basically deal with black boys that are not, that black men didn't sire. But
I get that. Hey, bro, I'm perfect. So what you have is a self-fulfilling prophecy that's cyclical. So what we've done is we've created an environment in which you got boys reared in single mother homes, and they're not getting the vital attention and the nurturance that they need in order to thrive, not just in fucking athletics and entertainment, because it's enough niggas that know how to shoot rocks, that know how to throw balls, and how to catch them and how to run touchdowns and shit. Okay, but everybody in the black community, like Kwanzaa Kunjufu said in the fucking 70s and 80s, every Negro boy is not going to make it to the NFL, the NBA, or the MLB. It ain't happening. Okay, so we need to start steering these boys on trajectories to where they actually can have some chance at competing with other men in the marketplace. But we don't give a fuck. We'll have them niggas practicing for hours and hours a day on how to shoot basketball and how to fucking run up and down the court and football fields, which I'm not saying you don't need physical training. You need it, but you also need to fucking teach these boys how to read and do goddamn math.
No, absolutely. And the thing about it is, because somebody tried to check me on that when I said, like, you mean to tell me you ain't gonna help these kids? I said, dude, okay, let's say I give you those coins. And let's say black men say, okay, we'll do it. The reality is that's not really what they want. They want you to help black boys within the confines of the already gynocratical matriarchal system that already exists. Because if you deviate from that, how dare you teach them how to be strong, independent men? Oh, there's a concept. Then these chicks will go and wash out the areas. Yo, like I know MOT has been wilding out to a certain extent, but MOT used to even talk about that. I've seen black men, even Information Man admitted to that. So when they create programs, the women are the main ones that undercut it. My brother's keeper. So even so when dudes see that, and then dudes don't have kids, they damn sure like fuck it, because with women do not value the time that black men put into these things, let alone the money. But the time is actually more important. So again, they want you to be, as BGS said in his video recently, they want servitude. They don't want leadership. They call servitude leadership, but they really want what I call permission-based leadership. And so when even Umar knows this, which is why I start calling that motherfucker. When he started saying that, he no longer became a doctor to me. He just a nigga talking shit. So when Umar said that, he said it. He told the truth. He said you need to come in here and basically be the chattel labor. So they don't even want strong. Black women do not want strong boys. They don't. Because to them, strong boys is something. Think about it. That's not just something I'm running my mouth about. When black women, when boys are strong, mentally, not just physically, but mentally, Black women know they can't handle that for the most part. So what they do is then they want to push them to their daddy.
Well,
So they want
this is man. Can you hear me now?
Hold on. We can hear you, but hold on. I'm gonna say this. For years, what did I say? The three things the black community don't give a fuck about.
Their boys, education to being the hero of their own narrative.
Doesn't that seem very true? Think about it. A woman doesn't want her son to be smarter than her. A woman doesn't want her son to be mentally strong, because guess what? He'll know that he's being abused and he'll do something about it. This is the reason why I said, I'm not saying turn your back on your children, but I'll be damned you give me a child at 16 when you already ruined. And now I got to pick up the pieces for the next 5-10 years and make sure he does not become a victim of the fucking prison industrial complex.
Well, it's odd that you say that though, man, because I don't know, maybe it's a generational thing, but in relation to my mother, I was the only child though. So I don't know if it's different for different types of mothers with different types of sons or whatever the case may be. But, my mother, she did everything she could to make sure that I was fucking out of trouble and that I was the best type of little nigga I could be. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could read.
I'm what it is, GG. My mother and father, even when they divorced, they had a very big emphasis on education. Even if sometimes we bicker or didn't get along, we supported each other. The problem is your lifestyle and my lifestyle is rare. And I had to come to grips to that shit.
Yeah,
it's scary because, and I'm going to tell you what's even worse when you're a police officer and you got to go inside people's homes. You can't hide who you are inside your home. It's almost impossible. And you see how dysfunctional some of these women are. These women are on 15 different medications because they're stressed out. They trying to carry the burden because they want to carry that, oh, I'm a strong, independent woman bullshit, but it's killing them. Their daughters be with their fathers. And I had to tell one chick, I said, look, either let your daughter be with her father or you're going to be a grandmother next year. And she's 13.
Damn.
And I told her straight like that. I said, she's 13. Next year, you'll be a grandmother because she's going to get that fatherly love one way or another. Well, I have custody. Fuck your custody. And I said it just like that. I said, really? If the man's here at the door and the child called for the dad, what's wrong with him? Did he abuse her? No. Did he sexually abuse her? No. Did he physically? No. Is he a bad person? No. And why? Well, I have control. No, you just want control. And that's the reason why you were on all these psychotropic drugs. See, there's a reason why I would never be police commissioner, because I would just tell people, look, we got a speech from the police commissioner. Look, motherfuckers, I know I'm indoors and I'm smoking a cigar. Fuck you. I'm stressed. Give me that cognac. And I would tell people the truth. The truth is that when you look at a black society, there's always a single mother who fucked it up. Yeah, you can say brothers ain't doing this, but guess what? No matter what you say, look who raised them. You can't say we did it because you have majority monopoly shares on the children. So the burden falls upon you. Your body, your choice, I agree with you. Your failure, that should be a part of your shit too. But go ahead, GG.
I mean, but at the end of the day, man, this is going to take more than just families. You know what I'm saying? It's going to take more than just Negroes, creating fraternal organizations in order to try to facilitate programs. It's going to take, first of all, it's going to have to take a reshaping of family life in general with the kids that actually are here, and to actually have their fathers be a part of their lives from the beginning. Because niggas are checking out with kids because not just because they deadbeats or they don't give a fuck about their kid. They give up. They like, why should I fucking struggle to see my kid after I've been struggling, goddamn me, for I don't know how long, but the mom keep giving me interference. How many clips and videos we got to see of situations where dudes is trying to step up in the best way that they can, only to be told it's insufficient. And then you got niggas who will come out and defend. Like, I get it, but when you create, like, what black people do is we put the cart before the horse. We start fucking and doing all the shit backwards, ass backwards. Then we try to go back and fix it and act like the fix is gonna be better than the motherfucking shit that should have been happening in the first place. Like
I agree wholeheartedly, Gigi. I think that you guys have all been doing well, and hey everybody, man, I just been trying to get some edge in, man. Cause I'm at work personally. I'm at work right now, so yeah. I ain't think shit, man. Just a whole lot of bullshit, man. Had a bad accident last week, man. Had to try to save somebody's fucking life and cut the shit out of my hands. So
I'm glad that you're
I've been
okay.
fucked up.
Shit, thank you for saving somebody's life. Shit.
Yeah, man.
I mean, and life, you're not put where you wanted, you're put where you needed. That's what I figured out. I mean,
hey yo, hey PK, you still ain't shit.
Yeah, I know. That's just how it goes. I know it.
Just a friendly reminder from a black woman that you still ain't shit. It's just 7 a.m. You ain't shit call.
I appreciate that. I'll get that off.
I'm gonna tell you what's funny about that is that you know who gets child support the worst? Police officers. I never told anybody this story. It shook the shit out of me because I actually knew the.
Wait, Charles. Before the story, real quick, I'm gonna get in and out, man, because I'm actually about to get back to work.
Go ahead.
So two things. The first thing that I find really tragic and ironic is the same conditions that we find ourselves in this conversation. Overall, is really an extension of the plantation culture, man. It's really interesting. I mean, what they try to advocate for is really a plantation structure in a lot of ways. Black women and their supporters. That's what they argue for. And the second thing I wanted to say is that in relation to Amiri coming up here earlier, it's really interesting that he claims to have some sort of type of idea or understanding of a patriarchal household while preaching feminist ideology. How's that work? They're completely contradictory. I don't understand it. Can someone enlighten me on that? And I'm gonna listen in the background. Maybe someone has the answers to these two things that I just laid out, but I don't know.
Look, I can tell you this, and then I'm gonna check out myself because I'm fucking tired, nigga. I was yelled for 6 hours yesterday, and I'd have been on this motherfucker for about damn near 4 hours here. Okay, and I have yelled on this motherfucker as well. Okay, because I'm frustrated with this shit, bro. So now, I mean, basically, man, men have had to become the new man. Okay, what is the new man? The new man today, the new man really actually is a penis twisted man who has to now fucking change diapers and push motherfucking carriages or whatever they call the motherfuckers. I can't even remember. It's been so long since I pushed one. But the whole thing is just being a fucking girl man. You got to start doing womanly shit because women want to do man shit. So now it's like, okay, you got to accept some of the shit that women do. And as we move into this so-called equality stage of male and female relationships and gender structure or whatever the case may be. And look, I get it. I understand it idealistically, okay? But in the end, women don't like the arrangement, nor do men like the fucking arrangement. First of all, women don't respect men who don't have any power, who are weak, and who will do anything they fucking say. They don't find that shit exciting, challenging, or satisfying. They don't fucking like it, okay? That's why they fucking Pookie and Ray Ray, because them niggas got a little bit of attitude with them and a little bit of motherfucking swag and step and, some pep in they step. No, it's fucked up to say, but I mean, it's the truth, okay? So at the end of the day, man, these women, they are desiring something they don't even fucking really desire. They just, they feel like the ideal and, getting pats and pumps on the back for being niggas. Because really, actually, you got to think about it, bro. What a woman is signaling to a man in this society over and over again, it's a fucking competition. It's one-upmanship. Who's the better man? And right now, you got black women in competition over men on who's the better man. And it's fucked up. And all I can say is it's fucked up for black men because we know we've been disenfranchised on purpose because of racism. We already know what the fuck it is. But as soon as we start talking about it and discussing it from our perspective, they consider it to be misogynistic and that you want to restore some sort of patriarchal order, okay, that was created by white men. And here's the fucked up thing about it. everything that these people are saying that was started by white men is pretty much fucking ubiquitous in every culture on the fucking planet. Okay, it just is what it is. I mean, from time immemorial. Name for me a civilization in the past, the present, or like the ancient to the medieval to whatever fucking past you want to look at, where women were running shit. Which society, man? In nature, amongst primates, monkeys, chimpanzees, gorillas, where do women run shit, bro? In primates. The closest you get is bonobos. That's it. Okay? That's as close as you get to anything that resembles any closeness or parity between the sexes. Okay? Now, human beings are what we are. We developed, we evolved how we did.
But bonobos are always constantly fighting and always being taken over their territories.
Well, bonobos fuck to have resolve conflict. Okay?
So their nature's homosexual.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, they want patriarchy where they run it. This is how women. This is they want patriarchy. They don't know what they want, and the only way to really solve that problem is for them to really see men bouncing, and that's why they wilding out about passport bros and all of that. Because the only way you're gonna move that is if they understand they dumbass is gonna be alone. It's important. Gigi, what you say is important because it shows how deep the iceberg goes, because what they want to say is y'all just want some light skinned pussy because you ABCD or whatever bullshit they want to say, when in reality this goes to show you the books, the actual conversing with them in the language, the academic language that they do, and that is extremely important. Shout out to you, Dr. Tia Shine, Ron O'Neill, obviously BGS and his receipts, but ultimately, regardless of what they say, and you're seeing this with every generation, you see it with the Z's, you're going to see it with the Alphas, because they get younger and younger with it. Because what a lot of dudes will do is they'll put up with the bullshit, get to like y'all ages, like in y'all 40s, y'all got kids, y'all done raised, marriages, people done had, basically, tours, y'all have tours with the bullshit, and then dudes basically travel and retire or do whatever they do, versus now you got motherfuckers, as we said before, they're not even signing up for that shit. So now the women are trying to find out, to use military terms, how to create a draft to force these niggas to do some shit. That's really what that is.
That shit is that shit right there. Look, this is what BGS is right about. When niggas start seeing bitches acting right in other countries, first of all, niggas like exotic shit anyway. It is what it is. You can call it whatever the fuck, because niggas don't like themselves anyway. Yeah, you can say what you want, men and women included, okay? Because go look on the pages with black women and the fucking colorism issues they got with their own mamas and shit like that, okay? Where they pit the dark one against the light one and say the dark one is the ugly one and shit like that, and her hair nappy and her nose wide and all this kind of bullshit. So niggas already got an affinity for foreign shit and straight hair and lighter skin and all this kind of shit, and they seeing these chicks in these other countries willing to give them some play, they seeing it in real time. So niggas is like, well, shit, if he can do it, why can't I do it? So now niggas is like, man, fuck, why should I deal with these bitches who trying to basically be in power and control? They don't want to be fucking anything other than quarrelsome, nettlesome, irritating bitches. Let's go see what these chicks is doing elsewhere. Let's go see if I can get a woman to actually treat me nicely, not submit, but to treat me like a fucking human being with some dignity. That's what niggas basically asking for. Now, these chicks can talk about how they beat up, how they getting raped and all this shit. My only response to all that is, man, that's all they got, man, is how niggas abuse women, how niggas is going to exploit and kill and murder and rape and traffic and all this kind of shit. Man, just like you pointed out the other day, man, half the shit that these bitches is complaining that niggas is gonna do, they been doing their goddamn selves, sex touring and everything in fucking Africa to Jamaica to Barbados.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I'm about to put together a playlist because it's already Shay Sade done put a video out there and she said it. She was like, she didn't even know this shit was that extensive. Dennis Sperling put out that book, and I swear to God, if I got to read that book my goddamn self or pay somebody to put that in audio format, because that bitch just that's a snitch book right there. So we about to throw that shit in their face because all the shit they say we doing. Black men, because of the society we come from, and we know everybody gonna be on our ass, black men have certain reservations about certain things because they're not comfortable in that environment. The women don't have these reservations. The women have the opposite problem. They don't have these. BGS has talked about this when black women go to Africa. They don't have these. They expect folks to conform to them. They don't expect to have to conform to shit. And that's how deluded they are, that they actually think they can go in an African country and tell these niggas what the fuck to do. And you hear it in their complaints. So women, when it comes to the sex tour and shit, because they call it hedonism. I know you know that, but I'm saying that for the crowd. They call it hedonism. So hedonism. So they don't even try to clean it up. So the reality is
about all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, so the reality is, but a lot of black people try to play like they don't. It's a lot of black folks, both women and men, that it's an open secret, but they're gonna argue with you. You the passport bro shit is absolutely proven that. There's a lot of dudes that I know that this goes on a lot more on the other side. Yet they're completely hush mouth about it. But if you ask them about it, they'll admit it. So anyway, going back to my point is all the bullshit they got out there is actually on another level what they be doing over there versus what the men are doing because they have no governor. You know, they have no governor for their behavior like that. It's to the point, even that chick that wrote that book, she said Jamaica, I believe Jamaica is what? 6 million, 3 million? I don't know. But they said it was literally a gender demographic change. That is how many old bitches are going to that country. That is actually affecting the demographics of the country. But nobody don't know shit though. But when a couple of dudes go somewhere, oh my fucking God. And it's black men too. I expect the women to run their mouth. But when these niggas go out of their way, it's like, yo, if you're dusty, broke, and ugly, I don't give a fuck where Lizzo go. I don't give a fuck what Gabby Sidibe do. Anyway.
Yeah, but
I just gotta add this. Can I add this one thing? The only difference that they're adding a different element to the black men. With the women, they letting those hoes, it's just called sex tourism and they sweeping it under the rug. With the men, they're adding sex tourism and trafficking. I've been seeing like Fox News and other ones. Every time they say passport bros, they say tourism and trafficking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even though niggas ain't doing that shit, but they're trying to associate someone being a passport bro or not even identifying as a passport bro, but they like, yeah, he just going over there for sex and he probably trafficking hoes.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, shit like that, like what I would tell to any woman and man that would say that, like Amiri's in them, I don't think I've heard Amiri say that. Like, you need to understand that saying shit like that, that's only going to accelerate black men getting the fuck away from this community. Like, first of all, like, the number one, the people in these countries know that black men are not doing that because black men wouldn't make it out of these countries if they were. So everybody knows y'all are lying. And so that really proves, in fact, I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I don't give a fuck about it. You know why? Because that proves the evil. Because everybody knows that's not happening. And everybody knows who is doing that. So that actually proves the evil that we're talking about.
Yeah, because you got to think about it, man. Let's just keep it real. So you mean like one offshoot nigga can go to Brazil and start trafficking a whole bunch of chicks when niggas is running the favelas and shit like that? Like that nigga can come in and take all these niggas bitches and start running the shit?
With no guns, with no pushback. Portuguese is one.
Before it's ever said that I said this, but look, let's just be frank about this shit. Austin Holloman I do not perceive this nigga to be gangster, man, enough to go to fucking Brazil and
definitely
set up all of trafficking to the point to where he got all hoes and niggas in the favelas scared of this nigga. Because this nigga talking about he's scared. He scared niggas might rob him and shit.
Shout out to City of God. Go ahead.
You know what? This nigga must make John Wick look like a bitch. God damn.
They had him on Fox News and they asked him about it. They asked him about the trafficking.
And Austin treated that shit like he should have. He said, motherfucker, how do you traffic without a car?
Exactly. It ain't like this nigga got It ain't like he set up. Okay, now here's the difference between, say, for example, somebody like, because see what they like to do is they like to collapse and reduce the manosphere or like masculinist men or anybody nowadays who even says anything that's contradictory to the fucking feminist narrative going on here in this country, that they all are like trafficking like fucking Andrew Tate or some shit, which I don't even know if he's trafficking as much as he's
Andrew Tate is running cam girl models as a side business to his casinos.
Yeah, those bitches chose up willingly. He didn't traffic those hoes.
He got his own version of OnlyFans on his own terms. Is what it is, okay? So at the end of the day, they making it seem like that nigga Austin ain't even doing that shit. He ain't going to fucking goddamn Brazil or Thailand and setting up a whole getting an Airbnb, getting 7-8 bitches in one spot and starting some cam girl shit. He ain't even doing that shit. Okay? He just going there, showing his experience. He just boosting his fucking channel and fucking with different chicks and talking about his experiences, man. That's all the fuck the dude is doing. Okay?
Yeah.
But these chicks, they so goddamn butthurt about niggas choosing other hoes except for them. They done turned every feminist goddamn talking point into a reason for which niggas supposed to stay at home. Or, like I saw another video the other day where the woman was like, well, if you go over there, first of all, them women over there, they ain't this. And them women over there, they ain't that. And then women over there in third world countries. And then women only looking for visas. And then women's going as soon as they get their green card or their visa.
Well, I thought they were getting trafficked.
Man, they got a million.
They keep changing the narrative, bruh.
I know, but that's the thing you gotta highlight, and it's getting so bad. What Gigi was talking about, and I love that part. I love because now they're not generally saying these things in the context of a conversation like what we're having. Their dumbass is getting on TikTok and saying this all by themselves. Now you're starting to see videos. I shared it earlier today. Filipino women actually looking at this shit, and it was with a white chick. It was a Filipino woman. It was in the background. It was like 3 white women talking to white men about the same shit you were saying, Gigi, and the look on her face. That way, y'all can't even say what we doing. These chicks are hearing you real time, no filter, whether they're black or white, and they seeing this. And so you're already proving what we're talking about. Like, it's funny because they don't even understand how they're actually snitching on it. It's like the Punisher when he was on that episode of Daredevil, and he said, "I'm not crazy. I killed these motherfuckers. I'll kill them again because they deserve to die. Don't tell me I'm crazy." That's literally what they're doing. So now, like this, why do we travel bullshit? All you got to do, you done seen the shit on, because these bitches actually think these motherfuckers are not on social media. Let them tell it, because they dirty foot. Anyway.
Yeah. You know, the irony about all this shit is, it started off like the major kickoff was the bitch from Brazil who was a feminist. Of course, like every last motherfucker. Look, if I know a lot of feminists, right? And I can talk to them and communicate with them, and they will concede to some of the points that I make. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna concede to everything, but at least they understand, especially coming from a black man, some of the fucked up bourgeois shit that's coming out of some of the feminist camps, okay? But here's the thing. You took one dude who said the women in Brazil was easy, and you used that and turned it into a whole fucking way, a means by which to ban one nigga from coming to your country by saying some shit that you didn't like about some women or whatever the case may be. This shit is getting out of hand because, like, right now, this is white women's energy, Karen energy being transplanted, man, internationally, dog.
Exactly. It's the global anti-blackness.
Niggas need to start cutting this shit off.
When TKO interviewed that chick, it was fun. That last 40 minutes, I got to do a play-by-play on that last 40 minutes because that last 40 minutes was funny. Because that dude that was up there, I guess was her husband, the brother, he said straight up, that's the darkest chick that he ever dated. Usually he did, like entirely, because their idea of colorism, they had a colorism conversation. And let's just say, black women, African-American women idea of colorism is not the same as her idea of what colorism is. She was saying motherfuckers were black that even TKO wouldn't have considered black. They were actually showing pictures and they were having disagreements. And so they completely got off of Austin Hollerman. So the reality is once she comes off of her like home court advantage, you realize how goofy she is. It's like you may know Brazil And here's another thing. Quiet is kept, and I've heard this from a couple of sources. A lot of white Brazilians are actually starting to stand up for Austin, which I want you to understand his narrative. This nigga went past Rio to Salvador Bahia to the favelas he literally put his life in danger to be around black folks. And I want you to understand something. Austin on his channel don't even talk about black women like that. He says modern women. It's very rare that any of his videos, he don't even talk about the gynocracy or the matriarchy. He keeps it basically bitches in America. And he has actually interviewed white women in America. So it's not just black women he's mainly talking about. He has other races of dudes that be showing up on his channel and shit. So anyway,
that's a good point.
So yeah, but as far as his personal shit, he went to Salvador Bahia and actually lived amongst them. That was one of the criticisms that certain Jews like Marty and them had. He said, you're putting yourself, you don't want to have that proximity because stuff like that chick can do. This chick bypassed all this shit and targeted him specifically. Another thing, I don't like Tiny TKO, but I got to give her credit for this. Tiny TKO asked her 3 times. Have you ever called out a white person that has done this same thing? She was just asking and thinking it's an easy answer that she asked. They were speaking Portuguese for a hot minute trying to figure out how to answer that question. They tried to deflect that shit 1 or 2 times. She asked it the 3rd time. The best they could come up with is that they called a white man. They called a white man out on the fact that he was wearing blackface, which has nothing to do with the sexual shit. That's racism. That's easy. And then they finally moved on. So again, and trust and believe that shit is not going to ultimately work, because I think even a lot of Brazilians realize they really wild out on that. And quiet is kept. They do not want to have a reputation. The folks in Salvador Bahia, in my opinion, this is my opinion, they don't want to have a reputation for black people. Just don't want to fuck with them like that. Because who else? It ain't white boys coming down there in the favelas and shit like that. Not saying all black people are in there, but white boys are where the white boys are. So y'all were and that's another thing about a lot of these feminists. It's very few women benefit, black women that really benefit in a real way off feminism. It's like a elite, and then it's everybody else that basically deals with the drawback of that. So all of this hoopla that they're doing, I mean, a lot of that shit is going to burn out, and you're going to realize how fucking ridiculous it is. Again, most of these women that really be making these videos, like the therapist bitch that got herself fired is coming back, these bitches are not attractive. So it's very clear that if you all don't have easy access to dick, then y'all can't open your legs. Also, last thing I'm going to say, women are buying dick a lot more than men are buying pussy. This argument that I hear some of niggas making that women are just giving the pussy away so they get the fuck for free. No, that is not what's going on. Y'all are taking American norms. By the way, women buy dick here. They just use room and board and other things. See, you got a lot of dudes that they believe shit is a certain way. And they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they believe it because they bring it to us. They bring it to us like these are legitimate arguments. Women are not giving pussy away. Women, if you got a nigga that your name is on the lease, the chick's name is on the lease, and a man's name is not, that bitch is trading room and board for dick and cooperation. When
Everything
a man is not in the position, when a man is not in the position and you still are fucking him anyway, that is you tricking. But see, that's not considered tricking in the black community. And hell, women do direct transactions too. What do you think these fucking gigolos and male strippers be out here doing? And these niggas done told on these bitches. Anyway.
The massage niggas, the niggas with the massages and shit.
Yep. Don't get me started overseas. Don't get me started on all these niggas traveling.
Personal trainers, yoga instructors.
With these college educated broads studying abroad, going to Europe. Like, I'm gonna unlock all this shit. Yeah, I'm gonna be a snitch this year.
And bro, even the HBCUs is 70. I think they said it's 70-30. You feel me? 30% dudes, 70% women. And that's like that around most colleges. So every dude damn near is high value on there, even if you kind of corny, you know what I mean?
Been there, done that, nigga. Damn near every nigga I know, short, tall, big, small, they was fucking it just is what it is.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you,
college is wild, bro.
Let them tell it. They think they only fucking football players and basketball players.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. Here's a dirty little secret that's open, okay? If motherfuckers just want to fuck, Just go to a college. Because them bitches throwing fucking pussy like Captain America throws his mighty shield. Okay?
Wow.
So you telling me you go to Howard. This is why guys like Hammer make me laugh. You're telling me you're in DC and Howard, where Dr. T did the stats. It's 72% women, 28% men. You damn near have almost a 4 times ratio. For every one man, there's 4 women. Go to Morgan, go to Coppin State. I went to Coppin for a while, didn't graduate. This is back in like 2000, 2001. It was an abrupt number of females on Coppin's campus. So when I look at this shit, you can't go and say, hey, well, these guys, they just looking for pussy. Y'all give it out at the college campuses. Like, you should hear, I'm not saying I'm not an expert, but there was a lot of fucking going on. Well, then again, I would be an expert, but the point that I'm making is
that's the only argument they can make. That's why we've been having this fucking conversation since like 2015 and even earlier. The only argument that men and women can make is the only reason why you saying this because you ain't getting laid. And I'm like, as if child support don't exist, which requires you to get that shit. It requires you to be fucking a woman in order for you to have these problems. And till this day,
when they
that's the only argument.
When they try to use that you ain't getting laid excuse, I look at them with the side eye because I'm like, look at what you had babies by. Not just the niggas you fuck. Look who you let reproduce in your womb. A bunch of know nothings. You attract know nothings, do nothings. But then you want to make niggas who made something of themselves pay full price for halfway house pussy.
Well, that's what they attracted to. They attracted to. I mean, they attracted. It was a woman that said you attract everyone, but you respond to the men that you're fucking with. If you want to know who a woman is attracted to, just listen to who she complains about and the characteristics of the man she complains about.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That plus look at their first baby father. That's that's usually their first choice. That's the man that they choose when their value is the highest.
Mm-hmm.
And the argument is, and here's the funny thing: what they really mad is that they can't. I say stop kissing frogs and expect them to turn to princes. The argument is not dudes complaining because dudes want to bring it. Even dudes want to bring it back to men are mad. It's not that men are mad. I'll say it like this: you would have more of an argument. People would have more of an argument and a lot of times this does come from street cats. I'm just gonna say it. People would have a lot more of an argument to say men are just mad if they can't get pussy if Black women were not as vicious about attacking Black men to date out. And I don't want to hear Black men, like a lot of women will say, well, Black men only, because this is the new argument. Well, the reason why Black women are saying something is because Black men keep their name in their mouth. It's way more Black men in the United States talking shit about Black women and Black men in travel. Zoom to Thailand, for example, don't talk shit about Black women. Yet Black women be in his shit. You can look at plenty of celebrities that date out that you literally got to out. Like, for instance, that dude, that actor that played Lawrence, he wasn't even posting his wife at first. They outed him. Wendy Williams outed Mike Coulter. Even though Alfred Woodard, when they did that Luke Cage interview, Alfred Woodard has been with a white dude for 30 years. A Jewish dude, I think, a white dude for 30 years. They out these guys, even though these guys don't even say nothing about Black women. So that's an argument. As soon as they see, it's just like the lead attorney. Like when Tasha K did with the lead attorney. As soon as Black women see that women like this Black man as a group, they start outing them, saying, that's the exact tactic she tried to pull on the lead attorney. And she even said it when she did that cartoon, or somebody did that cartoon character with her. Oh, and you Black women, you Black bitches. She did not like that. She did not like.
Here's the amazing part. Black women are the only women that think they're the only ones who find their men attractive. you know that? Like nobody else is supposed to, like, oh, why that bitch looking at you? Because the same reason why you were looking at me. She got eyes.
It's also that it goes back to I was saying with the superiority complex. They see the Black men as inferior, so it's actually disgusting to them when other groups are saying, shit, I don't think he's inferior to me. Shit, he could lead me. And then it has to they have to address their inner inferiority complex. You know, they're projecting their inferiority complex onto the men, thinking that they're better because they in this gynocratic hypnosis, because that's how they've been growing up. You know what I mean? But
you gotta think about it. Black men never really had to compete for women. We really never had to. Most black men, I will say this, had it a lot easier than white boys. Hell, it probably even had it easier than Hispanic men. Definitely had it easier than Asian men attracting the opposite sex.
Yeah, if you're talking about like overall, like as far as you take where I see where a lot of black men get fucked up is when black men start exclusively dating black women. Most of the dudes that really have the problems, if they gonna have it, that's where it is. If you're somebody that you go to a mixed school and then okay, black women ain't rocking with you, but you dealing with other groups of women, you know, as well, is because most black men don't exclusively date other races of women. They date black. If they do date out, they date black women and other races of women. And somehow that's being made to, well, you exclude. No, what it is a lot. If it seems like a black man exclusively dates other races of women, it's because that dude is getting more cooperation easier. It's just like saying, okay, if you buy a product and the product is, let's say the product doesn't have a best brand. Like let's say a product has a brand and then you got a product that's like superior to that product in every way, and it's actually less expensive. If you know about that product, chances and it's easier to get to, you're probably going to buy that product. Now, let's say both products have good brands. These are known brands. Well, that's the thing about non-black women. It ain't like you don't know who they are. And the reality is, if you get better cooperation with them, or better sexual access, you're going to tend to gravitate towards that. See, the women expect for black men to just date black women and then date black women how they want to be dated and put up with their bullshit. They actually expect, if I'm not attracted to you, you're not allowed to go somewhere else and get somebody else. You need to stay here, be in my friend zone, be fuckless, childless, whatever. And then I'm going to come back to you after I get ran through. And they expect black men to be like an elephant without, you know, them pictures of them elephants with them plastic chairs, and the chair is not even bolted down, but the elephant thinks is so socialized to not move, it doesn't move. They actually expect for you to not eat and still be like that and not go somewhere looking for something to eat. And then when you do, you get all this other bullshit. By the way, going back to the sex trafficking thing real quick, the reason why a lot of black folks, and this is what's evil, because when black folks use that term sex trafficking, you give permission for white people to do that. That's what makes that so evil. But they use that. It's just like when people cry, you know, the grape. They do that a lot of times for attention. They know you're not going to get
a trigger word.
Yeah. So they basically say it, and it gets in as a marketer. Like, I uniquely kind of feel some type of way about that because it's manipulative. It's fucking evil what they're doing. And a lot of times, no matter what you say, they do it. And I'll say this. This is the same bullshit that black women do. This is where a lot of black on black crime comes from. Black women will lie to other black men about what something happened, or they exaggerate it to get the man gassed up to go and kill another black man. And like y'all was saying before, when you got women outliving their sons, that's one of the reasons why. And they do this, and they know they do this.
But it's not counted in the metrics of black on black crime. It's just seen as two niggas killing each other. Right. And the women gets to skate accountability and responsibility for, okay, yeah, personal responsibility. Them niggas shouldn't have shot each other.
There was a story, Pink Book covered this. There was literally a story, Pink Book Lessons. There was literally a story where a guy was playing college football. He is playing, or he was, because he got room with the team. Like sophomore, maybe junior, whatever. That he literally, this nigga was dating this chick, and this chick had an ex-boyfriend, as they do, and she was playing them both against each other. This bitch, and by the way, this nigga is dumb, so let me be clear. But this nigga got this college football player, to go and rob this motherfucker, her ex-boyfriend, at gunpoint. Her and him and another dude. And she was involved with the robbery. You know what this little bitch did? This little bitch went to the police No, they got caught because the dude that got robbed called the cops on him, the ex-boyfriend. And the woman snitched, basically said, yeah, I was a part of it, but they the ones that had the gun and ruined this dude's career. Like this is how these women operate. And this is not new. And you got niggas believing these hoes. And it's like, y'all will now where it really gets egregious to where it's family members, like cousins that do it, like the female cousins and stuff like that. Cause then you can't just write it off as just some random goofy bitch. You know what I'm saying? You got female cousins. Sisters are generally not as bad, but especially female cousins, second cousins, you got to watch that shit because they be some of the main ones pulling that bullshit, and they'll threaten you with that too. I'll get my blah, blah, blah. And what it is they just lying. And black men know this goes down. This is why I get on black men so much about not being aware of your environment. You all come up here and you talk to us, Clarence or whoever, Hammer, about this bullshit, and then you all are like completely unaware of what goes on in the world outside your own social circle. You got niggas that are literally, we're 15, 16 years older than them, and we're active. We're not old ass niggas not active in the environment. And then you really are, you got 20, 19, 18-year-olds try to come up on this bitch and try to stun us and tell us what the fuck is going on with an environment that they ain't even fucking scratched their ass in yet. Anyway.
Yeah, bro. You know, at the end of the day, man, all I can say is, man, you know, if these chicks really want to know what the fuck black men thinking, come where you figure the niggas are the most toxic, then you'll learn the truth. Then you'll understand where you're really fucking going wrong.
That sounds like a billboard for your ass.
Well, I mean, look, motherfuckers basically.
Nah,
man,
that's real.
Now, what I think I am, man, I think I'm really reserved. I was talking to Marcus earlier today, and he was like, I know, you guys got to have some level of decorum that you present because of, professionalism and your career shit and all of this. My whole thing is, bro, I try to be as respectful as I can, but I'm also frustrated, man. And one of the things I want people to know is, man, it's 1,000,001 excuses, man, about what type of guys, are dusty, crusty, and all of this shit. But I mean, overall across the board, it doesn't matter, man. You got niggas in fraternities, you got niggas in the NBA, you got niggas in the NFL, you got niggas all over through all walks of life that is having problems with bitches. You have niggas that ain't fucking that's having problems. You got niggas that's fucking that's having problems. You got niggas having problems with their mamas, their sisters, their daughters. You got niggas having problems with the system. Okay, the family in America. It just is what it is. Okay. Now I can't say, for guys who are broke or whatever the case may be, that it's all just about being broke, man. Because if Dr. Dre can get it, that nigga is more cool than a lot of you niggas. Okay. If Luther Campbell can get it, if Emmitt Smith can get it, Michael Jordan can get it, Tiger Woods is married to a white bitch, if he can get it, if Mac 10 can get it, he was married to T-Bar. If motherfucking Andre Rison playing with the ATL, playing with Atlanta, can have motherfucking Left Eye burn his goddamn house down. If Chris Rock can get divorced from his wife, if Eddie Murphy can get divorced from his wife, then it ain't just money that's creating these goddamn problems. It's some other shit involved in the motherfucking equation.
Oh, yeah, I'm just tired of the bullshit ass, like, simplest. I mean, these motherfuckers are pulling from the same fucking West Coast offense bullshit they've been pulling for decades now. You broke, you this, you that, you this. I mean, shit, if Will Smith can get it, I mean, it's
if Alice Skater can be fucking his wife, not to say, that I don't know what kind of fucking marriage they have. I don't, I've been hearing that they've been weird for a while. So, I'm not here to judge or to, basically say one way or the other, because I'm pretty sure Will Smith was fucking bitches. Ain't no way in the world I'm gonna think that a nigga with his acclaim wasn't fucking no hoe. Okay.
Right.
But it's at the same time, it's still, that this nigga loves his wife, dog. Ain't no question in my mind the nigga love his wife by seeing the way he acts and reacts to how other men talk to and how, other people treat her or whatever the case may be. So, he really actually gives a fuck about his wife. That shit is an embarrassment to that dude, man.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? It's an embarrassment, first of all, that you fucking with a nigga, but you fucking with a nigga my son age. That's an embarrassment, dog.
And then didn't dude come out like as like homosexual or something afterwards too?
Yeah, he did recently.
Yeah. And another thing,
it probably was her bitch ass that sealed the deal for him.
Exactly, but that's another unspoken thing, and I don't know if y'all. I'm sure y'all seen this, but the dude, I think it was at ABC. You know, he was fucking that white chick. I think his name is TJ something. They was demonizing this nigga, pulling up skeletons like, and actually he's fucked like 3 or 4 bitches here while he was married, and they paint him as this bad boogeyman, but nobody is villainizing the chicks. All those bitches knew he was married. Why was they busting it open for this nigga in the office? They're saying that he fucked in the office. They said the Amy chick was drunk and shit.
Okay. I was trying to figure
out. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, and a lot of niggas would say that the corn. They would look at that's a square nigga. That looks like
he ain't no real nigga.
Like for real. It's like
the epitome of educated lame.
That's a Carlton ass motherfucker. And by the way, all them chicks that came out, ain't none of them chicks ugly. You know. So I mean, but that's the case. Like you see this stuff play in real. It's just funny, man. It's same thing with the Boston Celtics shit. You have these dudes in these offices, and what it really is, these white boys know
he smashing like the owner? Like, wasn't he smashing like one of the owner's wife or something?
Yeah, but that's the ritual. You know, these white chicks gotta basically claim that they gotta jump on the team and crushing this dude. Otherwise, which by the way, one of the white chicks is still with him, and that's a complicated story because what it was is a lot of them were like about to get divorced anyway. Like the main chick was already in the process of divorcing her husband. And the dude was about to get divorced as well. But yeah, like my thing is, so women can basically have sexual, and that's another thing. Women can have sexual escapades in the corporate office. Let me get me started on the white bitch, the ugly white bitch, and the police officer. They can have basically what you're saying, and this is why. And I don't hear Gigi say this enough, and I wish I would hear him use this terminology more. This is not feminism, nigga. I don't consider fuck all these words. What niggas need to understand is this is feminine supremacy. That's what that is.
Or fascism.
You can
let me tell you a story about how brazen these bitches are, bro. I'm just gonna keep it a buck.
Femination.
I was working at a fucking university in St. Louis, man, and it was several black faculty members there, man. And we I ain't gonna say I was young, but the whole point is I'm new on that campus, okay? So I'm fresh there, and it was some college faculty bitches that was on my dick a little bit. So one of these bitches, man, called me out of the blue, bro. Like just because you got faculty, contact list and shit like that. This bitch calling me out of the blue on some old fraternizing bullshit. Now just imagine if I called one of them hoes and started doing some shit like that. And she would start talking about like going out and how attractive I was and all of this kind of bullshit. I'm like, if I would have done some shit like that and the bitch objected to me doing that, I would have been fired, bro. But these bitches have no issues, problem.
This is how I know they do crazy shit overseas. Because they do this shit. Most people do shit where the women are not get checked on none of this. And what makes this is how bad it is. Yeah, we can have a conversation to women, but you got niggas, you got dudes. Like literally, this conversation got brought up like a little bit as far as black women traveling more than black men. Niggas straight, I don't care about that. And that's the approach that a lot of dudes take with all this shit. I don't care about that. They women, because in their minds, they think they saying, well, men are stronger, so we should have more. We men, so we just did it. I'm like, that's not what that's about. In a society, there has to be certain ground rules that everybody agree with. Just like it can't, like for instance, white men just can't walk around in broad daylight just punching niggas and thinking if they get punched back, that it's just automatically gonna be, well, I'm white. Yeah, they may try to run that play, but you can't be like straight up obvious about it. Like just you can't on video smiling while you doing shit. No, that's what the floor. You can't just be obvious about certain shit like that. But this is how the women are on. The women literally believe, and I've seen that. I've been on the other side of that. I've literally been in a situation where I'm like, nigga, cause you be having ugly bitches that be trying to run them plays too. And it'd be like, yo,
bro.
If I say something to HR, this bitch is this bitch is at a higher level than me, and if it's my word versus her word, then they're gonna start measuring the value, because this is what a lot of these corporations do. These corporations will bet on the fact that, because black people don't like the court, black men don't like the courts, so they bet on the fact that most likely your ass is just gonna quit and say fuck it, I'm out and get another job, and you ain't gonna get a lawyer. They bet on that. See, they won't run that risk on on gay black dudes or gay people. They can't risk that because they got a whole ecosystem that will help them facilitate that, right? So they got to be wary. They won't bet on that for women because you know how women are, and they get same thing with the ecosystem. So what it is you will get into these HRs and say this is going. It got to the point where a bitch literally tried to spread a rumor that I was gay because I didn't want to holler at her ass. Like literally. And other females said this a couple of different times. I'm like, what? Because I wasn't known to date women at the job. Now, I told them straight up, I don't date you motherfuckers here because when it's time for me to fire you motherfuckers, y'all not gonna go and say I was fucking. I literally at the job I was at saw dudes get fired. I've seen ops managers get fired because they will try to remove a chick. And as soon as they try to remove a chick, they talk about, well, we had sex. Not even it wasn't consensual. We had sex. Oh no, because y'all know the rules. Y'all not supposed to do that because we don't want to touch that. And then dudes get gone. I'm talking about when I was like 2011, 80,000, 90,000. I'm talking dudes that are literally in their late 20s making 80, 90,000 off of call center work, not even IT shit. Fucking ruining their own shit. Man, don't even get me started. And so I was in HR with that shit because I got tired of that shit. And they'll literally look at you, and I'm talking about a white woman. They'll literally look at you like they know it's not a lot that they can do. Now, I ended up handling that a different type of way because I told them if you don't handle it, I'm going to handle it. And the way that I handle it is the bitch that wouldn't leave me alone, she got a boyfriend. And let's just say she got a black boyfriend and she like fucking white men too. So I handled that shit. I got that shit handled the way I got it handled. And it was a street dude too, by the way. But anyway, my point is that they will, or don't even, and that's not even the worst part. Don't even get it started on some of these chicks they'll float out there that you sexually assaulted them if they get mad enough. These women have no chill, and they know when you're a black man, you have, especially if you're heterosexual, you have no protection against any of that shit. You really don't. And this is why I call it feminine supremacy, yo. That is what it is. Black women want white. You mentioned it earlier, Gigi. You said black women, like they gave fucking Megan Thee Stallion temporary Karen status. That shit looked just like To Kill a Mockingbird. That bullshit. She cried. If I had to go through all of this, I would teach this. I'm like, yo, that's just like that fucking movie where that white bitch is just yelling. I know I'm lying, but I'm white. That's basically what she was doing. And when you see the whole society, how it just collapses around that, you know,
and it brought back the black women are so unprotected shit.
You can't negotiate with that. That's feminine. That's why I always say, yo, this is feminine supremacy. So all the bullshit you talking about, when I say you, I mean these women, that shit is irrelevant. Oh, men are abusive. Somebody trying to say that in my fucking chat. Like men are, well, the problem is men. I said, yo, if a bitch is around a dude that's whooping her ass and she's still around it, then that's that bitch's love language. That's Edward Anderson saying that. That's her love language. A lot of black women like you to put their hand, man, I'll never forget the first time I'll never forget.
This say I need a nigga to handle me.
There's gonna be some square ass shit I'm about to say. I'll never forget the first time I put my hands around a chick's neck. I didn't even do it like on some bitch shut the fuck up. It was a situation I was talking to a chick and I don't know why I did this, but I just slowly put my hand around her neck and closed it. Man, the smile on that hoe's face, that shit scared my ass. I stopped talking to her. I didn't even do it like on some grab. I was just like real slow about it. The literal smile, she was cheesing. I was like, no, not I. That was a black woman too, not I. And women like that. I'm not saying women like to get their ass.
I had that same scenario. It was a Becky though, but the black chicks they do the same thing with their inferiority complex. A lot of them want to be Becky. They don't want to admit it, but
Yeah,
They
just a
have
white
admitted
woman.
it. But I just really got to touch on the point when you said the gay shit, bro. Because look, bro, I've already smashed hella bitches, bro. Literally done a lot of shit in the streets, bro. So like fucking bitches is like, it doesn't impress or excite me, bro. So when I turn bitches down, I did have an allegation when a bitch got mad at me and she did try to say like throw out some gay shit, you feel me? Like, oh, and he didn't want to fuck me and all this shit. And a lot of and some dudes was even like, well, damn, you should have fucked. I'm like, nigga, I'm not on like these thirsty ass niggas that any piece of pussy that throw. These bitches be looking good and having all sorts of STDs and shit, and niggas just sliding in raw. These hoes fuck hella niggas and shit. So niggas need to get more used to turning down pussy too. You feel me? Like,
oh yeah, black men do. And the thing about it is, like, I didn't give a fuck about her doing that at first because that actually helped my numbers. Because the reality of these hoes knew they couldn't run that bullshit on me. They knew not to. They knew they had to work because they knew I didn't give a fuck about getting rid of their ass. So that I let that shit get a little further than it otherwise should have. Because I already but because I didn't give a fuck at first, because you know how it is. You don't think it's a big deal. You think it's gonna blow over. And I'm like, yeah, these motherfuckers ain't even. But it was crazy. And the thing is, it's crazy, yo.
hey, was
It
she
really
in a
is.
higher position than you? Or in the same position?
Yes, she was. Yes, she was.
Yeah, because they try to use that shit as a power trip. Like, so that's when the real feminine supremacy come out.
No, for real. And the thing about it is, man, this is stuff. See, niggas be playing this. Oh, you a square? You working 9 to 5? And I'm like, nigga, like y'all. Some of these motherfuckers they'll say that. They act like they don't never work 9 to 5s, and they act like there's not a different environment with that where you know motherfuckers
The
be
niggas that
getting
say
it.
that,
Like,
just ask them, do they got health care? That's all you got to ask them. And
well, I'm
what you
not
gonna
even
hear?
saying it with that
Crickets.
because but my point is that people it ain't even about just like how you have dudes that. My point is all that kind of back and forth bullshit. Again, the bitch is still at the center of it, and the reality is what most square niggas are pretty much saying is niggas are not about to be the cleanup man, and it don't matter who you pick. But niggas ain't gonna be, and quite frankly, my argument is you shouldn't even be mad at the nigga you pick, because at the end of the day, you picked them. I don't sit there and, oh man, people are destroying the community. No, you all are incentivizing that shit, because a lot of them niggas would probably operate different. I have literally, BGS used to talk about this in his family, like with his younger, his kids, cousins, and stuff like that. How because most of them are tall and most of them can attract women on a pre-qualified level. A lot of these dudes are not motivated because they get pussy easy. And so if anything, black women give up pussy so easy, you actually demotivate a lot of niggas. Because a lot of niggas are like, I can get it easy, so I ain't got to do this and do that. They become fucking, t-shirt ass niggas. And so the reality is, at the end of the day, you chose that nigga. It's not me saying, oh, I'm mad at you for choosing them, but you chose them. So why are you sitting there throwing a man under the bus that you chose? Yo, well, he ain't shit. You knew that going. These niggas don't. One thing about black men show up as they are. Like this idea that black men are just turning. They go from fucking from Bruce Banner to the Incredible Hulk. That's bullshit. Black men, especially now, black men they pretty much show up with how they are. Nigga, shout out to NBA Youngboy. NBA Youngboy is like 23 years old, like 6, 7, or 8 baby mamas. Like Floyd Mayweather's daughter literally put a knife in one of his baby mamas, and she got off with like some fucking probation.
NBA young boy was talking about he had some STDs, and then the chicks was like, "I'll still have his baby."
Yeah, and he's twin. And by the way, this is what's crazy about that. NBA young boy got 2 brothers that are in jail, baby. So he's the most successful of them. And he's in it out. So my point is that these women don't care, and they tell you, like, we've been in situations in the 2.0 space where these women are out before Kevin Samuels. What these women outright say, I like these niggas because their excitement is this. And they think they clap it back. And I'm like, yes. So remember when you say that, when you talking about looking for a stepfather. When Umar's sitting here talking about what black men need to do, no, they need to get back with the niggas they had kids with and make that shit work. Well, he ain't nothing. Well, bitch, congratulations. You bought swag. So swag batteries not fucking included, bitch.
But you know that's our fault again. It's niggas' fault again. Because, you wasn't choice over them. Like, you was weak, he was alpha and all this other shit. Like, again.
That's cool. No, but the thing is, dudes don't hold that line. What a lot of square dudes will do is they'll fall for that shit and then say, yeah, man, I know these niggas ain't shit. But no. You wanting the alpha nigga, right? That's what you got. You stick with that. See, my argument is the way I describe it. Huh?
The problem with a lot of those bros, they don't know what the fucking alpha is if you ask them.
Exactly.
First of all, alpha is a person who leads men. It doesn't have a fucking thing to do with females.
Thank you.
When people look at alpha, if I was in, let's say, Gigi's philosophy class, he would be the alpha because we're trying to learn from him. If you were in a firearms class and I'm teaching it, I'm the alpha because you're trying to obtain my knowledge. See, where does that have to do with women?
Nothing at all, man. But niggas done made it to be something in order to sell that motherfucking game.
And that's what niggas fault.
He the player from Himalaya, and he gonna teach you how to do the same shit. Now, all you gotta do is walk up to these bitches and say some insulting shit, and you can get the pussy in 2 weeks. But anyway, man, look here, bro. I'm tired to death, nigga. I'm about to step into a motherfucking goddamn bed real quick and lay my motherfucking head.
Always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure. You along with everybody else made this a 5-string, man. It's always a pleasure, man. You had a classic with that one on your hands, man.
Yeah, we need to start getting good. Shout out to Keep It 100, man. Them shorts are taking off, man. We need to start. That's what y'all audience members need to do. Y'all need to start looking at the live when somebody say some fire shit. Screenshot that shit.
Timestamp, exactly, brother. Timestamps will save all this time. Hey, I'll edit all that shit because that was an epic rant.
I'm pretty sure Green Gorilla, I'm gonna have to clip his shit and put his name in it. Because he was on that motherfucker's mouth became volcanic. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, man. So shout out to GG. Make sure y'all subscribe to him because his channel is growing, but our channels are never growing fast enough. And like I said, Keep It 100 kills it with the shorts. I appreciate Keep It 100 putting me on one of them shorts because I done got some subs from that. So that shit be working, man. So we need to work together to get this shit out. But that's what niggas do. But that is what niggas do be fucking up when they be buying in that game shit too much.
If y'all love this black male content that speaks out for you and you and yours, man, support, man. Not even just my channel. Y'all should support not only a like, a share, but a donation to Marcus Aurelius. Our man Edward Anderson and Gigi, the G with the PhD, Green Gorilla. There should be no and even Mr. Z, who has the fire morning strings. There is no fucking reason we should be being outpaced by other motherfuckers who speak against you. Okay? If you really feel as though this is something that speaks to your soul and stands up for you, support this shit, man. Support this shit. I mean, you gotta look at it. People will talk about game all the time, but they'll never tell you the bullshit they gotta go to get that pussy.
They don't all the time. Some of them niggas been in the friend zone, and the bitch just came around the way. But even with that, because I'm not even the particular issue I have. Because part of it is the dudes that sell it, but part of it really more so is the dudes that buy into it. My thing is, black men create hierarchies off of not production, but off of who the women. Most black men would rather the women be the referees and get to choose who the winners are. And they will actually, and it's not even about sexual access, it's about an ego thing. This is why you hear niggas talking about I got chose. Nigga, I don't, because the truth is, when niggas, shout out to Young Grizzly, talk about he gonna start a group called the League of Unapologetic Tricks. That's just funny. But the thing about it is, if you take Grizzly, for example, Grizzly is an unapologetic trick. But the truth is, Grizzly makes $500,000 a year. Grizzly literally makes $40,000 a month in his IT stuff. And he does that with like not just one just job he got from a white man. No, he be working these white dudes. I'm not gonna go into detail with that, but he be getting over. And so my point is, he works from home, by the way, too. Shout out to his channel because y'all need to subscribe to him. I'm gonna drop his link in here. Y'all need to subscribe to him. He needs like 30 or something to get over 1,000. But the thing is, he be showing his shit, his lab, his land, his house, all of that. He damn near in the fucking sundown town working with white people over there, and he's from Miami, so he's seen good looking chicks. My point is, Young Grizzly is an unapologetic trick. And if any nigga try to say, yeah, man, I'm a better nigga than him. Okay, maybe we're getting women for free. But the reality is that time you spending with getting bitches for free is the time he's spending making the money that he's making working from home with how he does it. Right? And he does it via the job route. So it ain't like he ain't got no business that's just bringing him a lot of money. No, he does it through the career route. So my point is, also in my group, by the way, but my point is that who's more, if you deal with a dude that can get bitches on command, let's say he got game. He ain't even he don't even get it off the pre-qualified. He that nigga. Who the more useful nigga? Who the more useful nigga overall to what a man wants? Because I know you niggas ain't saying you want niggas that got game because you need niggas to help you get bitches. Ain't nobody never saying that. Ain't nobody talking about wanting niggas that got game because they want to be their wingman. Who's the more valuable dude? A dude like Grizzly, who's overweight, stuff like that, but he's got money, or a dude like a nigga that can get gang just off the strength of his mouthpiece? So we know what the answer is. So why the fuck are niggas sitting there trying to act like niggas that can pretty boy niggas or niggas that can just get y'all ain't no different. Hell, a nigga that can fix a car, like a nigga that say, yeah, man, I can fix cars, so he can get fixer upper cars. That nigga is way more useful to me than a nigga that can talk to a bitch. Because most of you niggas that talk to bitches, the niggas that say they got game and got a mouthpiece, I'm gonna say this and I'm done. Guess what? Most of these niggas can't really get bitches to do shit. Y'all can get bitches to fuck, but y'all can't really get bitches to do shit for you or do shit for somebody else. You know, I know chicks that are paralegals that actually can do, because really paralegals are the ones that do the real work. Lawyers just gotta they submit the paperwork. Lawyers just gotta they co-sign it because they're lawyers because they took the bar and that. But a lot of paralegals may have a law degree, they just don't have the bar. So the thing is, if you need paperwork filed, paralegals is really all what you need to deal with if you get hooked up into one. I don't see you niggas having a fucking mouthpiece to fuck a bitch so good that y'all can network that bitch with other dudes saying, yeah, they'll cough you up some money, but do this for me. None of these niggas talk about that. And a lot of these game niggas, most of them be fucking white women. Nigga, I'm sorry. You don't got a right to tell me about game if you go out of your way to stay away from black women. Sorry.
Let me put it to you this way, right?
Exactly. That's corny shit.
Let me put it to you this way, right? If you gotta put so-called game for talking to women, then you lost. Game is not about getting women. Game is about how to get your way through life, how to maneuver. This is the reason why black men don't have usually great networking skills, because you focus all your gift the gab on women, and a lot of people don't ever tell you what quality type of women they get.
Right.
Well, she may be a 10 in looks, but she's a 2 in class. That bitch may be pretty, but she's always getting you in some shit.
And niggas that say she got a fat ass though.
And that's why I said I wouldn't take black men.
Bitches don't even be pretty. They just have a nice ass. And then way black men talk about a nice ass.
That's why I would never take black men and make
you
them.
You can put a paper bag over. It all looks the same at night.
That's why I would never have black men as a beauty judge contest. And funniest part is that these same niggas with gang, you get these low tier women with the elbow fat. And you like, yeah, I'm bitches. Bitch can't even make you a sandwich. I mean, you got to think about it. A bitch like that doesn't value her pussy. Look who she had babies by. So that's easy. That's easy. And you don't really have to look like this so-called Adonis motherfucker. Once again, look who they fucking, look who they breeding with. And it's funny, like, yo, if you want to talk about game, talk about how you finesse
a business deal because they were so impressed by your class, by your dignity. Niggas never tell you how they can make a person impressed by what they do. It's always, oh, but I like to get chose.
Because they don't have game. They chasing game, and game is supposed to be something that's in you, not on you. All game is knowledge and information. And what are you doing with that? If you're a politician, you in the political game. If you in sports, you in the sports game. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be able
but
to.
black men, like my thing is, black men got to stop saying that, and I'm gonna say why. Because when I see most niggas are not most dudes that talk about game don't apply it that way. They don't. Because a lot of these dudes are not like these overall dudes to where if you really, most dudes, I'm not saying you, but most dudes that say that, a lot of dudes, well, no, I won't even say that. Most dudes don't say that. That should be something that I hear every time a game conversation is had. That should be like a reminder for y'all. Remember, game goes beyond just women. Because the thing about it is when you, even in the Manosphere, when people shout out to Alonzo Hall, shout out to other people talking about other stuff, shout out to Yusef, rest in peace. When anybody's talking about anything other than women, nobody shows up. They don't see that as get this game and get that game. I'll give that to Serena Sheed. Serena Sheed tends to always talk about get this game, get that game. He doesn't, but other dudes don't do. Well, most dudes, when they talk about game in this space and in real life, they are talking about how to get a woman. They are not talking about, they don't even talk about using your mouthpiece for what it should be easily translated to, which is sales. Most black men don't like to sell products and services. They don't. And it's like, yo, if you got a mouthpiece, if you can't talk another nigga out of some money for a product that'll benefit them, then nigga, it's not really you got game. Really, you just, because a lot of niggas will call game what they find their niche. Like dudes may have a certain demographic that tends to gravitate towards them for whatever reason. It's literally like a light-skinned nigga dating colorist black women and saying, I got game. But that nigga got a knack for how to find women that got color girl issues. That's literally, black men would never let a light-skinned nigga get away with that bullshit. But that is literally what's going on. That's like, what's that dude, Michael, that African dude, Michael something, saying he got game, when in reality, everybody know people fucking with him because he's got social status and he got money as a comedian. Like, let's cut the bullshit.
Them is gimmicks.
So I mean, the thing about it is, the game conversation is not about game. It's how men apply it. Black men, it becomes this like loop-de-loop. It's like masculine magic. It becomes magical. And niggas just, and a lot of niggas be lying too. Like, again, we know most of you niggas do not have standards. Most of you niggas are fucking ugly bitches. And y'all are sick. Because we know, because y'all have literally posted pictures of women that y'all think y'all would fuck. And they be looking like Gabby Sidibe. Me and Charles have had arguments about this with certain dudes. They will actually defend that right. And these be the same dudes talking about game. Nigga, I'm going to tell you, I'd rather trick on a decent bitch than fuck an ugly bitch for free. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my nigga.
These are the same niggas who are fawning over stuff code.
Yeah. And so when I hear dudes talk about game, it's like what they really trying to do is they're trying to enter into this world where the women get to choose who the alphas are. And these are the main dudes that they're complaining about. And too many black men buy into that.
But wait a minute, Ed. See, that's the main problem right there. You're going to go next, man. That's the main problem. Men choose who the alphas are, not women.
But a lot of men like it this way. A lot of men like it how it is. And so they actually reinforce the gynocracy, and all of them ain't as obvious as Amiri. They reinforce it like for instance, with the passport bros. There is no, even if you have that ideology, there is no reason you should give a fuck about niggas traveling, even if they tricking. I don't want to hear niggas talking about, oh man, all these niggas are tricking and they saying they got game. That's a lie. Shut the fuck up. I'm really tired of niggas saying that. Because most of the major channels, that is not what they're saying, and they can't never provide receipts. The niggas are actually doing that, number one. But the real reason why dudes give a fuck is because it ain't no game if you can't shine on nobody. You got niggas that they gotta be able to shine on anybody. The only way they know how to do it is, and this ain't just street dudes. This ain't, because I've seen square niggas talk about niggas as passport bros. The only way they can shine on another nigga if another nigga stay to be shined on. If a nigga ain't playing the game that you want to play, then you can't shine on a nigga. And that shit is some whole shit. Anyway,
I mean, look at what America did. If he like niggas that need to go to work, the overwhelming majority of men in this space work. I mean, you're trying to low blow men, but it sucks. But go ahead, be easy.
Yeah. Oh, who? Me? Who? Oh, be easy. Yeah, real quick, and you know, I'm about to jump out of here myself because I've been up since 5 a.m. I'm not gonna say no names, but I'm gonna read a quote, right? And this is going to that alpha discussion that we were just having. I'm gonna read a quote. Alpha males are the biggest simps because they do the most to appeal to these hoes. Right? Now, I don't know if you know who said that. I'm not gonna say their names, but they're in the space, right? And Ed, I agree with everything you said about the mischaracterization or you know, the wrong definition, or even you, Charles, the you know, the wrong definition of what an alpha is. And that right there lets you know that, you know, okay, the way you regard an alpha is who's getting the women. Right? Who's getting the women? Now, I've caught a lot of heat for giving this person heat, and I'm going to leave it there. But that is a quote. Okay? Yeah. Defining an alpha as someone who's simping for women. I'm going to leave y'all with that.
Wow.
All right?
All right, bro. I mean, all right, man. Thanks for being here.
First, before I go, I want feedback on that.
Okay, so yeah, I'll give you. I'll be the first one to give you feedback. When you come, understand it's just like
I'm just saying this real quick, Ed. Then you can go. Number one, I'm tired of motherfuckers keep equating being an alpha for anybody else. Look, alpha is the leader of men. Your president is the alpha. Your commanding officer is the alpha. Your NCO is the alpha. Your supervisor supposedly is supposed to be the alpha. You're a father to a son or uncle to a nephew or a bigger brother to a younger brother. That has nothing to do with women. We need to stop conflating the shit with false narratives. We need to stop it because what you're doing is embarrassing yourself. If you're so alpha, why aren't you leading other men? Why don't other men follow you? Why don't you actually put together things that actually means legacy? That's what alphas does. But go ahead, Ed.
All right, so my thing is, you got to understand that what everything Charles said is true in the normal world. Black people have everything as backwards. So if you're communicating with black people, and I do this too with certain things. If you're communicating with black people, you tend to not always say, okay, this is the real world, this is the black community. You tend to talk in language these things can understand. So what I would ask you, this is how I would ask it. Who are the alphas in the black community? The alphas in the black community as black culture defines it. It is not the dudes as to how Charles described it. That's who it's supposed to be in the black community. But when you look at all the stuff that conversations that we had when Gigi and all of them were on here like an hour ago, 30 minutes ago, 2-3 hours ago, who are these alphas? In the black community, the alpha, and when I say the black community, I'm not just talking about black women, I'm talking about black men. In the plurality of black people, the way this culture is, they define the alphas as to who the women choose.
But that doesn't change the definition. That it's still incorrect.
But hold on. What I'm saying is, if you're talking to black people in a context of a conversation, that is what's being, and that is what is being referred to. It doesn't matter if it's wrong. That's why it was said.
That's the perspective they're approaching the conversation.
They sound as stupid as a bitch calling herself a stallion. It doesn't make it. Understand this. Just because you don't know how to pronounce Versace doesn't mean it becomes Versace. So I hear you, but that ain't gonna stand up, bro. What do you mean? What
is not gonna stand up? So I mean, what I'm telling you, no, it's the same thing with matriarchy. Okay. Like the black community
Yeah,
is not a
people are still going to
matriarchy,
be
it's a
saying
gynocracy.
Versace.
No, hold on. BGS has said the same thing. The black community is not a matriarchy; it's really a gynocracy. The overall America is a matriarchy, but the reason we tend to use the word matriarchy, matriarchy in the black community is because black people don't know what gynocracy is. Another thing BGS has talked about, by the way, and this isn't referring to BGS, but what BGS has talked about is how when we use liberalism, because this is what the conservatives always get upset about. America is a liberal country, it's not an authoritarian country. The conservatives will sit there and say, I'm conservative. And so the reality is we use these terms to kind of further split what's going on in the United States for different definitions, because again, that is what the culture is here. But as far as the global okay, this is the thing. At the end of the day, there's a lot of niggas I can't fucking stand. I don't like Taz, Steve the King. There's plenty of niggas that I cannot fucking stand and I have been proven right, and that they were bad news multiple times. And I have had to deal with the fact that niggas fuck with these niggas, even though these niggas are I'm not
having that conversation, man.
I want to finish this. I want to finish this. These niggas are skullduggers bastards that have actually done shit to folks, like in the space. Done shit. And so my thing is, everybody has people they don't like. The question is where I start to kind of get annoyed about it is when people start going on these jihads and saying, I don't fuck this nigga, I don't like this nigga, so everybody else don't need to like this nigga too. And it's like at the end of the day, there's a lot of dudes that hold on, I'm almost finished. There is a lot of dudes. I'm gonna tell you something, Marcus. You are not alone in your opinion of the person
you're having that conversation. I didn't mention. I was talking about the meaning of alpha. You're making it about
because you're trying to side because it ain't about that. That's not what it's about. If I actually say the name of the person that you're talking about, that actually changes the context of what you're saying.
You're getting defensive. What I'm saying is
I'm not.
No, let me respond to you. Okay. At the end of the day, it's not speaking language. That's how you define it, and that's why you speak it that way. Right. So this ain't about who I like or who I don't like. It ain't that's so why not just say the name of who you're talking about? Hold on, listen. That's subtext that is between me and you're going into that aspect of it. That's something that we can discuss at a later time. What I'm saying is the subject of alpha came up and the definition of it and how it is misused, not used to contextualize to black folks, but being misused. If I named any one of them people that you just named and said they were doing it, we wouldn't be having this thing that you're doing right now. At the end of the day, the reason why I didn't call names is to avoid exactly what you're doing. I'm avoiding it. If me and you ain't have a conversation on it, you wouldn't know. And then we wouldn't even be dealing with this. But what I'm talking about, hold on. Let's stick to the point because it's not important. All that what you're saying is not important. What I'm saying is if we're going to talk about black men, contextualizing everything positive about, masculinity and manhood behind what women, find attractive. And you understand? Because that's the point that I'm making. Then we have to also examine how those words are used in this space by the people who speak in this space, right? So this ain't about who a nigga like or who. That's a side argument. And hold on, bro. Hold on, fam, because it's unnecessary. You're making it about that.
You're trying to shut me down.
No, I'm really not, man, because again, we don't have to do that.
That's not what I'm talking about. Like, you're trying to shut me down before I can even say nothing. Like, dude, I went through what you don't hold on. The context that you don't know is I went through this shit with MOT. And like you're not the dude, like literally you're in a long line of people I've dealt with that. That's kind of why I'm kind of short with it right now. Cause I literally went through this with MOT and a couple other people like a while ago. Like, this is not like new. And niggas started blowing. And what happens is because this didn't go the way he wanted, now everybody started getting attacked. Like, and niggas started, and these are firing shots that even BGS has had to deal with. So what happens is these things, I'm not saying as you, but these things start blowing up into other shit. Because like even with, like, for instance, Ron Wills is another guy. Like, we'll get away from the person you're even mentioning. Ron Wills is another guy. No, I'm not even talking. What I'm talking about with the alpha thing. No, because I'm gonna take it away from that, but recontextualize it. Ron Wills used to talk about select and non-select, and Obsidian weaponized that shit, like literally. And he said and used it for what the fuck he wanted to. Literally, his whole platform is he represents non-select people, and he weaponized that to the point where Ron Wills literally had to leave this space because of all of the shit that people are collabing down on him on some bullshit that what Obsidian did and started. And so what I'm not putting you in Obsidian's camp. I'm just telling you how you think. What I'm saying is they took something. I understood what select and non-select meant. So everybody is not select for everybody.
Who coined that term? Where does that term come from? It comes from this space, doesn't it?
Select and non-select?
Yeah.
That comes from Ron Wills.
Okay, so then it comes from this space. What I'm saying is alpha does not come from this space. Alpha has a definition outside of this. That's not a term we coined. It exists.
Okay, what is the definition of alpha in the context of Black culture? How is alpha used?
No, alpha is a word with a definition. Period.
So basically, you're not allowed to talk about how people are operating within that definition.
So then we gotta recontextualize. That's like fat phobia, meaning fear of fat people or something.
That's the problem. Well, hold on, because that's the problem with Black people in general. Words mean whatever the fuck we want them to mean. The reality is, you talk to a lot of dudes. If you a 42-year-old dude and you dating a chick that's 24 years old, you a pedophile. Now we know that's not the definition.
Hey, fam, the reality, because basically you're saying that we have to accept their perceptions of what.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, in order to change the perception, you got to meet them where they are.
Yeah, but words don't mean what you want them to mean. They mean what they mean, and what people do is they try to change the definition, and they're still incorrect. The sun is the sun; it'll always be the sun, and we don't get to redefine it as something else, and then everybody else follows suit. Because that's when shit gets twisted. It ain't even a Black thing. Because when you talk about words like toxic, which didn't mean what they made it mean, and all this other bullshit, these are new definitions of words that existed already. And now people follow dumb shit, right? And again, that's bigger than Black people. So I reject the idea that you can just use words and they can mean whatever you want. I reject that.
That's not what I said, though.
You said words can mean whatever you want them
to mean.
No,
and everybody on this panel that has talked to me before. No, I understand something, dude. I'm a marketer by trade. So how people act on words is more important than what the definition is if you're trying to get an outcome out of them. That's the problem we're dealing with propaganda. This is why they're using the term sex trafficking now. Because it's how, look, I get what you're saying, and I literally on my panel said words mean things, but at the same time, I can say words mean things all day, every day. But if people decide they want to act on shit and it starts to happen as a macro group, in order to deal with that, you have to meet that where that is, and that's what I'm talking about.
The word alpha came into the conversation, and we began to make points about the misuse of alpha, and now we're making an argument on why it can be misused.
Is that what the rest of y'all think I'm doing?
No, but fam,
yeah, I mean,
it kind of is. It kind of is.
No, that's not what I'm doing. That's not
hold on. I listen to Charles. Charles, what is your definition of alpha? You said,
no, that's not what I'm defending. Hold on, but you keep on acting like I'm defending that. I'm not defending that. What I'm telling you is people act on what a definition is, and I'm gonna keep it in the B. Here's the thing: if you're trying to create an outcome, and then you say what I say is what it is, and you just blindly say fuck what the majority of people are moving on, you're not gonna achieve that outcome. Because at the end of the day, if your goal is to move people to your position, you have to meet them where. This is why typically, if somebody is saying something wrong, I typically say who that fuck look, and you have. I'm not saying like you haven't. But my thing is, the definition is a definition regardless. So this is why I typically do my play-by-plays, and you do them too, because I make sure like this is what people are saying in real time and why it's wrong, so people can get the context of it. What I'm saying is, let's get everybody. Let's get everybody to agree on this definition, so then we can say this nigga said it. So now I can get people to not like this nigga. This is literally what I'm saying.
Real quick, man.
That's the problem. The problem is contextualizing everything positive about manhood around what women prefer. And the misuse of words like that is the problem. We can't then rationalize that, oh, well, we understand that that's the context that that's the context black women use it in. Okay.
No, black men agree with that.
No, they agree with it. They agree with it. If they're kissing black women's ass, they agree with it.
Okay. Because what is the first when black men get mad, and when black men get mad at other black men, what is the first thing they go to? They don't even go to you, bro.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna give it to Pete back. The problem is one of the biggest things we have to do in this space is number one, state the proper definition of a word and stand on it.
Right. Thank you.
I don't give a shit what the women say, because the women don't know what the fuck they want until a man shows them. Usually that's how it works. A lot of it deals with their egos being hurt, especially when you have something such as being an alpha and it has nothing to do with them. That's what hurts their ego. When you can actually have a group of men and say, look, he's the alpha of the group, he's the leader. That doesn't have shit to do with her, just like the whole alpha woman thing. If women were so alpha, they would get the best men they could find. You know what those so-called alpha women get? Betas. They get a bunch of betas.
Because that's a new term, alpha women, right? So we got to adapt that too.
Alphas in any relationship. I've told several women, you will never outman me. You want to be an alpha woman? Go find yourself a bitch. Because that's what you're basically saying, that you the man. Go ahead, PK.
All right, I appreciate that, man. I'm sorry for trying to bogart my way in like I did, guys. I apologize for that. And I just had to come back up, man, because this has been discussed pretty heavily in the red pill spaces for a long time now. Look, it's being said by Gigi himself, and it's really it's a reductive discussion to have in general. It's not useful language, man. That's the unfortunate part of the whole alpha beta discussion, man. It's not useful language to use when we're talking about the dynamics in between men. It's just not. It's reductive. It doesn't add anything to any of the context in the way that men and women or men and men interact. It doesn't. You end up taking a lot away from the dynamics in between us when you start to reduce it down to, alpha, beta, whatever the fuck other, Greek letterings you want to try to describe here. None of that's very useful. You got to remember now, I think it's on one of his playlists. You can go and look up the whole conversation that he did on the topic that Gigi did, and he was just up here, right? You got to understand, man, the alpha beta description, number one, not only does it not apply to human interaction, it was used initially to describe wolf groups and how they operated. Last time I checked, humans ain't wolves. I'm just saying.
Can I ask you a question?
I understand that humans and animals share some or humans and mammals, because we got to remember, share some similarities. But these two things are not equal. There's no equal sign there. That's not how that works. And I mean, you can go refer if you're having an issue with anything I'm saying here. You don't have to take it up with me. Take it up with Gigi. He'll say it to you for me. I don't want to go through it with you.
Hey PK, I don't have a problem with nothing you're saying. I think everything you're saying is actually factual. I think that at this point, we understand that the alpha, beta, sigma, this and that, of not necessarily scientific terms. They're at this point more descriptions of personality types. This is the thing. This is the thing though. If it wasn't those, then they would use words like masculinity, manhood, this and that, real man. They would use other things to define in the same way what manhood is in context to how men are relating to them. So understand, like, even if we discarded those terms completely, it wouldn't change the the idea that they would just use other terms associated with their positive experiences. They would define manhood or real masculinity as, whatever gave them a positive experience with men. You understand what I'm saying? The providers.
I get where you're coming from. That makes a lot of sense what you're saying. I get where you're coming from. But the thing is, I'm gonna tell you something, and if you haven't heard it before, man, but the way that this shit works is that men actually give context and definition and value to things. That's how it works. Men do that, not women. Never have, never will. They have no room to discuss these topics in any sort of seriousness. And the men that give validity to those arguments are brain dead. They don't know what they're actually doing. They're giving women way too much freedom and power in these discussions.
That's exactly my point, sir. Thank you.
And that's what happens with that is that that's the reason why I told the actual definition of alpha. See, alpha for human beings is not objective, it's situational. Okay?
Thanks, Charles. I'm gonna head out, man. I'm gonna go back to listen. I'm sorry, guys.
It's cool. All right, man. See, a lot of people refuse to realize this. Alpha is situational. Okay? Let's say you were on a tactical team, SWAT, Special Forces, whatever, Navy SEALs. You know who's leading the team? It's not necessarily always the guy with the most rank, but the most experience in the mission, or that type of mission. Which makes sense, right?
Right.
So you're not going to send your medic guy in first if he's the one who's got to drag everybody out and treat them. Unless we're doing a jump and we're doing a humanitarian mission where we have to do what? Treat civilians. He's going to take the lead because he's the medical lead. So it's situational, and it does not have anything to do with women and what women think. See, the problem is with a lot of people, we need to take whatever fucking women say and throw it out the fucking window. And it's like, if I go to sales, I don't care that I'm bigger and stronger than Ed. Ed will probably run circles around me when it comes to sales. That's his expertise. That's his experience.
Right.
If I want to learn how to do sales, I'll hit him. I'm not going to go challenge somebody like AL and tell them, no, I know how to drive trucks. I know how to troubleshoot. Well, I've been doing it for God knows how long. And I think we get rude when it's like, and this is how you know we have too many feminist narratives in the manosphere, because there's so many motherfuckers like an Amiri who want to challenge experts in the motherfucking fields who got to teach this shit day in and day out about culture, about philosophy, about studying other fucking scholars and intellectuals' work and critiquing it. This is how motherfuckers pay their bills, okay? People like Amiri are really insulting and disingenuous to the intellectia and the pool of people that we bring into the space. You're going to tell me that you're going to give a work to a guy who spent his entire adult life teaching motherfuckers the shit that you just found out last Tuesday. You see what I'm getting at? You see the rudeness into that?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the Padawan. You know, he respects what I did in law enforcement and I'm still doing. But so he had to walk with me while I'm training him. He was like, Jesus Christ, you had to deal with this all this time? He was like, dude, I have a newfound respect for you because I didn't know. Most people don't. Most people don't. That's why I looked at that shit at Memphis and I said, you motherfuckers were not professional. You were criminals. I can say that because who else is the authority in the space when it comes to law enforcement? Anybody?
I have law enforcement experience, but I'm not going to challenge you on that.
And I'm not, and notice, I don't even exclude anybody else, do I?
In terms of what? As far as law enforcement experience?
Exactly. Or their training, or their experience. I don't exclude anybody because guess what? You did what? Corrections?
Yeah.
So guess what? I brought them in. You had to house them. That's a total different area that a lot of cops do not know.
Right.
So that's why I always had a good respect with correctional officers and a good rapport, because you know there's sometimes when a guy's rowdy and they don't take certain people in. People don't notice. If that motherfucker got a little boo boo, take him to the hospital. We ain't accepting him. But if you cool with your correctional officers, they will take them in and take them straight to the infirmary. And it's like, look, this guy, I don't know what the fuck he just did. Or they'll be like, okay, he's cleared. All right, we take him to the infirmary. Am I lying? But you know, there's times when you got to know how to be able to critique. I'm not, and the point that I'm making about this alpha beta shit, I'm not afraid to be a beta when it comes to learning something of an expertise. Never be afraid to be a beta. Learn as much as you fucking can. See, when you go to sexual beta, see, the one thing about this sexual beta, look, most men will piss out everywhere and just mark their territory. Sometimes figuratively, sometimes literally. Look, to go out there and try to challenge men who been doing this content much longer, much in depth, it's very asinine. And that's one of the main issues when you have people like Amiri come to a Green Gorilla's channel thinking he's going to give him this work, he's going to challenge him. I said, you're like, things that I asked Amiri, who did you truly help in this space? What effort did you give into this space? Because let's be honest, you never ever said anything the females have done. Can you admit that females who keep their kids away from their fathers are wrong? Can you do that? Because when you got into your shits with Cynthia G, you were red pilled to the motherfucker. I remember those days. So why is it that now that you want to be on this pro-woman shit, but I already said it, you see the money that people like Derek Jackson and others are making. And you know where the bread gets buttered, where the views come from. Sometimes you just let the narrative write itself.
Well, I mean, he ain't even fucking good at that. Because the truth is, there's dudes that I've been monitoring. They be on that bullshit. Shout out to the Shamaki way. And, you know, nigga on child support, but he got to hustle with YouTube. And, you know, he do that same bullshit because he came in my algorithm again. He the one,
I had to
when he comes to the
unsub for
car
that
video.
nigga.
Huh?
I had to unsub for that nigga. When I start hearing them FD signifier talking points, I had to unsub.
Oh yeah, no, that nigga's a hustler. That's all he's doing. He hustles. Yeah. Like I don't even take what, like, he got some immaculate car videos, by the way. But he's hustling, and I know he's hustling because he look like country Wayne, but he hustling. I know he's doing that, and because that FD signifier is proof of that. But he came back in my algorithm once he started kind of talking about Passport Bros. And again, the reason, my thing is, I want to make it very clear here that, you know, I'm not justifying doing that. The context matters, number one. But number two is you have to understand why people are doing it and doing something in order to be able to change it. And the reality is, when you look at certain cultural codes, you know, a lot of black men agree with those codes. And so what you have sometimes is you will argue with black men from the perception of what they have. And see, that's because I've done that. And then people will try to, you know, cut me out of context, Clarence, your bitch ass, and try to make me sound all crazy and shit. And they do it and people will do that on purpose because they have whatever justification that they have. And even with people that I can't fucking stand, you know, I'll fucking give them the full context because I know this nigga full of shit. So if I know they full of shit, I want you to hear all this bullshit and be OD on it. But it ain't even, and it's not about individuals, because what Charles will tell you, there's situations where everybody was collapsing on me. I've had an argument with almost everybody. I'm one of the few niggas that Kevin Samuels cussed out and tried to say I'm not. He tried to throw that high value man shit at me on a panel, and I laughed right in his face. Not because I was disrespecting Kevin Samuels. I was like, that shit don't work on me. That works on a weak mind. That Jedi mind trick ain't gonna work on me. Like, the only niggas that haven't cussed me out is BGS. I'm still working on that. Rom. And that's it. Even Alan Roger Curry. Nigga, I'll fuck you, bitch. Wait, like, nigga. Also, I get it. So this is not this is not personal.
No,
everybody, but my point is that I'm a details guy when it comes to the points. And so my thing is, yeah, we all agree on what alpha is, but let's not act like the majority of the black community does not buy into the definition, and that's the problem. And saying that
facts don't need agreement.
But what I'm saying is, this is one thing. When I'm jumping on square niggas, this is what square niggas do. Like SWP, like who made the educated lame argument. That's what he does. He'll sit there and say something.
You going out? Yo, he's out. I guess he'll come back. You know, look. Yeah, you cut out. I was about to speak, but go ahead. Continue. You there?
This way, like for instance, with the bitches, it should be this way. You just get with the man that produces, and I say I might carry Washington. That's it. Look at the black community. It's fucked up. It's fucked up because of that reason. And then it's like, well, these women are picking them for X, Y, and Z. It doesn't matter. And they don't want to come off of that and say, no, you have to show people how those outcomes lead to this and say, look, you can do what you want, but then don't come back and tell me about the outcomes. That's the same thing they do. So that's all I'm saying. We know what the definition is, but we also know how most black men, fuck the women for a second, most men, you know how, and I'm going to say this and I'll let you talk. 31 seconds. You know how I know I'm right about how black men define alpha? Look at, no matter what it is, whether it's entertainment, whether it's group shit, unless you're in the military where you're forced to operate under, the chain of command. Look at any other situation where black men have to work together. Them niggas don't respect the niggas that can produce the most. These niggas are always trying to undercut a nigga. I call it Highlander syndrome. Niggas do not respect that. Like what we define alpha, as in the person that can perform the best, the only places niggas respect that shit outside the military is sports. That's it. Sports. Everywhere else, that shit is not recognized. And how, fuck the women for a second, because the women don't define alpha, right? How black men actually interact with each other is not predicated on how we just define alpha. And I dare anybody tell me that that's not true. No matter what area of activity you're talking about outside of the military and outside of pickup sports. Go ahead.
But the problem is that the men you're talking about get their definition from bitches. Okay, let's start there. That's the problem.
No, they don't.
No, yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Because there's you just said it is about what black men are defined as. Black men did not tell women that was the definition of alpha. That's what women told black men, and black men follow their ass. And that's all we talk about. Let's not start rearranging arguments. But
I can show you the majority. Man, I'm not talking about like some sex.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Let me make my point. What I'm saying to you is let's not start rearranging arguments to make this make sense, fam. Again, you said the context is how they define it. How they define it is pretty much determined by the definition that bitches created. Okay. Black men did not twist the definition of alpha on their own. I mean, shit. Charles understands the definition. I understand the definition. You understand the definition. We're all black men. We're not confused about the definition.
But we're also all red pill.
But listen, bro. You're making my argument for me in a way, because you're saying that the men who use it that way are not red pill. And you're making my argument for the other thing. Understand this. No, you kind of, let me say this, Ed, I'm not one of them guys that's gonna curse you out. I fuck with you, use my mans. But and this is probably the first time we've disagreed on anything. You know what I'm saying? My thing is, at the end of the day, what we do too much of in, whether you want to call it the gynocracy or this or that, is let women set the playing field and then play by those rules. It's like letting bitches change the Monopoly game rules and then playing by those rules and then rationalizing that as, oh, this is how we play. And, you know, even though that ain't the real rules, but this is the rules that niggas understand. So now we got to rationalize why someone is playing the game wrong.
Hey,
no,
but Marcus,
nigga,
let me ask you this real quick, because the Ed
keeps
made the
coming back to
point.
that's what I'm doing. That's not really what I'm doing.
No,
hold on, Ed. Let me just ask him this
That's
real
Be
quick,
Easy?
bro.
Okay, I didn't know who was talking. Go ahead, Be Easy.
Yeah, I just want to ask because Ed, I mean, I think both of y'all is making some great points, but Ed was saying that as presently constructed, black, you know, the standards and principles of, you know, what people define alpha to be. He's saying the collective of black men don't respect that.
No, they don't.
Right?
No, not the collective. The ones that follow. Let's call them what they are. The simps follow that definition because they are trying to appease black men's sensibilities or definition of that, right? So they're calling themselves alpha by way of the way black women define it, not the way men define it, because alpha is about hierarchy. It's about the man at the top of social hierarchies.
But where is that hierarchy being respected at outside of those institutions that he said? Sports, and what was the other one you said, Edward?
That's the general
war.
definition
Outside of those, where else is that hierarchy being respected? In the corporate world, in the streets. Where I'm just asking you because
everywhere outside of what he's saying is that, you know, within the context of how black women are defining the word and how black men are trying to fit into that standard and live, you know, the definition of the word through the, you know, black women's redefining of it, because they even now they got alpha women, and that wasn't a thing, but now we got to rock with that too because they've created that. So now that's a new term, right? But
why do we gotta rock with it when you just said we shouldn't be paying attention to it?
I agree with you, but again, these same motherfuckers will, like I told PK, use other terms. What I'm saying is that definition should be discarded. Nobody should use it to give more credit to it, especially us in this space of all people. My answer to you, Be Easy, is everyone outside of black culture looks at the word alpha in that fashion. And I ain't talking about the scientific wolf explanation. I'm talking about in terms of, men who lead other men, the male hierarchy and shit like that. That's how it is defined outside of the perverted version that black women have created. And so now black men, for us to give credit to that definition, pick it up and then act on it, and then even use it in speech in this space.
But that's I gotta agree with
it makes the look. What I'm saying is, and it makes it worse because it's like getting jiggy with it. When Jiggy, the way Will Smith used it in that record, was an incorrect way to use the term. I'm from New York, and that's where that word comes from. He picked it up, redefined it, and now it means something totally different. It's like woke. Woke went left also, right? And what happens is these terms get perverted, and then we say, well, that's why they're using them now, like phobia. Phobia is a clinical fear or something. Now it just means whatever the fuck you don't like. And now once we accept that to be fact, then we got bullshit. And I ain't with bullshit. The word means what the fuck it means. Fuck what they think it means, and fuck what all them niggas that follow them think it means. It doesn't mean shit. I don't care about that, and I agree with you.
I mean, a lot of this,
but apparently it does mean shit
because hold on, VG. A lot of this will be fixed in the context if people heard the context, but not even that. The BGS talks about the book, The Dark Ghetto. A lot of this shit has been going on since the 1930s. Like, this isn't some feminist, third wave new shit. This shit actually predates like a lot of feminism in a lot of ways. This predates the 60s. And in that book, The Dark Ghetto, is written by a scholar that pretty much talks about a lot of the black culture stuff and predicted a lot of what we deal with. This is a black man. He pretty much said that black men create hierarchies based on sexual access. That the Negro, the way he described it is in some racial oppression of how we were oppressed, and explains that. But it forces the Negro to define himself by the amount of women. I'll get BGS to get the exact passage. I don't know where it is in the book, but this is not something that I'm talking about new. The way alpha is defined, I'm gonna keep it real. You say women just all of a sudden decide. No, women started using it to give meaning to their sexual bullshit. Sure, but the reality is, and I'm look, you gonna really disagree with this shit. I get it, but look, I wish BTS and Gigi was on here before, but I'm gonna say it. What we're talking about predates black women picking it up and using it in that way. That's how bad it is. It is not something that black women just started using the term and niggas ran with it. Niggas,
I didn't say they just. I didn't.
No,
I didn't
but
put
what I'm saying is black men were operating on that operating system before women actually gave it the term alpha. So this is why it's so hard to uncuff black men from that definition.
What I'm saying to you is, we got terms like, and it's bigger than just alpha. We got everything that describes masculinity. They try to define it in the context of who's giving the money, who's taking care of them, who's bowing down and obeying them.
Sure.
Right. So an alpha is just one of those things. So before we get into, definitions that have anything to do with wolves, just understand that anything, again, that defines a man, in the positive sense, is always defined that way in relation to them. The only way for you to be a man, the only way for you to be masculine or affect manhood is to serve women. Right?
But the problem is,
hold on. And we can sit here and run the gamut of different words that fall under that category. I reject all of that. I don't care what the simps buy into. I don't care about none of that, bro. What I'm saying to you is, when people, real alpha men, true alpha men, reject that. True alpha men know the definition, and they reject the idea that is connected to who bitches like or who bitches accept to be alpha or to be men or to be masculine, right? That is what true alphas or true masculine men or quote unquote real men, that's how they move. So anyone who speaks that language to me, I look at them sideways. Understand?
And that's fine. That is fine. The problem is, we look at this shit from a perspective of logic loops. I mean, it gets to a logic loop at this point. I mean, my argument is, look, man, I'm not trying to put you in a category of anybody else, but I'm talking about in this space. I've seen way too much. Like, I've seen niggas literally go to absolute war because they couldn't fucking stand Kevin Samuels because he didn't represent what they thought masculinity should be.
I agree.
So what happens is, you have these and all these dudes, and some of their points were valid points, by the way. It wasn't all just bullshit. But the reality is, at the end of the day, because I promise you, if we would actually play the video in the context of what that was said, most of these niggas will agree with what my assessment of the situation is. Because we've had these kind of conversations you're having, dude. We have literally been on these fucking gauntlets. Charles was there, but we have literally been on 8-hour fucking panels week after week after week, sometimes more, hashing these conversations out. So a lot of these people, they understand how I think. They understand, why I say what I say and how I contextualize it. Like, for instance, when we talk about game niggas, I will literally speak. There's a lot of shit they define I don't accept. But I will speak to them in their language to show how they're full of shit, even in their own language.
But they're still full of shit.
Like, for instance, the game niggas are the main niggas, by the way, that use out. And by the way, when you look at how they literally spread the gospel of what we're actually talking about. The game, like, nigga, as far as I'm concerned, can't no nigga claim to me to be an alpha to the point where I call it giving out alpha certifications, where the only motherfucker you dealing with is a white woman. But then you got the nerve to tell niggas, you can't tell niggas how to date black women if you scared to date black women. You got niggas that are literally scared of black women. And I'm talking about a couple of niggas now. Steve, what's that dude, Lucario? It's a couple of niggas that are game niggas. Shit, you might argue Donovan, and I typically rock with Donovan. These niggas are literally scared of black women, but they want to tell you what alphas are. At least Donovan got a pseudo-white audience.
Bro,
the rest of them niggas, so my point is, but when I argue with them, I will argue with them in their language, and I will use the terms as they define it, because I'm trying to communicate with a certain audience. I'm trying to communicate. That don't mean I accept it, but that's what I
get what you're saying. It's like me talking. Check this out, Ed. I understand what you're saying. It's like me talking about religion to some people. I'm not a religious person, but if I'm going to talk to somebody about religion, then I'm going to talk about Bible stories in the context. I get what you're saying, but it's still bullshit, right? So you know what I'm saying? If somebody gets online and they start, running down scripture, and they wasn't prompted to, or they not entering a conversation with, like how you say you're entering conversations with game coaches who, by the way, them motherfuckers blocked me because I gave them that heat the same way you're talking about.
Well, this is an olive branch, which is why I brought that up.
No, but check it out. The shit that they say don't make sense, I question that. Yeah, I question their definitions and their Jedi mind bullshit inside and outside of the context that they try to reframe shit. It's still all bullshit. We could talk about Zeus and Hera and all that shit within the context of Greek mythology, but outside of that, it's still all bullshit. And Ed, as I'm talking to people about these things, I'm very much capable of talking about it in their language, but I also remind them in the conversation that it's all bullshit. I reject it on its face. You want to talk about it in context, cool, but it still doesn't wash. It's still,
but if I communicate, I'm very sarcastic, which is another reason why niggas don't like me. If I communicate in a language of sarcasm and I say, yeah, man, you want to fuck these alphas, you want to basically have the betas raise the kids, but you want to sit here and fuck these who you so-called call alphas. Now, I may not use who you so-called called alphas. I may call it alpha. I may do that, and I've done that before, because that's how they define it, basically showing them that you are supposedly fucking alphas, but you sitting there bitching about what alphas do. So why are you running the betas? Because if you dealing with an alpha, then the alpha has everything you need, right? And so I've actually communicated in that language pretty much to kind of thumb my nose at them, saying you dumb bitch. So rather than using all that language, that's how I kind of know the context of what's being said without even if I didn't know who the fuck this was. I know the context.
It's just one of the words.
Do you got the timestamp when this was said?
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Do you got like the video?
No, this is not a video that I'm talking about. It's a Facebook post. It's on. But at any rate, what I'm saying that is only because we were speaking on the word alpha, you might be going in on the word alpha and how it's used and abused, but it's bigger than that. And I've used other words to make that point. So, if you bang the shit out of alpha, and even if I agree with you, then we have other terms. Again,
okay, what are the other terms? By the way, Marcus, we've had a lot more heated conversations about niggas, the word thick. Dude, me and Charles had dragged out wars with niggas over what the definition of fucking thick is. Because these niggas think that, shout out to Platinum. So I get it. So what's the other word?
I know you get it. I don't think that you're stupid at all. What I'm saying to you is, it's a slippery slope. You understand what I'm saying? It's a slippery
Oh, we've
slope.
already split. The black community is fucked. So,
well, I'm not trying to save. I'm talking. This is a conversation between us, right? It's just us here. All the people that we talk about that misdefine or misuse or abuse terms, none of them are in the room. What I'm saying is, it should be rejected amongst people who are aware. You said, well, the reason why we know the term is that we're red pill. So anybody using it in the other, the incorrect definition, it would imply that maybe they're not as red pill, right?
Well,
hold on. Regardless of this, and it's not even going into down the rabbit hole of who and this and that and how one feels about. So like when you use Kevin Samuels and how people felt about him and this and that, it's not even about that. I'm not looking at people like, I don't like the way this person looks and this and that. It's about like the message. If your message is a contradiction, understand. I want people to understand this about me. Most of the arguments I make are about contradictions, ironies, and just straight up bullshit, right? So if I see an irony, if I see a contradiction, I'm going to call it out. I don't care who it is. So it's not.
Well, I mean, the thing about it, but that's not what prompted this, though.
Hold on. I want you to understand that it's not about who or what or this or that. There's things Kevin said I disagree with, but Kevin never presented himself as red pill. He never did that. He never presented himself as red pill. We know where Kevin stood. We wasn't really even Kevin's audience like that. He catered to the other audience. He wasn't Derek, but he was honest about who he was.
Well, you got to remember, Kevin was on the panels that we were on. And by the way, like my thing is the person that said these things, that's how we know the nuance of what he was saying. Like if you talk to somebody that was a Kevin Samuels supporter, that they just found him, it's not the same context because a lot of the stuff he said, he literally got from us in a lot of these conversations that we're having right now. You let Kevin say it, Cynthia, you let Kevin tell it, and Charles was there. Cynthia G is very attractive because she got a symmetrical fucking face. That's okay, Kevin.
I hear you, but that's
okay. But notice how when you put a name on, because the thing about it is, you notice how when we talk all these conversations we're having about with Amiri and all that, we're putting a name because the name implies a track record. Like for instance, the person that I think you're talking about, I don't even think he's presented himself. He may talk about red pill, but he's more purple pill. So I mean, it's this thing about we're gonna kick somebody out of the red pill group. That's cool. Because like I said,
all of that. I'm saying I'm challenging arguments
there's a lot of energy for this, as if we need to. Yeah, man, words mean that. Well, we all agree with that. So what are we kind of talking about?
So let me ask you something, Ed. If I tomorrow got up on this motherfucker saying black women are queen, mother, goddess, wouldn't that kind of fly in the face of everything that I said before that?
It depends on the context by which you said it.
Okay, but
as far as I'm concerned, you can be bullshitting with people. I've seen that.
I could be bullshitting with people, but let's say I said it and you know how I talk, and let's say you kind of got the idea that I was dead ass serious. Shit, I've had girls on my shit, and we've had discussions where you got some guys who feel like, yo, you ain't go in on shorty is crazy as you could have. Shit, both of the chicks
that obviously your brand, I've never seen you really go in on a chick. That's not really your brand.
No,
so my thing that I would say to them is, why are you expecting you to go in on somebody?
I mean, but that's not really true either. Anybody who's following me on Facebook has really.
Shit, I'm talking about on video.
Well, even on video, like.
Well, I want that link.
Okay, but again,
no, I believe you. That's probably some entertaining shit.
It depends on what you define as going in. If I'm having a discussion with somebody, right? It ain't no reason for me to do the Tommy Sotomayor top of my voice.
Well, that's what they're looking for.
No, but if that's what that calls for, see, I'm like the man you mentioned, Kevin. I'll give you the same energy you give me, but I'm going to ask you them questions that's going to, paint you into a corner. I'm not going to let you off. I don't let anybody off. But what I'm saying is there's no reason for me to be disrespectful if I'm not being disrespected. It doesn't right. So
I'm the same way.
So but for some people that needs to take place for them to say, oh, he went in. No, I could go in without being disrespectful. You understand? So I do go in, but you got people that'll say, "Oh, he didn't go in." Like I want to.
I hear you, but in this case, but in the Black Manosphere, you do realize the acceptable definition of going in is cussing a bitch out, right? That's the accepted definition.
No, I mean shit. All that's subjective, bro. What I'm saying is this, bro. Listen, I only said that to say, for some people, they might feel that way and they might feel the need to call me out. I accept it. In my community tab, I tell people all the time, listen, everybody's open to scrutiny, including me. If you want to come at me and say, yo, Mark, you said something the other day and that shit, sounds like a flip-flop or this or that, or if any of my points are inconsistent with what you've heard me say the other day, because we constantly call niggas flip-flops, chameleons, things of that nature, right? So if you felt that way, you would be well within your right, like either to make a video about it or to hit me up. If we're cool like that, we communicate like that, to bring it up. I ain't taking it personal. All I can do is explain it to you, and if either you're going to understand or not, and you might or might not, but I'm not going to take that as an attack. You're challenging my talking point or my point of view. That's what you're doing. It's not a personal attack. So understand, ain't no personal attacks being made here. I'm coming at the message. The message is inconsistent, bro. And
if you don't have a right to say nothing. I mean, my thing is, if you want to make if you want to make a video calling that out, I actually encourage you to do that. Like even on the person we could be talking about, I encourage you to do that because that's part of the space. That's what steel sharpens steel. So that's not kind of what I'm talking about.
Then motherfuckers be like, "Oh, you hating," or "Oh, it don't make sense."
They gonna say that. They gonna say that. Yeah, cool. They gonna say that anyway.
I'm cool.
Deal with that.
I'm cool with all that, but fuck them niggas. I'm talking to you. So what I'm saying to you is, and I want you to understand that it's a challenge of the message being put out there because it conflicts with not only the core message of the space. If we are going to not question or challenge the people who, like you said, because such and such has been on panels and this and that, if such and such is on panels and then people outside the space can say, oh, he was on this panel with a bunch of red pill motherfuckers, therefore he's red pill, right? So he's red pill about association, and then he goes and says some wild shit or whatever. So then that shit claps back on us, right? That shit got to be challenged. It's like telling Trump or asking Trump, yo, do you denounce the KKK?
Well, I mean, the thing about that though is it makes it hard because this is all real amorphous. Because the reality is everybody has their own brand. Like people define red pill as, most black men don't talk about red pill because you got MGTOW, ignores all that. Most black men in this space don't talk about red pill from the perception of relationships. So the person you're talking about is more of a relationship person anyway. So the thing about it is it then becomes, well, it's inconsistent. Well, even within the Black Manosphere and even amongst red pill, because red pill is just awareness. What you do with it is where stuff starts. SYSBM, the Black Manosphere proper, Passport Bros, Igmore, MGTOW. MGTOW is completely not on relationships. So yeah, if somebody's more on some pump and dump shit, they may register somebody. And like, for instance, let's take Obsidian for example. Because it's kind of a way to kind of talk about this, but not be on the person. Like Obsidian, a lot of people criticize Obsidian. I do. and to the point where he's got mad at me. And a lot of times, Obsidian will talk about niggas cheating and trying to play the moral game, even though he's playing the moral game from a weak position. You know, saying, I'm non-select. You self-admit you're non-select, but a woman should want you just off the strength that you're moral. That is what? You know, but then at the same time, he's also another dude that's talked about paying for everything. And so a lot of dudes are gonna not take that, because that dude literally used to listen to Obsidian, and I literally said, just listen to them. They've done the same thing on the opposite of what I'm doing with you right now. And I've literally told them, niggas, shout out to King Sigma and shout out to Preem. And I've literally told them, just listen to him for 6 months. And literally not 4 months later, they came to me and said I was right, because they didn't know what I knew in the context of what was being said. They need to hear that. So my point is,
go ahead.
So my point is that what you got to understand is everybody has their own brand, and some people are talking more on the lane of black men, because let's be clear, black men want to be in relationships. They will prefer to be in relationships with black women. So a lot of this is talking to that crowd. So when you hear dudes say what I call traditional masculine, like a man is supposed to pay for everything, you pay the cost to be the boss, you do this, you do that, that is more reeking back to that. A lot of these conservatives believe that too, by the way. They're reeking back to that, and then it gets misconstrued of you simping, you doing this, and that's why I'm saying the person matters, because when you hear you put the person out, then the track record matters. When I mention Obsidian, people know Obsidian's track record. When I mention Amiri, we know Amiri's track record, so we get that extra context of who's being talked about. But whatever.
Hey, Ed.
I like to say this real quick. You know, I like to thank Marcus and Ed keeping it going and the flow. I like to thank everybody. We still 6 hours out. We still got 118 people, 120 people watching. God damn, it's fire shit. Don't forget to support. Don't forget to support the Cash App. Do the $2 holla. Hey, $2 from 120 people. Hey, that's all we ask. At least if you want more, that's more. But hey, support the Cash App if you're entertained and you're being informed and you're being ganged up and knowledged up. But I'm gonna say this when it comes to context, and then I'm gonna give it back to Marcus or whoever else wants to go back into it. Number one, most people, because of the economy and because of inflation, most people can't pay all the bills by themselves if they want to live a certain life. I mean, believe it or not, $50,000, $45,000, you can live pretty comfortable if you live within your means. That's facts, right? So when we look at it, if a man pays all the bills, men never mind paying all the bills. Shout out to Leon for the $5 holla. We always look, even back then in my father's day, my grandfather's day, my great-grandfather's day, they got something out of their deposit. You know what I'm saying? When people say pay all the bills and all that shit, you got to understand, I don't mind paying all the bills, but I'm still not going to be with an insufferable bitch because I pay all the bills and you want somebody to pay all your bills so you could be lazy, not because you want to teach the kids. Because even my brother, who's 3 years younger than me, I'm 40, he's 37, so I'll be 41 this year, and he'll be 38. So, for context, my mother didn't have to work when I was born and my brother was born. For those 3 to 5 year spans, she took care of us, took care of the house, cleaned, cooked, washed the clothes, shampooed the damn rug, cleaned the bathroom. She did everything in the house. And she worked once we weren't into nursery school. Once we were both in the school, she worked. Most, like Preem just said, most households require 2 incomes.
Yes,
so
sir.
that's living within reality, and that's living within, context of time. I've done the calculations of how much $1,000 was in my father's day compared to my day now. In 1982, when I was born, $1,000 now would be equal to $3,025 back then.
Mm-hmm.
My father paid 1/10 of what I paid for rent back in 82. Okay? Let's keep that in context. So when You get all these lunatic bitches saying, well, my father paid all the bills. Your father had 3 times the amount of money and the value it would go. Then on top of that, he only paid 1/10 of the bills that you pay now. Remember, 3 times the money, 1/10 of the bills.
No
So,
cell phones, crazy
no cell
cable, internet,
And then you got to remember,
car insurance.
he still was in the benefits of the last remnants of women who were taught to be wives.
Yes.
Then on top of that, you could work in an atmosphere because you in Baltimore we have Bethlehem Steel and we have Inner Harbor Ford where men work with their hands and put their wives and children through college and bought houses and cars. They didn't have to get the accelerated degrees back then, and not all of them. So we got to look at context. Number one, we have a bunch of women who compete with us, like Marcus said earlier, and so did Ed. Number two, we have a shrinking economy. We have a shrinking working base because of technology. So think about this. How many fucking tech people lost their jobs? Got laid off? We got to really be in an honest mindset about how we conduct ourselves towards marriage, towards relationships, towards black men and black men, black women and black women, and black women and black men. We have to have a very honest critique and question. And sometimes I think there's some men who's still afraid to ask a chick, what the hell do you want? Because I know what the fuck I want. And we're willing to sit, and now here comes a time where we're willing to stand on our square to say, you know what? If I don't get what I want, I'm gonna throw my dick over my shoulder, pack my bags, and leave, and go find, lie down in green pastures somewhere. And this is the reason why I say a lot of arguments have to have context. And I think Ed and Marcus both said it in their own unique way. A lot of things that's being said, even about the alpha beta thing, it's contextual. And when a lot of these guys go by their context and what they think it is, look, I gave you the definition of what it is. If you fuck it up, if you fuck with the word cat, which means the feline mammalian species, so if you fuck it up and try to say an eagle is a cat, that really shows how lowbrow and unintelligent your statement was. And I think we should hold people to that context. Do y'all agree or disagree?
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Definitely do.
Because I'm sorry, when I grew up, you called things by its proper titles. And we hold people to the real definition. Look, I'm quick to tell a motherfucker when even a woman, well, all these guys talk about being an alpha man but don't want to pay bills. What the fuck bills got to do with being alpha?
Right.
What the fuck? I said, first of all, alpha has nothing to fucking do with you. Well, what about alpha women? There are no alpha women.
Right.
You have a queen beeism. Women are hives. That's why I call them the queen bees. That's why, Beyonce calls her followers and literally worshipers and fans the beehives. That's how women naturally think. They're very communal. It's very rare a woman thinks differently than the group. I can explain.
You should get exiled.
Exactamundo. I can explain to you in many different ways, and I think I need a Patreon to tell the story about who she who will not be named and her behavior. When she tried to tell me about friendship, but I still have the same friends from 1996. How many years is that? So you can't tell me a goddamn thing about friendship when we went through marriages, divorces, remarriages, kids being born, niggas literally in the hospital with each other when the kids were born, kids getting in trouble, kids getting to school, having to put on a uniform to scare the shit out of kids from stop stealing, literally being over cookouts, literally getting fist fights with friends because hell, we're men. We settle arguments certain ways. It's called actually understanding your environment and your time in it. And I think that a lot of bros out there need to take the time, like Like Gigi gave you the game when you want to increase your vocabulary. I mean, download that app. We need to actually hold people accountable. Yes, Mark is a businessman. If I wanted to learn how to do his type of business, he's going to be alpha. There's no shame. We need to stop thinking that this nigga's the alpha and thinking that's the title of shame. No, the Padawan follows me when it comes to law enforcement and armed security. What fucking I have more experience than he does on years on Earth. Who the fuck do you think is going to be the alpha? Let's be real serious, because a lot of times we need to get out of our own fucking ego.
Definitely.
Do I need to say that again for the niggas in the back? A lot of niggas need to get out their ego. I'm not afraid to say there are certain people who are alpha to me. Obviously, God rest his soul in peace, power, and paradise. My wrestling coach was alpha to me. I would not know anything about the sport of wrestling if it wasn't for that man. There are some things I speak to my father, even at 40, that I have to learn from him. There are some things he learns from me, for my intelligence when he asks me about law enforcement questions, that he has to learn. He has to, like, you know what? Hey, you the alpha on this because this is your expertise. When it comes to building houses and remodeling, putting in the wire, the flooring, or the plumbing, my father's is the man in charge.
Same.
There's no shame. There's my 30-year-old nephew. He's in Texas right now in the active duty army. When it comes to understanding the modern army, because he's in it, he will be alpha. Just like if he asked me about, hey, we need some of your skills of what you did in the war, the roles reverse. That's how quick it's situational. And one thing about this space, we should have a vocabulary, and I think we need, as the Black Manosphere, I say this, and I hope people agree, we need a definitive definition of simping. Okay?
I thought you were going the other direction. I thought you were about to say about what actually alpha is, not the simp word.
Well, that's included. We need
right.
a definitive definition of alpha, simping, and some more shit, because we need to actually get these definitions out and be accountable for them. Look,
Can I give it to you, Charles?
Go ahead.
I have a health science college degree. My woman has a science degree. Through my studies, I had to take a few liberal arts classes. To break it down, is hegemonic masculinity. So, if you take the hierarchy of needs and you place it next to hegemonic masculinity, you can Google it. It has its own scale. It pretty much lines up exactly the same. Being the person with the most hegemonic masculinity is the apex predator. Keep it 100. Keep it 100. I talked to you before because I talked about the Pookie and Ray Ray thing, and you got frustrated on the show, and I hit you up on Facebook. And
this was on my show, or
on your show,
Mm-hmm.
And for example, Pookie and Ray Ray, the stereotype, they represent a certain level of hegemonic masculinity in that environment. And when guys say, for example, Pookie and Ray Ray gets all the women, so you're basically saying that you don't represent the same level of physical masculinity of these guys in Southside Baltimore, for example. So Charles, for example, he represents that because he's been a police officer. He does a lot of training. He has skilled people around him. And people, when we walk up to guys in real life, we know what they represent. We know what they have. And that's why we naturally have respect for each other. And who doesn't, we push them out or they get killed. That's how hegemonic masculinity works. So when guys say Pookie and Ray Ray, they're saying that those guys have something physical or even a mouthpiece that they don't have. And the criteria for those guys getting women is making more money, exceptionally more money. You get what I'm saying? Swag, yeah. The look, the look, that's part of it. The money, how high you are up the economic ladder, your skills.
And
It
shout out
all
to
evolves
John.
around that.
And
And
shout out to
it's
John and F Holiday for the Cash App support. Thank you, bros. And that's
I,
the F and F Holiday is forever faithful. Woo! Go ahead, bro.
I didn't want to cut him off. I just wanted to make sure he was done
oh
speaking.
yeah. I think if a few guys, and I know Gigi can do it, I know BGSM more can do it because they like reading on that type of stuff. But once you read on it and you understand what it is, you can break people down in the columns. And the other thing is, just like he was talking about, guys want you to cuss out women. A lot of the space wants to do that, but it just perpetuates the same shit. Then it stops women from wanting to come on and conversate with you. And
Right.
it doesn't push anything. It just pushes people apart pretty much.
Well, the crazy thing is that, one of the girls who, she was on my show twice,
the thick lady,
pissed off. She was pissed off both times after we spoke, because again, it's not really about me, raising my voice to it. It's about what I was asking her. And you can piss someone off or put them in a corner just by asking questions they can't answer.
You're talking about the lady that writes grants.
That who?
She writes grants and she's looking for
right. Okay, you remember that. All right,
yeah.
Soft girl. Right.
So particularly, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to respond to some of what you said. You saw my Pookie and Ray Ray. The thing about Pookie and Ray Ray is, again, that's another term that was
class
created.
Designation stereotype.
Right. It's designation stereotype, but it's something that was coined here. Right. There's no definition for Pookie Ray Ray outside of what we define it as. It's not something that we redefined it to fit what we, define it as. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right. Pookie and Ray Ray is a slang term that we invented. There is no other definition for it other than the one we created. Alpha, masculinity, manhood. These are dictionary terms, right? And that's the difference. So I understand what you're saying about Pookie and Ray Ray being seen as, the
in that environment, the totality,
but I wouldn't call them alphas because they don't necessarily fit the definition of alpha, because the definition of alpha is the leader in the hierarchy of men, right? And Pookie and Ray Ray is not always that, right?
Yes.
So we can say, okay, they are revered in Black culture and in the Black space. That doesn't necessarily make them alpha. That is the thing I'm arguing against.
Oh,
right?
I agree.
Right. So they might be the preferred men. It might make them quote unquote select, but it doesn't make them alpha. And that's the point. So, however we look at it, what it means, where it came from, how we came upon this definition of this slang term is a different conversation.
Yes.
What I'm saying is what I just said, it doesn't make them alpha. Alpha, again, it has a definition outside of the one, women gave it, because women tend to define, positive masculine traits as things that serve their purpose.
Yeah.
Right. So, you said you were which conversation we had where you said we were talking about Pookie Ray Ray?
It was a while back, but it was possibly before that show where a guy said something, and I super chatted you. Then I hit you on Facebook Messenger, and it was kind of long, and we conversated for a second. Then I think I sent you another article about people losing their Section 8 before people started talking about it on social media and whatever.
So after this conversation hit me on Facebook, so I can.
Oh yeah, I do that.
I back up, yeah, but you understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah, I understand. I just think if y'all go from the idea of hegemonic masculinity, like I think FD signifier uses it in a weird way, but I learned it in school. But it's something that I scanned over. Then I heard someone else say. Then I started reading from the text, and I said, okay, so this can be utilized based upon class, culture, environment, everything. How much money you have. It's like saying, you know, there's a lot of guys that make 100K and can't get nothing from a woman because all they have to offer is the money. So it's like money, and you're an object. So the women still date a guy that makes less just because he's funny or entertaining or physically masculine. You know what I'm saying? So it has everything within the definition, and it can be political power, it can be religious power. You know, it can be everything. It's everything that makes up masculinity. So, and at the top of the pyramid is the apex predator, pretty much, and at the bottom is a subordinate male, which, you know, Black women are used to having.
Right.
Subordinate
I mean,
males.
they
Yeah.
demand it. You know, I personally think that Black women pick these types, the ones who do, right? The ones who do pick these types. And when I say these types, I mean the subordinate males, or the submissive men. I think they pick them and they raise their boys to be a certain way because I think that they, in a way, have the same fear that white people do. If you know, in terms of Black men being leaders or having power and this and that. I think they have now adopted that viewpoint that if Black men had power, that they would abuse everybody. They would be violent and abuse everybody and use their power in a corrupt way, even though, I mean, we see the dominant society doing exactly that, but nobody wants it from us. They would, you know, we're the pit bull that needs to remain on the leash, because if we're ever released, all types of havoc would go down. And
yeah, it's the same thing as annihilation of white people, their thoughts. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to it, go ahead, man.
I don't know if I'd agree with that assessment. I don't think that Black women fear that we will seek retribution on them. I think that Black women, I think that Black women just want power. They want to remain in control. So it's not that they're like, oh, okay, if we give control to Black men, they just gonna go crazy on us and seek revenge for all the shit that we did and all the betrayal that we've imposed upon them in the past 400 plus years. I think it's more as simple as, okay, we've been running this shit since slavery and we don't want to lose that.
I agree.
Even if
go ahead.
Even if our leadership is more effective than their leadership.
So just to clarify, right? I agree with what you just said, right? For me, it's not revenge or retribution that Black women are afraid of. They have been sold this idea that, you know, Black male patriarchy is oppressive and it's abusive, right? So when I say what I'm saying, I don't mean that will come as a revenge action. I mean, you know, they look in the, like, Black women look in the past and they look at, you know, Black male authority or our leadership the same way we look at slavery, right? So they you know, even the women from this generation, they've been told, like, because every conversation I'm in, we talk about Black men leading. It's like, oh, we want y'all to lead, but then when we talk about what leadership looks like, it comes across to them as slavery. They say it out loud, right?
So one, it's laziness, and then two, when you're dealing with something that's wayward, you know, anybody who has kids, the one thing you don't want your kids to go be around is wayward ass kids because they rub off on yours, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of it. Part of it's laziness, because this is the reason why you have a single mother epidemic and not a wife epidemic.
Right.
Just because being a wife is a duty, it's a job.
Right.
It's not a duty. It's not just a duty to me. It's a duty to the marriage, the kids, the household, the community. That's why I always said women are supposed to protect the image, the glory, and the image, the glory, and third one's coming up to me, and the honor. Sorry, the image, the glory, and the honor of the man, the children, and the community. They don't want to do that because they dishonorable.
Right. I think their views are unreasonable. I do. I'm gonna say this, and I hear you, Jesse. I don't think their viewpoint on us is unreasonable. Pardon me, is reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable. What I'm saying is, the older generation painted this picture of what Black patriarchy looks like, and it's been sold to the women of the following generations, right? The subsequent generations. And to them, Charles, like, I understand exactly what you're saying, but to them that comes across as the thing that I'm talking about. It's like if we say submission, they think about like a finger for a headlock or some shit like that, or we say cooperation, like no matter what word you use, it goes back to what we was talking about with interchange in definitions.
That's what they thinking. That's what they thinking, Marcus.
I mean,
well, if you just take a look at it for what it is, it's like saying it's like saying that, okay, we never truly had power over our women, right? So the idea of us gaining so much power that they have to listen to us is like oppressive, because it changes the whole dynamic from when we came out of slavery and how everything was done. So even the idea of watching, white guys reign over this country for 500 plus years to give us that power to where we can do what they do. Because no matter how you see it, they say, white guys started buying houses and moving out and doing this, and then white guys colonize a whole bunch of places. Oh, black guys are, they're doing it now. So everything they view that we do is copying. Like, it's like saying if like Amiri talking about y'all aren't real men, but then participating in the same marriage system that he says is oppressive to women at the same time and shit. Funny shit like that.
Or that is European.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be real with you. All of this shit is bullshit. And what I mean by that is the shit that the women say is bullshit. Like, they know niggas is not gonna be like white men and shit, but it's projection, right? So if you really look at this shit, all of the things that black women claim about black men is shit that they're actually doing.
Yes.
Right.
They are the real white men of the black community. When you talk about how men in patriarchal cultures, they could do their thing, have children out of wedlock, have women on the side, that is okay for black women to do in the community. It's not okay for black men. When let's just think about it for a second. Everything that black women try to say that we do, and they say that's wrong. Having other sexual partners, right? Having children out of wedlock. When it comes down to anything that they talk about, even having younger partners in the black community, women try to shame men for that. But when Stella Got a Groove Back come out, the shit does a couple million at the box office.
Yeah.
Like, just think about it for a second. I think at the end of the day, the way you really unlock this code, you really start to understand this shit, is when you understand the gynocracy, right? When you start reading that Philadelphia Negro, when W.E.B. Du Bois is breaking that shit down, E. Franklin Frazier, Kenneth Clark Dark Ghetto, you have a whole list of black sociologists that literally studied this shit for years. Like, okay, the black Negro acts like this, the black woman acts like this. When you actually understand the social structure of the black community, the shit starts to make sense, because the best way to understand the black community, right, is to think about the white man and how he acts in his community, and you flip it and you put the black woman in that position in our community. That's really what this shit is.
I get what you're saying.
That's what
I
it
think
is. Like
I think
everybody, and I'm gonna say this. I'll let you respond. But everything that the white man does in his community, it is flipped for the black woman in our community. And the reason why this shit is so hard to deal with is because for decades, BGS Ilmore just put out a video of women lying, saying that the black matriarchy is a myth. See, the what's that saying? The greatest thing the devil could do is to convince you that he don't exist. For 400 some years, the black woman has been the leader of the black community, with the exception of a small percentage of patriarchal families. But 90% or more of the black community has been gynocratic, meaning woman rule. When you understand that and how these women try to deny, even the men try to deny that shit because of embarrassment. So if you don't get that understanding, like I say, you got to read those books I mentioned: Philadelphia Negro, the Negro Family, Dark Ghetto, The Man Not. It breaks down the structure and the behavior of 90% of black people in America. Who's the leaders in the community? How Big Mama ran the shit in the 1920s. Then the shit went from Big Mama, the grandmother running shit, to the single mother running shit.
I get what you mean by saying like they're the white men of the community, but they don't have any power to make any change or truly anything. And when you look at how immigration is affecting it, it's like it's not really that great for them. But as long as it's more gynocentric, I think they're happy while still complaining because they hate being women. They wish they had dicks, but still complaining about our actions. And like I said, it's kind of hard for them imagine us gaining a certain amount of power and having just the power to choose what we want. Because we see, like, I'm an example. Like, my woman's black, but she's not that black. You know what I'm saying? She's not my grandma, Mississippi, Alabama black. She's Germany, Jamaican black, and culturally different. So it boils down to, if they get power, they're more likely to do what white guys do. So they're still gonna marry out, and they're still gonna pick other women. You get what I'm saying?
They already had
So
power, bro.
yeah.
That's valid.
If you look, if you look at it,
that's their fear of power.
If you look at it, like politically, some of the most, I mean, they didn't, Gigi didn't went through the numbers, BGS went through the numbers. In academia, it's like 2-to-1 black women to black men. In politics, in terms of politicians, how many black mayors we have in these major cities? Now, I'm not saying that they have real power in terms of white men, because obviously they're not the dominant group. But what I'm saying is, the highest level of power most minorities could get within this system is what black women have right now. At a certain point, you had the two most powerful people, the two most powerful black women. One of the most powerful people in politics was the black women. Kind of leaves the rights at the time. And you had one of the most powerful people in Hollywood was a woman, which was Oprah at the time. So if you look at Dr. T. Hassan has done some good work on this, which breaking down the inequalities of black men and showing the number of black women in academia versus black men, number of black men and black women in politics, and the numbers are, they're like night and day in terms of how they're entrenched in the white supremacy power structure. Which, if you look at every other community, of course, it's the opposite. And, I live here in Ghana here. Even if you look at the educational levels, I mean, it's a total opposite. It's more men being educated out here than the women. It's like a 50% difference on every level, whether it's high school.
There's reason for that.
After
There's reason for that.
I typed in a chat AI bot, and it gave us the answer that we know when it comes to black males in the social field. and it came from a bot that broke it down why black males aren't in the field, and it said everything Tizan and the rest of the guys have said. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, I get it. But I just when I look at them, they wanted to be gynocentric in their while maintaining the same system. So they still want their choice and to practice. What does BGS like to say? Serial monogamy. That's their power.
Well, it's I mean, it's ingenious when you think about it because they could run shit in the black community, and when shit go wrong, they could blame it on us. So it's the perfect power position. Okay, I get to do what the hell I want. I run shit. So when things go right, I can take the credit, but when things go wrong, I could blame it on you niggas.
Exactly. That's a lot of power to give up. And if we gained power, if this system just allowed black men to get their educations, everything else, they would still be okay. The more money I make, the more access to better women that I had. Okay, it's just that simple. And I don't mean I don't mean in the terms of looks. I mean in the terms of agreeability, education, healthy ways of raising kids. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean.
See, the reason that's not going to happen is because you're caught in like a goddamn paradox, right? So the way I kind of narrowed it down is you have to have possession of the children. If you don't have control of the children in the community, then you will never be in positions of power within the community. And the reason why I say that is because he who socializes and controls the children controls the future. Because humans are basically like fucking biological computers, right? And so a lot of the shit that we have as far as personality traits, it comes from DNA code, from our parents, genetics and stuff like that. But a lot of the stuff, it comes from programming and socialization. So like when you're going to school and, your parents are teaching you life lessons and stuff like that, a lot of how you behave and what you think comes from the things that you ingest, whether it's media, reading books, or being taught at school. So the reason why black men will never in America be able to get over that hump is because we don't control the children. She controls the children. So when the women control the children, only thing they're doing is indoctrinating our children into the mindset, and they're putting the mores and morals of the values um, into those children. So the reason I heard y'all talking earlier about okay, well, black men, they got the definition of alpha from a bitch. Well, the reason they got the definition of alpha from a bitch is because that's who the fuck raised them. Those are the women. The women are the ones that have most of our children, control over most of our children. And so the morals and the values and the definitions that most of the people in our community are going to have are going to come from the women. And that's the paradox that we're stuck in. If we don't have control of the children as men, as patriarchal men, then I mean this shit is just going to keep continuing. That's just what it is, man. If you don't have control of those children, then you cannot move from there. It's gonna be the same thing every generation. It's gonna be a small amount of red pill niggas trying to convert the other 90% of blue pill gynocratic men.
Yeah, I get it.
Hey, how the brothers doing tonight?
Doing pretty good, man. I've just been grinding.
What's going on, G?
We've been working for 7 hours. Jesus Christ, and we still got a good amount of people. Good God.
Hey, I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna holler at y'all. All right.
I'm gonna let G talking about to end this joint because we pulled in a whole shift. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot for keeping it hot, Marcus.
No doubt. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate all y'all. Hit me up, Leon, and
I
what's up,
just did.
Chaos? I see you.
I just
Oh,
hit
okay.
you up. You remember who I am, man. I just went over that Pookie and Ray Ray because I was happy somebody finally said it. You know what I'm
I'm gonna
saying?
put that in the private chat for you, Marcus.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What? I'm trying to remember what was it I said. I'm trying to remember the conversation. If you can if you can kind of
Man,
like paraphrase it.
you probably look at the date and remember, but it was just like when they got in that conversation, it's just like, okay, y'all are guys that aren't as physically masculine, and y'all are complaining that these guys are getting the women and they might make less money than you or make the same amount of money as you. But they were stereotyping, talking about, Pookie and Ray Ray get everything. Then you look at the guys and you're like, oh, it makes sense why. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was a while back.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
probably was during the summer, because that's when a lot of dudes were coming at me about I was going back and forth with a lot of guys who were pretty much in this
hating phase.
there.
But on the other topic, oh my bad.
Right, go ahead.
On the other
No.
topic, like my step aunt, she does grants for nonprofits, for example. And I guess I was the only one that noticed that you were trying to say, okay, if you can do this for black guys or anybody, why do they have to be in a relationship with you? And it's like you're trying to specialize your skill to particularly one person instead of advancing a group of people that with skills. Like, you don't have to make money off this one individual person when you can make money off of getting guys these grants and government funds as a collective. And she wasn't comprehending that conversation, because that's what my step aunt does. She's a lawyer. She writes grants, gets money for people all the time. And yeah, I was just like, yo, she's wasting her talent waiting for the right guy.
The other but the other part of it is, okay, because I think the number she said was 4 million or something like that. If you could write these grants, and I know her for some time, and I know she does stuff like that, but the 4 million thing, I don't have experience with her with that. But my thing is, if you could get people $4 million and collect PC off that, if you did that 10, 20 times, you yourself would be rich.
Exactly.
Right. So outside of the, like, I get what you're saying in the context of a relationship. Again, if she were to follow, like you said, with your aunt's example,
yes.
If you have this information that, you could do that, you could flip that. And again, you wouldn't be looking for soft girl life from no dude.
Exactly.
You would have it. And there's nothing, in your masculine about that. So, like, I was like, this sounds like cap to me.
Yeah, it's cap. She's making it complicated for herself.
Right. If she's being honest.
Yeah.
I feel like if you have this, the way that I know her, she's smart. If she was saying something that she could actually do, because you would, first of all, in order to get the contract for the 4 million, you would have to find somebody that qualifies for that, right? So, like, let's say it's a construction contract or something like that for 4 million. You have to find somebody who has that infrastructure. You just can't pick up some random dude and say, hey man, I'm gonna put your name on a piece of paper, they're gonna give us 4 million, just give me 10%. That's not how that works, right? Because we know, like, it sounds to me like she's talking about, bidding on these whether it be government contracts or whatever like that. Like, you have to bid and you have to win.
Yeah, cloud computing, cloud, anything really in STEM too. At that,
right.
My coworker's wife, she has a physical therapy and banking big dollars, and she had grants written for her. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, guys, we're not good at that side. I'll put it like that. And the separation between it is like, okay, we can grow together. But if it's
Leon,
yeah, but let me get off the
bro.
topic.
Listen, bro, we are good at that stuff. We're just black males in this society.
Oh yeah, I agree.
So a lot of the stuff, this is why I agree with Marcus on and a lot of the brothers. We thinking about the whole situation wrong. Everything this society does is not actually putting us down, it's pedestalizing us.
Yes.
And this is what I mean by that. Everything that black men try to do, every faction of society tries to control it.
Yes.
We try to professionally rise through the ranks. The system seeks to suppress us. We try to leave the country to get higher status. The system tries to suppress us. We try to own businesses to get a higher status. The system tries to oppress us. We try to create families to create a better structure. They use the women to suppress that too.
Yes,
So
sir.
everything in this society is about the suppression of the black male. Not everything though. That's not their main agenda, but that's their agenda concerning us.
Yes.
So when we hear these words and these catchphrases inside the government, like "stop a black male messiah," to prevent the rise of black identity extremists, they're not talking about the women. We
1970,
understand that.
1980, 1990. I know those words very well.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so when J. Edgar Hoover and them and Kissinger developed this plan, this shit is working exactly how it's supposed to work. So as
Right.
us as brothers coming onto this platform, this is the beauty of the Manosphere. It is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. We're actually not even in a battle with them because they know what we're saying is true. So the stuff that Marcus was doing to that simp dude earlier, he was just proving, him and Gigi was just proving the depths of dishonesty that these people are willing to go, not to say the truth about what they're doing to us. You get what I'm saying? Everything about this whole conversation is around what the black man is doing, how to suppress the black man, how to stop him from having a voice, how to stop him from getting his opinion out, how to demonize him, how to ostracize him, how to lionize him, basically put him on an island, make him the face of this, make him the face of that, make him everything is about suppressing you.
Yes.
That's not the government's, main objective, but that is the government's objective pertaining to black males.
Definitely.
Once you start understanding that, it'll start making sense to things that's going on. The women don't actually have more power than you. How they get you, like Jesse was saying, is socialization. They socialize you as a boy to serve the women. Once you start getting out of that, most black males don't stay in that their whole lives.
About the 28, 27, 28 from our generation.
See, and what they do is they catch a portion of you. So, like, perfect example, I grew up in a gynocracy. I think pretty sure all of us did, but I really grew up in the heart of that shit, in the projects and all that shit. Most of the little boys is so brainwashed while they're developing puberty, while they're hitting puberty, and while they're developing like an ideology about how to look at life. They're so brainwashed that in their head, them buying their mama a house and taking care of their sisters and letting them be whole ass bitches. That's what real men do.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So they're inside their head. It's like, I got to do this shit for my mama and my sisters and fuck my daddy and these niggas. And they're so pathologized in that shit that they don't see what they doing wrong until they in prison. And then it's like bitches is hoes and tricks after they done used you up and you done went to prison. Now they done turned you into a half citizen before you learned what was going on. And now it's over with. It's like, okay, go out in society. We're gonna do it to the next generation. We caught who we can in this generation, and we suppress them. And every generation they seek to suppress a portion of you.
I totally agree because I grew up in Spain and Hawaii, and my mom felt like my dad was Navy, my mom was Army. I'll keep it short. So I was in Germany, Spain, Hawaii, and she felt like she said this is more like a Martin Luther King's dream where you play with all the kids and you need a reality. So I got sent to Mississippi, Chicago, and Alabama, and the culture around how the girls acted was different and how the guys were. Like I liked fighting, so I was already physically aggressive. So I could handle that side of it. But when it came to the women and how they approach stuff, I talked to my mom about it, and she was like, "Well, it's because of poverty." I was like, "That can't only be because you're poor."
No, listen,
And
man.
I didn't understand it when I was a kid.
Man, like I know, them women down south is out of control, bro.
Yes.
Them women down south is out of control. Whatever these down south be dudes be saying, them niggas down south be super simps. These
I don't know if
women,
it's
listen.
The
reason that shit came out of Atlanta, because most of them niggas in Atlanta, mamas is hoes.
Yeah.
So if you thinking about you grew up in think about
the freak Nick.
Think about if you grew up in this freak Nick stripper. Think about all the shit we're seeing out of Miami, Atlanta, Alabama. Like this shit has been their culture. Memphis. We know where the pimps came from. Memphis. The pimps came from Alabama.
Philly.
This is their culture, bro. They have a culture of whoredom. And I remember we first started talking about whore cultures. This was years ago when we brought the concept up. Black women live inside of a whore culture, bro. It's a whore, like the way they think, they're basically walking prostitutes in the country. So you got to understand, when you're dealing with, it doesn't matter if it's your mama, your sister, your auntie, your granny. Most of our grannies have multiple kids by their children. All of our aunties and uncles aren't by the same grandfather.
Said that yesterday.
So we what's up, AL?
You my G, you my nigga, you know what I'm saying? You ain't telling no lies.
So,
but fuck you. Don't just be pinning all that shit on the staff, all the players and shit come from after.
No, it ain't that. It ain't that. I'm saying y'all niggas, the niggas down south, the pimp niggas already told us how to handle these bitches.
Yeah, but ain't nobody
So listen, so this is what happened, AL.
But you gotta have that level of skill though.
No, look, but this is what happened, though. You had them niggas that ran from the south. This we gonna just keep it 100. What happened? We had groups of niggas that ran. We all ran from the south. Let's just
went
keep
to
it
Chicago.
We went
Philly.
to Chicago, Detroit, California, Philly. You know what I'm saying? We went to the Midwest. We went to St. Louis. We went to St. Louis, Milwaukee, and we brought them bitches with us. We just keep it a buck with us because niggas was trying to fuck something. We couldn't fuck nobody else. We was always suppressed and restricted in our movement.
Yep.
So when them bitches came, it was like, okay, nigga, we all working in these factories, and we know that these bitches is the hoes down south that left them kids down south, but ain't nothing we could do because we horny than a motherfucker. That's what happened. And we just got caught up, in communities like this, bro, where it wasn't that we made this shit. The women, listen, when I found out my grandmother already had 2 separate sets of kids before she even met my grandfather.
Oh yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Let me break it down. So my grandmother has my first 3 aunties are extremely mulatto. Okay. And she's a caretaker. So she used to work the fields in Mississippi. And when there was no work or she had to do a double job, Black women were caretakers. That's what she did. And my first 3 aunties are mulattoes. And my grandfather's Black as hell. And she's Black. They ended up having my mom, her younger brother. So they had 6 kids, and all 3 of them were not his. But he still participated in continuing to have kids with her.
Listen, he didn't have no choice. Leon,
he had no choice. He was segregated.
Man, when I listen, this is how fucked up my family structure is. And we went through this, right? I went through this shit. I got 16, 17 first cousins. You know what I'm saying? These are my auntie's kids and uncles.
Oh yeah,
kids.
I got about
These are
25.
my immediate family. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. We went through this situation, right? All of the males, just think about this. I'm talking about 16 male first cousins, right? This is the pathology of this shit. This is how fucked up our pathology is in our family. Every single 16 of the Black males, right? Out of 16 of us, 2 of us as adults haven't went to prison.
Yeah, I haven't been to prison either. Yeah.
So think about this. All of the women, all the girls, just like 25 girls, all of them have multiple fathers to their children. All of them.
Yeah.
All of my aunts, listen, all of my aunts have multiple fathers to their children. All of them, every single one of them. Like this shit is so crazy. When we went through our family, the only 2 children that are connected, like biologically, to their father in our family, they mama ain't even Black. They mama mixed. Every single black woman in the family that's full, like their mama and daddy is black, have multiple fathers to their children.
Yes, my dad's mother, my grandmother has 8 baby daddies. Pretty much, yeah.
So we didn't. This is what I just said though. Like
And
the only
this
person
is
in
the
our
crazy
family,
part.
Leon, the
Yeah.
only person in our family where the kids come from the same mama and daddy. That woman, her mama is white.
Okay.
Like her mama mixed. So my people, he married a mixed girl. Her mama white. Them are the only children that come from the same mother and father. All the black children, all their brothers and sisters,
Don't.
all of us come from different fathers. We don't. There's no paternal line nowhere. The way we're all connected is through our mothers. All of us have different fathers that we don't know and all type of shit.
Mine, I have pictures of me sitting on my great grandfather's lap, and he died in 1996. And he was married to my grandmother for I think 50 years, and they had all those kids, but the kids went out and had kids with everybody. And on my grandfather's side, I never met his father, but they were part of that migrating situation, and that's how they ended up in Chicago. And my grandfather has 3 kids. The rest of them have plenty of kids, but yeah, the women after my great grandmother all had multiple baby daddies. Like it is, it is what it is. I don't. Yeah,
think
but
about that. Just think about it. So none of us come from an unbroken paternal line. So this is not. I'm talking about just in general. This is most black families, right? This is not even family. This is most black relation patterns. The males, none of us have a paternal network because all of us have different fathers. Like if there's 4 brothers, if you see 4 brothers come from one black woman, you know damn well that all of them aren't them kids' father. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so crazy. If you see a black woman with 2 or 3 kids, there's more than a 50% chance that these ain't all the same man's kids.
yeah, based on the numbers, it's more than a 50% chance. And yeah, you'll find couples with 3 or 4 kids, and they started out when they're 20 and they're still together. But for the most part, yeah, it's 2 baby daddies.
68%, almost 70% of black women who have 2 or more kids, they're about 2 or more fathers.
Yes, sir.
So think about how would you ever build, like we talk about network building and family extension and all this stuff. How would you basically, none of us are brothers and sisters for real. We got to just we fuck all this shit that black woman done told us over the years that if it came out the mama, it don't matter. Because that's what they tell you. Y'all got the same mama, so it don't matter. That's bullshit. If me and this person doesn't have the same mother and father, we're like cousins to each other. That's just real shit. Because we'll say my father leaves me something and your father don't. Will I sacrifice for my family to provide for this person's family that's not my brother for real? You got what I'm saying? If my father leaves me, if me and my brothers and sisters, we got different fathers, right?
Mama's gonna talk you into it.
Exactly. So and your daddy leave you $100,000 when he passed away. I've seen this shit happen in families, bro. I've seen it happen in real life.
You better pray that you're 18, because if you're 16, 15,
you already know.
Mom's taking it and splitting it with all the kids.
But let's keep it 100. If you get 100 like that from your dad already knew what was popping. He ain't gonna be able to get it till you 18 anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
But let's just keep it but I've seen this situation play out. You got family members, 2 brothers and sisters and stuff, from the same mama though. The mama oblivious. She done been a hoe her whole life. She act like she done tried to brainwash them. One of the kids, and we've seen it growing up, one of the kids' daddy left them some money. Right? The whole family fucked up. They all got this fucked up pathology. But that person who left that money, he had an escape route now. He like, damn, my daddy left me some money. I could actually pay for college. Like I could actually get the fuck up out of here. You know what I'm saying? And when his whole family turned against him, like, you fucked up, you're not about to share that money, your daddy died. And in his real life, it's like, nigga, my daddy died. Your daddy walking around here somewhere. He didn't leave you shit. And then you realize how quick those bullshit relationships break down when it comes to important shit.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
Y'all really not brothers and sisters anyway. Y'all just got the same mama.
I seen it happen with my great uncle. He went to Vietnam and had a grenade blow up in his face, and he settled in Alexandria, Virginia. He passed maybe 2005, and he had 2 children, and it almost seemed as if particular people in my great aunts and uncles, not including my grandfather, but it seemed as if they felt like the kids should have split a certain amount of money with them, because they felt like when he came back, we took care of him, and they weren't giving out shit to the black guys in Mississippi. And when he went to Virginia, that's when he got his treatment and everything. So they felt like they were owed, instead of letting his children have his estate. And he owned a house. His wife still owns a house in Alexandria, Virginia, and we know how much those houses are worth now. They're $800 $1 million houses. So Mr. Z popped in. Oh shit,
Charles. Where is he? He asleep? God damn.
He might be. He got that. He might have.
I just switched phones.
You might have to soon shut this, because after 8 hours, I think it does something, because there's a lengthier stream. Yeah. Not like Google Hangouts. I think they do some of these streams after they go exceed a certain minute.
Yeah. We got a few minutes. I'm going to tell you about the pathology of it. See, a lot of women will punish a child for having a good father because the other motherfucker she had the children by weren't shit. So that's been a very known subject matter, very touchy for some brothers.
Especially when they got daughters.
But no, let's say the real deal, Charles. The women will have babies by the niggas that they are really, really wanted. They have a baby. When they're young, they have a baby by the nigga they thought was so pretty, so sexy, so cute. And then they'll try to come up and have another baby by a nigga they think provide some child support. You see what I'm saying? And they'll try to okay, I have a baby by this nigga.
It's kind of funny because I've seen bitches get with some ugly ass niggas, man. I question that shit a lot because I'll be looking at it like I'm thinking about it. I told chicks when they try to shit on me, well, you have a son. Yeah, I take care of him and he's mine. And I said, here's the crazy part. Your children's father look like bums. I mean, they look dirty. So don't come to me, a man who outranks your baby daddies, and think I'm going to pay for you.
What is the thing, Charles?
Yeah, but it's based off potential when you're younger. So
Leon, listen. You got to remember, you're dealing with whores. Stop trying to think. No, I'm serious.
I know.
You dealing with whores, bro. You're not dealing with an average, intelligent, level-headed, balanced woman. Right? Yes. You're not dealing with that. You're dealing with a whore who's trying to get whore shit satisfied. So you got to understand, we're dealing with this pathology and this psychology, right? These bitches are not thinking that deep as we're thinking. We think that they thinking this deep ass shit. They just saying shit, bro.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, okay, most of us come from the working class or poverty, right? So all we have is potential. That's what I'm saying. So
no, but
they're going to go after.
Leon,
I know.
It's not even that deep. Listen,
but check what I'm saying. Check what I'm saying. They're always going to go after the most masculine looking, good looking guy.
Not. They're not even going by the most. Listen, stop thinking like that. That's a rational thinking person. These bitches is fucking the niggas they think is cute.
Now, what's the difference? What's the difference in what I'm saying? I won't even go that far. I won't even go that far because once again, a lot of black women fuck with some ugly niggas. And
no. Listen, it's not about what males think. Listen, I'm
gonna tell you what it is. They play any, mini, miny, mo with dicks, and just so happens, the unlucky nigga whose pullout game isn't the strongest Superman. And the dude who didn't use a condom, he's gonna be the one taking the blame. So a lot of these chicks usually fuck dudes within this category, the most attractive and who they think is gonna be the best. Their warped sense of masculinity. Remember, it's warped. They're gonna think of the guy who's gonna be the best provider and their warped sense of mind of providing. Because guess what? Why do you think they fuck drug dealers and have their babies? Because they think they can provide.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
No.
Like, that's
Stop,
what I'm
stop,
saying
stop,
is
stop,
that's
stop.
what I
Leon,
mean.
hold up.
That's what
They
I
don't
mean by
fuck.
potential.
Listen, hold on, Leon. They don't fuck drug dealers and shit because they think they provide. They fuck drug dealers to them so they can get them some drugs. Like,
That too.
Listen to what I'm
They
saying.
do it because drug dealers have what? Disposable income.
No, it's not about the income. Listen, no, Charles, stop. We thinking too deep. These bitches are doing drugs.
I mean, they're
I'm
doing
listen,
both,
bro,
but
Charles. Listen,
Charles,
Charles.
No,
I'm
I get what he's saying.
Charles,
I get what
listen, Charles.
you
I'm a reformed
they're
Pookie,
not
bro.
worried
Listen to
about
what
the
I'm
money.
telling you.
They're not
They
they're
not worried about the listen.
that
They
money
are
that
all
the bonus, but they want to
listen.
get high first.
They already whores. Listen what I'm saying to y'all. They already whores. They already get government assistance. They already don't need the niggas' money to eat every day. These bitches don't care about nothing but satisfying their carnal urges. The reason that these bitches want drug dealers so bad is because they are doing drugs.
So
You gotta
basically,
like
he's saying
this is what I'm
that
telling you.
niggas will start drug dealing just to get a bitch because
Well,
they want
No,
drugs.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Listen, I'm saying one of the benefits. I've sold as a real nigga that sold real drugs heavily in my young days. Most of your customers are white people and women. You gotta remember, like most black dudes aren't drug addicts. This is just real shit. Most niggas is just fucked up in the economy because of racism and shit. So most niggas ain't really buying no drugs like that. They don't got the money to. The people that buy drugs are white people, immigrants, and women, bro. Your main clientele in the drug business is women.
Depending what drugs they buy.
They buying weed, cocaine, pills, all that
Molly,
shit.
Exos.
Nigga, they women are
Black
doing
men buy weed too.
But no, listen, nobody does more than women, bro. When you a hustler, why do you think hustlers have so many bitches? Because they're around them all day. This is what bro. I've sold drugs on a major level, bro. This is not me bragging.
What city you are?
I'll put it like
in the
this.
Midwest.
I'll put it like this.
I'm in the Midwest. It don't matter where. Hold on, but listen, though, Leon. It don't matter where you at. This is what I'm saying to you. Ask any nigga that really hustle in the streets. Why do he be around so many bitches? Because bitches do drugs, nigga.
Yeah.
Bitches do drugs. Bitches do cocaine. Bitches, and they do it in a different way than men do. See, a man actually plan out his drug use. He'll say, okay, I got a job. I smoke weed. I need to spend 50 this week. No, a bitch will spend her last $20 on drugs because she can
The
fuck a
brother
nigga and
got
get
a
some more.
budget and she don't. She's a party girl. Think about it. She's looking for the next party.
No, we
so
see
these
it in
bitches
college.
are with drug dealers. They're not with drug dealers because of the money. Because drug dealers don't have more money than everybody else. Like it's not just like that. They're with them niggas because they can facilitate that lifestyle. When them bitches want to go twerk and party, these niggas could get coke. They connected like that. When they need some fix, these niggas could go get some pills. They connected like that. You see what I'm saying? Anything that the bitches need in that lifestyle, they're already connected to it. Most bitches that's living that life, they snorting coke, they smoking weed, they taking X, they popping pills, they're doing all this. They have to do it to exist that way.
Yeah,
you gotta
and what I'm
understand the
saying
psyche of
from
these bitches.
where I stand on it is when I say guys sell drugs to get women, they literally do because I'm not poor. I didn't grow up poor. My parents were military, but guys sold drugs because it attracted women that wanted to do drugs, and they weren't there to try to make a lot of money. They just always wanted drugs because it attracted the type of women they liked.
That happens too.
Yeah.
That happens
Yeah.
too. That happens too with the niggas that get caught up in the lifestyle with the bitches.
Yeah.
But most of the niggas that was selling drugs when they was young grew out of that shit. The reason that they did that shit is because they mamas and shit was crackheads. At least with me, that's how all of us fell into the drug life. Our parents was drug addicts. We didn't know how to do nothing else. We grew up in drug addicted households. We didn't know, like our parents was drug addicts. All the people around us was selling drugs or using drugs. We was just caught up in that lifestyle. Once we went to jail, AL know plenty of these niggas. I know plenty of them niggas like that down south too. Like once them niggas went to jail and found out what the fuck was going on, them niggas never went to jail again. Once they got popped, once they get popped and they go in that motherfucking cage and they realize that they being lied to, that these bitches is hoes, that they doing this, most men try to escape that lifestyle. You have a small percentage of men that recidivize and go back into prison, but most men that go to prison between the ages of like 18 and 25 never go again. Like they never have a criminal record again in their life. They try to escape that shit. It's the pathology of the ghetto that keep you stuck in there. Now, we can't save everybody, but that's why when we talking about these places, it's not that the men are bad or the men are inherent. It's that you only do what you get raised. If you never make it past the age of 30, you get what I'm saying? If you never make it past the age, if by the time you 27, 28, you've been shot, stabbed, beat, you've been molested, these bitches done fucked on you and made 3 kids by you while you was like, this is what I'm saying. The way that you get exposed to shit in the hood. So think about, there's some niggas I know that I grew up with. Not only did he get a record when he was young, these bitches done got him with 3 kids. He on child support 3 different ways. They got him stretched out. He can't get educated because of the child support, so he can't pay for no education.
Can't get a license.
He can't get nothing. He just stuck now. Like, it's just the shit suppressing him so bad. He's so depressed that my bro and them had to go get him. Like, look, man, just come on over here, bro. Sleep on the crib and just give us $200 a month, man. And like niggas is really living like this, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You got people that's really trying to escape that I had 2 or 3 kids. They on child support. They have a record. They're trying to change their life because when they did some shit when they was young men that they didn't fully understand what they was doing because nobody taught them shit. They didn't fully understand what it meant to even lose citizenship. They didn't know what that shit meant. They didn't know what they could get. Like, I remember when I was young, I didn't even know that black people could legally own a gun. Like, I thought you had to join the army or be a cop to have a gun. This is how ignorant the people was around me.
Yes.
I didn't know that we could legally buy firearms because everybody around me was hiding a gun.
I got a lot of them.
You know what I'm saying? So before a young black male be even grown, he live in an environment where he got to tote a hammer. He live in the hood. He got to tote a gun when he 19 to get to school. He like, but I got to carry this gun so nobody take from me, nobody kill me. Like, I'm living in this place, right? I'm living in this place. And then he get caught with the gun and they fuck him off when he's 19. And this is supposed to be one of your constitutional rights. You know what I'm saying? So the shit be so crazy, but it all come because nobody ever taught him shit in that environment. You feel me?
Yeah. Yeah, I get you 100%. Yeah.
So I think we thinking about this situation wrong as far as these women and this shit. Really, we the most important commodity they've ever had. The black male is the most important commodity that they've ever had access to. The only thing that's been keeping us locked in is our own sense of loyalty.
No, I agree with that shit. Definitely.
Now that we have agency and brothers are moving around, we see these bitches going haywire. Not even them, just the whole community, the simps too. The simps like, man, y'all niggas ain't simping. Y'all about to fuck it up for us. You see what I'm saying? The simp niggas is going nuts because it's like, okay, they understand, like what Marcus and them was asking, why don't you get the niggas you got the kids with to build something? Because you know them niggas don't know how to do shit. They didn't pick them niggas because they was good niggas. They picked them because they thought he was cute. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, why don't you get your baby daddy to build this? Why don't you get your baby daddies to do that or try to work hard or do that? They know they can't even demand that of them niggas because 9 times out of 10, let's keep it real, they was just a bitch that nigga was fucking on.
Oh yeah, yeah. I agree.
That's even what happened. That's like we was watching one of the shows and we seen a bitch that was like 300 pounds talking about a nigga needed to level up. But the reason she's like that is because niggas like Charles and me and Mr. and AL was coming through on the late night and busting their ass and leaving.
Yeah, I usually don't pop up in casts and streams, but when I do, I do it every blue moon. But I sit down and listen to y'all, and I'm rolling. I listen to Mr. Z. I like his content. FD Signifier popped up on his. I know.
I'm still looking for that FD Signifier.
I talk
Mr. Z.
I talked to, see, the thing is, he's not stating MTR's name, but me and MTR talked. I've been in his Discord for like 4 years. I said, he's talked about you in videos. And when he's saying, you know, the big guys, he's not recognizing that MTR doesn't care about a particular content that you're talking about. He's not going to talk to you, but if he talks to Green Gorilla, they're still not going to agree on the matriarchy. And
what content are you looking for?
What'd you say?
What content is he looking for his work criteria?
Pro-black views. He's trying to push black males towards intersectionality, and I have experience with that because my aunt works for nonprofits and they don't got shit for black males. So I think if I could compared him and Amiri is like, y'all should follow how I am married, and if you follow FD signifier, it's almost the same thing. It's like, well, I have the result, so follow
Basic
me.
clout chasing.
Yes, and I listen to FD signifier. He's a guy that none of us would have respected in middle school, high school, or college.
I mean, when you call yourself Fleck the signifier,
yes,
that's a very feminine terminology in my book. So
yes,
take it as you leave it. And he looks like the kind of guy who needs to go to a gym and just live there for 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that too. That's what I mean. He's not somebody that anybody. He said it himself. He wasn't cool. The girls didn't like him until they started grabbing his dick, which BGSM more talked about. I've experienced that shit too, and it's like now you're basing why you should lead off of your following and viewership, and you're saying you should join me, and it's like it comes down to the same thing. If black guys join intersectionality, they have nothing to give the black man because they're anti-black man too.
Yeah.
But this the thing, Leon. Keep it real.
But I'm gonna just stop everybody. We're gonna
Yeah.
probably put part 2 tomorrow.
Right.
I want to have any last words.
All right. See you guys later, man. Nice talking to y'all, bro.
Yeah. Thanks, Charles.
Leon, don't be a stranger. Woo,
I try not to, man. I just like being in the background listening a lot of time. I listen to a lot of y'all.
I'll tell you this one, Leon, and everybody. Thank you all for making it a classic. Woo, and we out. Get some sleep.
Yes, sir.